Chapter 1133. A bloody storm blew silently in this city in Europe. In Chief Norton's office, Norton had just returned from arresting Savon Geese and Malajben. Before he sat down for a minute, the phone call came in. However, Norton did not feel that there was anything strange, but he felt that it was quite normal. Hello. Chief Norton picked up the phone. Norton, you have to give me an explanation. What the hell is going on? On the other side of the phone, there was the roar of Mayor Mark Vader. Explain what? Mayor Mark Vader? Norton made his voice sound plain and innocent. Why did you arrest my son? What crime did he commit? He should be a victim. It is said that he was beaten very badly. You actually sent him to prison. Do you not want to be the police chief anymore? Mayor Mark Vader roared. Dear Mayor Mark Vader, first of all, I want to say that your young master, Malajben, is suspected of deliberately hurting and raping a girl. We arrested him according to law. There is nothing wrong with this. I think I have been enforcing the law impartially. Chief Norton explained. Bullshit. Mark Vader couldn't help but curse. My son was beaten. You say that he is a criminal? Are you kidding me? I think you really have to step down as the chief. I now order you to immediately release my son, Malajben, and the lieutenant governor's son, Savon Geese, and then bring the murderer who hurt them to justice. Otherwise, you can think about the consequences yourself. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I can't do that. Chief Norton shook his head and said, Things are already very clear. It is indeed your son who intended to do something bad to the big star, Miss Shuya. He put a drug in Miss Shuya's red wine. After Miss Shuya fainted, he pulled her into the underground parking lot to rape her. At this time, it happened to be seen by the brave citizens who implemented assistance to stop Malajben's atrocity. Okay, Norton, you are very good. You are very good. Mark Vader was so angry. He didn't expect Norton to not even listen to his words. In his opinion, this was not a difficult thing at all. As long as Norton was willing to help, he could hire a better lawyer to get his son off the hook. But the problem now was that his son was injured like this, and Norton still forcibly arrested him, which made Mark Vader very annoyed. After thinking about it, if he wanted to release his son at the moment, he had to go through Director Norton. So Mark Vader suppressed his anger and said to Norton, Well, Director Norton, since this is the case, then let my son, Malajben, and Savon Geese be released on medical parole. I'm afraid that won't do. Chief Norton denied. The criminal facts of Malajben and Savon Geese are very bad, and Shuya is a foreign star. This has involved an international dispute. I can't give the medical parole. But you can rest assured, Mayor Mark Vader, our police station will invite the best doctors to treat Malajben and Savon Geese. When Mark Vader heard Norton's words, he was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. What international dispute? Isn't it just a celebrity? Even if she is Miss Alice's guest, my son didn't do anything to her, did he? In Mark Vader's view, this was just a misunderstanding. As long as he explained, it would be over. He didn't expect Norton to be so serious. Director Norton, I have already said what I want to say. How to do it is up to you. Mark Vader snorted and said, If I don't see Malajben and Savon Geese being released on medical parole within an hour, then you can forget about being the director. My lawyer is already on the way to the police station. After saying that, Mark Vader slammed the phone down. Although Director Norton knew that the matter involved the Buffon family, Patriarch Buffon still did not give him a clear attitude. Although Patriarch Old Buffon's words meant that he would not be mistreated, no one knew the specifics. Thinking of this, Director Norton felt that it was necessary to communicate with Patriarch Old Buffon again. He naturally did not have Old Buffon's phone number, but he had Locklering's phone number. Locklering, this is Norton. Director Norton said politely after connecting the phone. Old friend, hello. Locklering's tone made Norton somewhat flattered. His relationship with Locklering was not very good. It could only be said to be ordinary. At this moment, Locklering spoke to him in this tone. Is he hinting at something? Thinking of this, Director Norton quickly said, Mr. Locklering, aren't you very familiar with Patriarch Buffon? Can you help me contact him? I have something to report to the Buffon clan leader. Director Norton thought for a long time and decided to use the word report. Although Old Buffon was not his chief executive, the power of Patriarch Old Buffon was stronger than any of his superiors. Even to put it bluntly, in front of the president, Patriarch Old Buffon was on an equal footing, or even a little higher. Norton, why are you so polite to me? I am at Patriarch Buffon's house. So, I will ask Patriarch Buffon. You wait a moment. Lochlearing said with a smile. After Norton listened to Lochlearing's words, he was relieved. For people at the level of Patriarch Buffon, they could see whoever they wanted to see. It was not possible to see them without asking for permission. Since Lochlearing said so, it meant that there was hope in this matter. Otherwise, Lochlearing could have just ignored him directly. But what surprised Norton was what was the relationship between Lochlearing and Patriarch Old Buffon. It seemed that the two people seemed to be very familiar with each other, and he was still a guest at Patriarch Old Buffon's house. I have never heard that Lochlearing had such a strong backer. If Lochlearing had the support of Patriarch Old Buffon, then the mayor's position would not have fallen on Mark Vader's head. So, did they just know each other? Thinking of this, Norton was shocked. Could it be because of today's incident that Lochlearing got in touch with Patriarch Old Buffon? Norton was not stupid. He immediately realized that this was an opportunity to get the trust and support of Patriarch Old Buffon. If he had the support of Patriarch Old Buffon, he would not only not lose the position of the director this time, but he might also go further in his career in the future. There was no sound on the other side of the phone. After a long time, Norton was awakened by the voice on the other side of the phone. Director Norton? I am Old Buffon. Norton was shocked. He didn't expect Old Buffon to be so polite to him. He was somewhat flattered. Hello, Patriarch Buffon. It's me, Norton. How is it? Did Mark Vader call you? Asked Old Buffon. Yes, Mark Vader ordered me to apply for medical parole for his son, Malajben, and the lieutenant governor's son, Savon Geese. Norton said, but I refused. So, if Mark Vader forces you again, you will take the initiative to resign, said Old Buffon. Norton was stunned, but then he understood Old Buffon's meaning. Since Old Buffon asked him to resign, he must have a backup plan. He would not let him lose his job in vain. So, he said, okay, I understand. I won't say more about other things. After this storm is over, you and Lochlearing should get close. I believe you will cooperate well, said Old Buffon faintly. The phone call was hung up. Norton was still immersed in the deep meaning of Old Buffon's last sentence. After the storm is over, I will cooperate with Lochlearing. Does Patriarch Old Buffon mean that after this time, Lochlearing will be promoted to mayor, and I could be appointed as deputy mayor? If this is the case, it is really good, but Mark Vader's term is not over yet, right? But these were not things that Norton had to think about. What he had to do now was to hold on. Director Norton got Old Buffon's guarantee and completely turned to the Old Buffon family. After detaining Savon Geese and Malajben, Director Norton was strongly protested by Mayor Mark Vader and the lieutenant governor. Through various pressures, Director Norton was in a very passive state. Mark Vader's lawyer came, but under Norton's tough attitude, he still failed to handle Malajben's medical parole. The lawyer was so angry that he scolded Norton for being insensible. When he left, he said fiercely, Norton, you wait. You are the end of your career as a director. Norton just laughed it off after listening. He thought, I don't want to be the director for a long time. What is the use of your threat? It is better not to let me be the director so that I don't have to resign. Sure enough, as Norton expected, soon there was a draft from Mark Vader and the members of the House of Representatives. The bill to remove Norton from the position of police chief had passed the vote of the members. Norton was very straightforward. This draft was what he wanted now. Since Mark Vader removed his position, he did not even have to write a resignation letter. He simply left the police station. The deputy director of the police station, Croft, was Mark Vader's confidant. Mark Vader directly appointed him as the new acting director. With Norton around, Croft had always been very depressed. Now, he could finally hold his head high. He sat comfortably in the bureau chief's office and looked at the potted flowers on the windowsill. He thought to himself, Norton, you also have a day like this? For the case of Malajben and Savon Geese, Croft was naturally very clear but because the case was supervised by Norton before, he couldn't intervene even if he wanted to. Now, he became the director. Wasn't he the one who had the final say? Just as he wanted to call Mayor Mark Vader to express his gratitude and ask how to handle the case, he did not expect Mark Vader's call to come in. Mayor Mark Vader, thank you for your promotion. Croft picked up the phone and said with some trepidation, "And you do a good job. Don't let me down." Mark Vader was not in the mood to listen to his words of loyalty. He said a few words perfunctorily. "The most important thing now is to apply for medical parole for my son, Malajbin, and Savon Geese. How about it? Is there any problem?" "There is no problem. No problem," Croft said quickly. Although there were instructions from the previous police chief, Norton, on the file, indicating that the two criminal suspects were involved in an international dispute and were not allowed to apply for medical parole. Now that he was the police chief, he did not have to care about this. Although it was not so good to deny the previous police chief's decision, no one could say anything if Croft insisted on doing it according to his own intentions. "Well, I am waiting for your good news." Mark Vader nodded with satisfaction. Hanging up the phone, Croft began to execute Mark Vader's orders. Regardless of the mistakes, he forcibly ordered his men to apply for medical parole for Malajbin and Savon Geese, and then sent them to the best private hospital in the city. In fact, Yang Ming was very measured when he started. He could make these two people suffer, but it was not fatal. The two of them had long since woken up. Along the way, they were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Looking at them, Croft was a little apprehensive. Just what kind of person did this? All the bones in their bodies were broken, but there wasn't a single fatal wound. The two people were in so much pain that they could no longer speak. So if Croft wanted to catch the murderer who hurt the two people, he could only start with the police officers who went with Norton to arrest them. "Wake, were you with Norton at the time?" Croft asked a police officer, "Who hurt Malajbin and Savon Geese?" "We don't know," Wake said in her heart. "Even if I know, I won't tell you. How can you be the police chief? You don't have any ability. Didn't you just flatter Mark Vader? How can you be as capable as Norton? Weren't you all present at the time? How can you not know?" Croft frowned and asked angrily, "It's true that we were present, but Norton didn't let us go forward. We just arrested the two suspects, Malajbin and Savon Geese. We didn't do anything else." Wake explained, "Norton is not the police chief. He is just an idle person now. I am a police chief." Croft was a little annoyed when he heard Wake calling Norton the police chief. Also, Malajbin and Savon Geese are not suspects. They are the victims. "Oh," Wake nodded perfunctorily. "You're the police chief. You can say whatever you want. Anyway, it's up to me whether I listen to you or not." Croft also knew that he couldn't ask anything from Wake. He could only wait for Malajbin and Savon Geese to wake up and make a decision. And, wait, yes, there's another person who should know what happened. Isn't that person the big star, Shuya? She should know the truth of the matter, right? Thinking of this, Croft said to his men, "You go and summon Shuya. Let her come to the police station to cooperate with the investigation." "Director Croft, Miss Shuya is a foreign guest from Hong Kong. We have no right to summon her. According to the local law, to summon a foreigner, it must be approved by the local embassy," so this man said with some difficulty. "Idiot, you go and catch her directly. Do you still need me to teach you?" Croft was now only thinking about how to please Mark Vader. As for whether it was illegal for him to do so, he didn't know. Who cares? In his opinion, as long as he pleases Mark Vader, he could do anything. Norton, this idiot, was enforcing the law impartially. As a result, he offended Mayor Mark Vader and was dismissed. Yes, this man was Croft's man, so when he heard Croft say this, he nodded and agreed. He gathered a few people and began to contact Shuya's agent. When Shuya came, these contact information were on file in the police station, so it was easy to contact Shuya's agent. "Are you Miss Shuya's agent, Suli?" "I am Hua Ers, a police officer in the police station. There is an important criminal case that we want to find her to understand. Please come to the police station to assist in the investigation," said Hua Ers. Shuya was drugged and has not woken up yet. "The matter is very simple. There is no need to understand it." Suli said, Malajbin and Savon Geese drugged Miss Shuya with the intention of raping her. Is there any doubt about this? No. According to our understanding of the situation, Miss Shuya was playing with Malajbin and Savon Geese. As a result, the thugs came and attacked Malajbin and Savon Geese without any explanation. So we need Miss Shuya to help us bring the thugs to justice, said Horrors. Thugs? Attack? Suli was stunned. She still didn't know that the chief of the police station had been replaced. She was somewhat inexplicable. Did you make a mistake? Malajbin and Savon Geese are criminals. Miss Shuya can't play with them. We will naturally investigate whether there is a mistake. Now, you asked Miss Shuya to come to the police station immediately. What Urs ordered. You wait a minute. Regarding what Hua said, Suli didn't know what was going on, so she quickly put down the phone and asked Yang Ming to see what Yang Ming said. Yang Ming was guarding Shuya's bed at the moment, holding her hand. Although he knew that Shuya was fine, Yang Ming was still very distressed to accompany her. He wanted to see her wake up. How about I go and kill those two bastards? Seeing Yang Ming's sad look, Wang Xiaoyan was also very upset. She said bitterly, I will dig out their eyeballs and step on them. I will cut off their chicks and step on them. After listening to Wang Xiaoyan's words, Yang Ming couldn't help but smile. This kind of words could only be said by a ruthless person like Wang Xiaoyan. He shook his head and said, Old Buffon has arranged it properly. These two people will not live through tonight. It turns out that it has been arranged. I was still thinking about how to kill them, and you didn't tell me, Wang Xiaoyan said with some complaints. Chapter 1134. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were chatting. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yang Ming said, Please come in. Yang Ming, a police officer named Halser in the police station, called and asked Miss Shuya to assist in the investigation. Listening to him, it seems that Malajbin and Savon Geese are the victims. Suli came in and repeated the contents of the phone call to Yang Ming. It's normal. The police chief has been replaced. Norton has been removed from his position. Now, it has been replaced by Mark Vader's confidant. It is normal for them to do this. Yang Ming was familiar with old Buffon's plan, so when he heard Suli say that the police station called and said so, he didn't feel anything strange. What should we do now? Asked Suli. Tell them Shuya's current address, and let them send someone to arrest her if they have the ability. Yang Ming snorted and said disdainfully, Okay. Suli also faintly guessed the power represented by old Buffon, because on the way here, the security outside and the manor's land were enough to explain old Buffon's extraordinary identity. Therefore, since Yang Ming said so, he must be sure that the police did not dare to break in and arrest her. So she returned to the room and picked up the phone. Police Officer Halser, are you still there? I'm here. What did Miss Shuya say? Asked Halser. Miss Shuya is still very weak. If you really need her, send someone over personally. Our address is... Suli said the address here according to Yang Ming's instructions. Halser didn't expect Shuya to be so straightforward. She even told him the address. Halser quickly took people to this address. Boss, why are there so few people here? Did we come to the wrong place? One of Halser's men who was driving asked, baffled. We are almost in the suburbs. Yes, this is what is written on the address. It's not far ahead, and the satellite navigation device will never be wrong, said Halser. Okay. Seeing that Halser had made up his mind, the driver didn't ask any more questions and continued to drive. When the car passed through many small paths and entered what seemed to be a manor, Halser also felt that something was wrong. What is this place? Why haven't I been here before? Boss, I've been feeling strange for a long time. This doesn't seem to be within the boundaries of our city, the driver said. Motherfucker, are you lying to me? Halser cursed. Let me call again and ask. Stop the car. A group of fully armed men suddenly appeared and blocked Halser's path. Halser and the others were startled. The driver had no choice but to stop in front of the roadblock. Immediately, someone pointed a gun at his head. Don't move. Get out of the car. Halser was shocked. He was a police officer, and someone dared to point a gun at him. This was a provocation. He immediately shouted, We are the police. Put down your guns. I don't care who you are. The leader of the group of fully armed men said, "This is already private territory. You have trespassed into private territory. Now you have to go back with me for investigation. We are the police. You have no right to arrest us." Seeing that this group of people was going to get in the car to arrest them, Halser suddenly became anxious and shouted, "We are the XXX Army unit. The president has ordered us to protect the safety of the Buffon family. We have the right to investigate anyone who trespasses here," said the fully armed leader. Halser was suddenly dumbfounded. Although he was a low-level police officer, he had heard of the Buffon family. This was a family that was high and mighty like a god. These low-level people couldn't get in touch with them at all. He didn't expect that he would break into the Buffon family's territory. Moreover, they were soldiers authorized by the president. Wasn't it very easy to arrest him for investigation? Take them away. The armed leader didn't talk nonsense with Halser. He waved his hand directly and ordered his men to arrest Halser and the others. Halser cursed in his heart. Did Su Li, that woman, lie to me? How did I break into the Buffon family's territory? This is great. I didn't see Shuya, but I was caught by the army garrison. Halser felt very wronged. He wanted to call Mark Vader and tell him, but his communication equipment was confiscated by others. He could only obediently follow them to be interrogated. In the hospital, Mark Vader saw his son, Malajben, who was beaten until he almost didn't recognize him. He saw that Malajben's handsome face was completely disfigured. All his teeth were knocked out, and his eye sockets and nose were all fractured. From the current state of the patient, there is no problem in recovering, but there may be some ugly scars on his face. The doctor said to Mark Vader, "Moreover, many bones on the face are broken. It is also very troublesome to get plastic surgery." Mark Vader hated the murderer who hurt Malajben. He couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. But at this moment, he was more concerned about whether Malajben could recover. "No matter how much money it costs, you must let my son return to normal. Let's try our best." The doctor nodded. What Mark Vader didn't know was that the best hospital in the city was actually one of the hospitals under the medical group controlled by the Buffon family. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't think much about it. After all, he still didn't know that the person he provoked was related to old Buffon. On the night of the medical parole, an accident happened. Malajben and Savon Geese both died in the hospital because of medical malpractice. After learning the news, Mark Vader rushed to the hospital overnight. He was really a little exhausted. How could they be fine during the day, but they died at night? Moreover, this kind of injury was just some external injuries. The internal organs were not hurt at all, so there was no need for surgery. How could they die? When Mark Vader rushed to the hospital, he found that there were a lot of media reporters in the hospital that should have been very quiet. This made Mark Vader very puzzled, because this kind of thing, the hospital would generally deal with it in a low-key manner. How could it attract so many reporters? As a matter of fact, the bigger the matter, the worse it was for the hospital. At that time, everyone would know that there was a medical malpractice in this hospital. Then, who would dare to come here to see a doctor? But although it was strange, Mark Vader's brain had no time to think about this. What was left of him now was only anger. His son was killed by a doctor, and this matter could not be easily forgotten. Mark Vader got out of his private car and just took 2 steps, but he was surrounded by reporters. Although Mark Vader was very impatient, in front of the reporters, he had to maintain his good public image. He reluctantly stood up and dealt with it. "It's so late. What's the matter?" "Mayor Mark Vader, I am a reporter from XX Weekly. I heard that your son died due to a medical malpractice when he was being treated in this hospital. Is this true?" This was a question raised by a reporter from a very authoritative weekly. "Yes, so I rushed here overnight, but what I want to say is that whether the person who died due to a medical malpractice is my son or not, I will let the medical management department intervene in the investigation and give justice to the deceased," said Mayor Mark Vader. "Mayor Mark Vader, I am a reporter from XX Evening News. I heard that the lieutenant governor's son also died in this medical malpractice like your son. Is there any connection between them?" The question was asked by a reporter from a local media, which made Mark Vader a little annoyed. "In my territory, why are you joining the fun? They were attacked, and hospitalized together by the thugs. I don't know if there is any connection because I have just arrived here like you. I don't know the other situations yet," said Mark Vader. "Is that so?" "Mayor Mark Vader, I heard that your young master and Savon geese were not attacked by the thugs, but they were injured by the Good Samaritans because they intended to molest the international celebrity, Shuya." This time, it was still a local newspaper reporter who spoke, but this newspaper belonged to the media group where Lochlering was. Although the reporter's question was sharper than the previous people, Mark Vader had no way to deal with it. After all, Senator Lochlering was not on good terms with him on the surface. They had been scheming against each other for a long time. How could his people let him go so easily in this case? "There is no such thing," Mark Vader flatly denied. "This is a rumor. These are some people with ulterior motives. They want to create some trouble for me, so they spread such rumors." "Is it?" "I don't think so." The reporter continued. "We learned that Chief Norton was dismissed by you because of his impartiality in enforcing the law. Instead, the newly appointed Chief Croft turned your son and Savon Geese, the two suspects, into victims and sent them to the hospital. This is slander, blatant slander." Mark Vader was suddenly anxious. He didn't understand why these reporters did not pursue this medical accident in the hospital, but pointed the spearhead at him. Under the instigation of the reporter, several liberal online media reporters also began to show their sharpness. According to the internal staff of the police station released them because of the intervention of Mayor Mark Vader. "Is that so?" "That is to say, this incident is entirely because of you. If you didn't insist on letting your son and Savon Geese go, they would not be hospitalized. Then there would not be this medical accident, right? Your son is equivalent to dying under your doting. Is this right? This is a punishment from God. A person who has done too many bad things will be punished eventually." Mark Vader was going crazy. He didn't understand how these inside stories were spread and how these reporters knew about it. But one thing he understood was that once these news were published in the newspapers and the internet tomorrow, the mayor would soon step down. Beads of sweat fell, and Mark Vader had to wave his hand. "I am anxious to see my son's situation now. If there is anything, we will talk about it later. Then, you admit the previous facts, right?" The reporter said unrelentingly. Mark Vader ignored these reporters and walked quickly to the hospital. So, the reporters recorded it in their notebooks. Mayor Mark Vader expressed his acquiescence to the above facts. Seeing his son lying in the cold morgue, Mark Vader only felt that he was going crazy. Am I really wrong? Is all this caused by me? At the same time, the lieutenant governor was also on his way to the hospital. Unfortunately, like Mark Vader before, he was surrounded by a group of reporters at the entrance of the hospital, and he was asked similar questions. However, the question asked became, "Excuse me, Mr. Lieutenant Governor, did you instruct Mayor Mark Vader to do this?" This made the lieutenant governor very annoyed. "Lieutenant Governor, what should I do now?" Seeing the lieutenant governor in the morgue, Mark Vader quickly asked as if he saw a life-saving straw. "Umph." The lieutenant governor was also very annoyed with Mark Vader. His son inexplicably died in the hospital. If Malajbin didn't die with him, he would really tear Mark Vader apart. "What can I do?" The first task now is to clarify public opinion, and then investigate the cause of this medical accident. But those reporters, Mark Vader was very worried about this. After all, these bad things were done by him. He was the one who specifically operated it. The lieutenant governor just hinted at his affairs. "I will look for my connections again." Although the lieutenant governor was also immersed in the pain of losing his son, there were some things that had to be dealt with. Moreover, he was stronger than Mark Vader. At least he had 3 sons, and Mark Vader only had 1 son. Unfortunately, the next day, the headlines of many newspapers and the headlines of online portals showed news reports of Mark Vader interfering with justice and causing his son's death. Mark Vader read these newspapers and web pages in the office, and he almost had a heart attack and was hospitalized. At this time, the phone rang in inappropriate time. "Croft, what's the matter?" Mark Vader picked up the phone impatiently. "Bro, this time something happened. You have to save me. I have only been the bureau chief for a day. I don't want to step down immediately. I still have many children at home waiting for me to support. I can't not have a job. Even if you help me deal with it, I can be an ordinary police officer. Croft didn't have much ability. He was nothing except for flattery. When he saw the report in the newspaper, he knew that he was done for this time. So he quickly called his backer, Mark Vader. He didn't think about it. At this time, his backer, Mark Vader, was already unable to protect himself. How could Mark Vader have the time to care about him? Sure enough, Mark Vader said perfunctorily, "Okay, I got it. It's okay. That's good. That's good." For Mark Vader, Croft could only trust him blindly. Originally, Mark Vader still had a glimmer of hope, but now the pressure from the outside world was getting bigger and bigger. Many citizens called the city government to ask Mark Vader about the authenticity of the matter. Many voters who voted for Mark Vader also shouted that they were fooled. They spontaneously formed a forum to crusade against Mark Vader on the internet, to crusade against Mark Vader's series of practices. Under the pressure, Mark Vader had to submit his resignation. It was impossible for him to continue to be the mayor. The council passed Mark Vader's resignation and voted to let Loechlering be the acting mayor for this term. Croft also stepped down. His dream of becoming a police officer could not be realized. He was taken away with Mark Vader for investigation. Norton, on the other hand, was once again the chief of police. All of this took less than a day for the dust to settle. Although Yang Ming didn't know much about politics, it was not difficult to see through a series of changes. All of them were instructed by Old Buffon. Even Old Buffon only hinted that everything would be handled by his subordinates. At the same time, the lieutenant governor also stepped down, but who replaced him was not Yang Ming's concern. But without thinking, it must be Old Buffon's people. Mark Vader's family was also ruined. Not only did he lose the mayor's position, but his son also passed away. However, he had no choice. When he later heard people hinting that he had offended the Buffon family, Mark Vader could only accept his fate. At this time, she had already woken up. She was lying in bed watching the news on TV. Yang Ming was by her side at the moment. Wang Xiaoyan had already left tactfully. Those who want to harm you have gotten the retribution they deserve. Yang Ming pointed to the TV screen and said, Malajbin and Savon Geese both died from medical accidents. Suyao widened her eyes and looked at the report on the news incredulously. Both of them are dead. If they aren't dead, will they still be alive? Yang Ming said very calmly, "I will not let go of the people who hurt you. You also have power here." Suyao is not stupid. Since Malajbin and Savon Geese died from medical accidents instead of being assassinated, it proved that Yang Ming was also very powerful in the local area. Otherwise, it was impossible to operate such a result. Moreover, it could be seen from the resignation of both of their fathers that Yang Ming's power was not small. "I have some power. In the future, if you want to hold a concert elsewhere, tell me first. I will help you arrange it. Then, you won't be bullied by others. You will also be asked to accompany others to drink. You will be bullied." Yang Ming held Shuya's small hand and said, "If this time I am not there and something happens to you, what should I do?" She was also scared for a while. It was also her first time holding an international concert. In the past, she had always been in her father's sphere of influence, and there had never been any accidents. This time, Suya also understood that being a celebrity was actually very difficult. Chapter 1135. I know. Suya nodded with grievance. "I will tell you in the future. If it's too hard, don't be a celebrity. Just sing and perform for us at home. There are many audiences anyway." Yang Ming smiled. "The girl before? Who is she? Why haven't I seen her before?" Suya blushed when she heard Yang Ming say this. She thought of Yang Ming's women and asked with slight annoyance. She's a partner in my career." Yang Ming didn't hide the identity of Wang Xiaoyan from Suya. He didn't know why, but in front of Suya, Yang Ming didn't want to hide anything. Is it really just a partner? Suya obviously didn't believe it, and Suya sensed something from Wang Xiaoyan's eyes when she looked at Yang Ming. Ugh! Yang Ming was suddenly embarrassed. He didn't expect Suya to be so observant. Wang Xiaoyan left the room after she woke up. Suya noticed something at that moment. What are you nervous about? Suya saw Yang Ming's embarrassment and smiled slightly. She's the same kind of person as you, right? Are you here to perform the mission together? Yang Ming's eyes suddenly showed a surprised look. Although Yang Ming said that Wang Xiaoyan was his partner, he didn't say what kind of partner it was, but Yang Ming guessed it at once. This made Yang Ming very impressed and surprised. Don't be so surprised. In fact, I was just guessing. Suya saw Yang Ming's surprised look and smiled. If you come to talk about business, you must bring Zhang Bin or Chen Mingyan. You brought her, which explains some problems. You're not here to talk about business. Then, we met for the first time. She should also be your help in that aspect, right? Who are you here to kill this time? Is it Malajbin and the others? No, I went to Africa to deal with some affairs. Yang Ming said, North Africa's country X, a small country. You may not have heard of it. It is so dangerous. Suya sighed. However, it is good to have a girl by your side who can take care of you. After all, we can't intervene in your affairs. It's good that you can understand. Yang Ming didn't expect Suya to be so open-minded. She didn't mind Wang Xiaoyan's matter at all. In fact, it was impossible to say that Suya didn't mind at all. After all, a girl's mind was always jealous and narrow-minded. However, she was not by Yang Ming's side for many years. She couldn't take care of Yang Ming at all, especially when Yang Ming often ran around the world. If there was a girl like him to take care of him, it could also reduce Suya's worry. Why can't I understand? Suya smiled and said, I'm not that kind of jealous woman. Take me to see her. Now, are you feeling better? Yang Ming looked at Suya with some worry. I'm not sick. I just took some sleeping medicine. Not only am I not uncomfortable, but I have a good sleep. It's comfortable. Suya stretched a little and said, in the past few days, I haven't recovered from the jet lag, so I haven't been able to sleep well. Now it's good. I can sleep peacefully. Is it because Malajbin did a good thing with bad intentions? Yang Ming smiled and said, if I knew this, then I would have let them go. Oh, people are dead. You still say that. Good or bad? Suya didn't have much feeling about these killings. After all, the gangs in Hong Kong were even more so. Sometimes it was easy to kill a person. Suya's father had a gang, so Suya could usually get in touch with some inside information. Then, should I call Yin Yin for you? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. Suya nodded. You go. Yang Ming got up and went out of Suya's room. He didn't know why Suya was so anxious to find Wang Xiaoyan, but he still did as she said. How is it? Wang Xiaoyan saw Yang Ming coming out of the room and quickly asked with concern. Nothing, but little you said she wants to see you. Yang Ming felt that he was a little awkward when he spoke. See me? What do you want to see me for? Wang Xiaoyan was stunned and asked suspiciously. I don't know. You go. She knows our relationship. You don't have to deny anything. Right? Don't quarrel. Yang Ming said. What are you quarreling about? What kind of person do you think I am? Wang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and walked into the room. As for what the two people said and did, Yang Ming could see it with his special ability, but he didn't do so. Sometimes it was better to give them some free space. If he knew everything, then he would lose the original joy of life. Walking in the direction of the living room, old Buffon and his wife were watching TV at the moment. Yang Ming glanced at the TV screen. It was actually the original Chinese version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. It was the classic version of the 1983 version. Yang Ming didn't know if this TV series was released in English, but old Buffon was familiar with Chinese. It was not strange that he could understand the Chinese version. Old Buffon was very excited, but Mrs. Buffon had no interest in the fighting and killing. Her Chinese was not very good. Now, she was just watching with old Buffon. Master, is Master's wife Shu okay? Old Buffon had learned about the relationship between Yang Ming and Shuya from Wang Xiaoyan. He also understood why Yang Ming was so angry. Therefore, old Buffon simply went all the way. After sending people to kill Malajbin and Savon Geese, he also destroyed their father. However, old Buffon really admired Yang Ming. The big star, Shuya, was actually one of Master's lovers. No wonder Master was so enthusiastic about this star. He had already called Wang Xiaoyan as Master's wife. Old Buffon was a bit embarrassed about how to address Shuya. If he called her Master's wife, It was easy to get mixed up. He didn't know who he was calling. If he didn't call her master's wife, it would be disrespectful. So after a long time of thinking, he came up with the idea of adding the surname in front. So it became Master's Wife Wang and Master's Wife Shu. This was also difficult for old Buffon. Even if it was a Chinese native, it was not easy to think of this name, let alone old Buffon. Nothing much. I slept. Now I am in good spirits. I'm talking to Yin Yin. Yang Ming smiled and sat on the sofa. He pointed to the legend of the Condor heroes on TV and said, "Do you also like to watch martial arts dramas?" Old Buffon sighed in his heart. Master is so badass. He can actually let the two masters' wives get along well, but I can't do it. Although old Buffon had a lover when he was young, he looked for it behind his wife's back. How could he dare to disclose it? Yeah, if only I could be like the heroes in this show. Old Buffon yearned for the skills of the people in the TV series. There are some exaggerated elements in the TV. Although Chinese martial arts are extensive and profound, it is definitely not to the point of leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls in internal strength. Yang Ming smiled and said, "So, you don't have to be too persistent, but it still has the effect of strengthening the body and quickly subduing the enemy." Of course, I know that there are exaggerated elements in the TV series, but it is not all of them. At least, Master, you are Master. You are proficient in the technique of pressing acupoints, and your external kung fu is good. Although I don't know if you can float on water, leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls is definitely possible. Old Buffon said very seriously, "You don't have to flatter me, even if you don't say it. I will teach you martial arts with all my heart. It's just that at your age, those leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls are really not suitable to learn. Don't mention the external kung fu of thrusting training. It can only be applied internally and externally to change your physique." "Right, the Chinese medicine that I gave you before, did you take it on time?" asked Yang Ming. "I take it on time every day." Old Buffon nodded quickly and said, "The effect of this medicine is very significant. I obviously feel that my body is much stronger than before. And I also noticed it, so this time I have to give you an appropriate change to the prescription." Yang Ming said to old Buffon, "You go and find a pen and paper. I will write a new prescription for you." "Okay." Old Buffon quickly stood up and went to find a pen and paper. In fact, these things could be ordered to be done by the servant, but old Buffon still went to get it personally. According to old Buffon's current situation, Yang Ming modified a new prescription for him. Old Buffon took it excitedly. As a matter of fact, this prescription was quite important. If he didn't meet Yang Ming by chance, he wouldn't be able to get it no matter how much money he had. Moreover, the previous prescription was already very precious. Yang Ming could rewrite the prescription according to his improved situation, which was even more difficult. Thinking of this, old Buffon was somewhat happy that he brought Yang Ming back to Europe as a guest. Although some unpleasant things happened, they were now resolved. He believed that his master was still very satisfied with the current handling method. "Master, this prescription, can my wife take it?" Old Buffon hesitated and asked. After all, old Buffon's situation had undergone a huge change. Mrs. Buffon also saw it. At first, Mrs. Buffon was dismissive of this bitter medicinal soup, but which woman didn't want to be beautiful? Didn't she want to be younger? Especially when old Buffon was getting more and more energetic. Mrs. Buffon was also anxious. Although she was much younger than old Buffon, if she were to develop according to the current situation, she might be the one to die first. Mrs. Buffon suddenly became anxious. When she boiled the medicine this time, she boiled more and drank some secretly. However, the result was vomiting and diarrhea. After old Buffon found out about this, he was very angry. He sternly reprimanded Mrs. Buffon and told her that the prescription was based on the person. Chinese medicine was different from Western medicine. Chinese medicine was tailor-made for each different person. Moreover, there was a difference between men and women. How could this medicine be drunk indiscriminately? Vomiting and diarrhea was considered good. It was good enough that she didn't die from drinking it. How would Mrs. Buffon understand this? She was shocked by old Buffon's words. She was so lucky that she managed to keep her life. However, Although old Buffon reprimanded his wife's recklessness, he also wanted his wife to live a long life with him. Therefore, he was thick-skinned to ask his master for advice at this time. When Mrs. Buffon saw that old Buffon didn't forget her at this time, she was very sweet in her heart. Her eyes were full of deep love. Hee, this is definitely not possible, but I can give her a new prescription and a simple training plan based on your wife's situation. Yang Ming laughed after listening. Old Buffon and Mrs. Buffon were both delighted at the same time. Mrs. Buffon now understood the importance of Yang Ming's prescription. She was so happy that she kept thanking him. What are you still doing? Old Buffon blamed his wife for her lack of judgment. He glared at her and said, "Hurry up and kneel on the ground to acknowledge your master." This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Old Buffon didn't want to miss it. Yang Ming didn't accept apprentices easily. Now that he had given his wife a prescription and a training plan, it was almost the same as being her master, so he immediately urged his wife to acknowledge him as her master. Mrs. Buffon didn't think as much as old Buffon. At this time, when she heard old Buffon asking her to acknowledge him as her master, she was slightly stunned, but she immediately understood old Buffon's meaning. However, she was a little hesitant in her heart. It wasn't because she had to kneel to Yang Ming, but because she was afraid that Yang Ming would reject her. What are you thinking about? Hurry up. Old Buffon urged impatiently. When he saw that Yang Ming didn't refuse, it should be an acquiescence. He was afraid that Yang Ming would regret it in a while, so he urged his wife with some resentment. Okay. Mrs. Buffon quickly knelt in front of Yang Ming. "Master, please accept your apprentice's worship." These words were said on TV with old Buffon all the time, so she was familiar with it. After 3 respectful kowtows, Yang Ming nodded slightly and said, "Okay, you can get up." Mrs. Buffon suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She was just afraid that Yang Ming would refuse. Now that Yang Ming said so, it was obvious that he had agreed to accept her as his apprentice. Congratulations, junior sister. Old Buffon was also very happy. He was particularly excited that Yang Ming could give him such a big face. "What junior sister?" Mrs. Buffon didn't react for a while and asked in a daze. "I entered the door first, so I'm the senior brother." "You're the junior sister," old Buffon explained. "Why are you so stupid?" It turned out to be like this. Mrs. Buffon laughed after listening. Yang Ming gave her a Chinese medicine prescription according to Mrs. Buffon's situation and then gave her a simple training plan. He let her practice for a few months to see how the progress was before making the next plan. Mrs. Buffon quickly thanked him. Old Buffon was also grateful to Yang Ming. He felt that he owed Yang Ming too much and couldn't repay him. As the saying goes, a master is like a father. If he teaches you kung fu, you can't repay him no matter how much you repay him. Old Buffon thought so at the moment. In fact, for Yang Ming, many of these were just a small effort. What old Buffon did had already compensated Yang Ming with equivalent value. But old Buffon didn't think so. He thought that what he did was just a small effort, and Yang Ming taught him kung fu. This was the most valuable thing. There were footsteps on the stairs. Yang Ming looked up but found Shuya and Wang Xiaoyan walking down the stairs side by side. In front of old Buffon, Yang Ming still called Suya as Shuya, but it was a bit messy. Yang Ming simply called her Little Ya. "Little Ya, Yin, why did you come out?" Yang Ming was a little surprised. Why didn't Shuya lie down a little longer? It was a little uncomfortable to lie down, so I wanted to get up and walk. Shuya smiled. "I haven't seen the night scene of Europe yet. Yin suggested that we go out together. That's fine too." Yang Ming felt that it was also necessary for Shuya to go outside and breathe some fresh air and relax. Now that Malajben's matter was solved, he was not afraid that someone would harass them again. "I'm going to prepare the car." Yang Ming wanted to go out, so old Buffon was naturally the role of being at his beck and call, even though he was a role that had hundreds of responses in front of others. Yang Ming nodded and did not refuse. If he was always polite to old Buffon, it would bring psychological pressure to him. He would think that Yang Ming didn't really treat him as an apprentice, so Yang Ming simply let it be. Only when old Buffon fulfilled the obligation of being an apprentice, his heart would be at peace. The luxurious Bentley limousine drove out of Old Buffon's manor. The driver was Old Buffon himself, and Mrs. Buffon was sitting next to him. Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, and Shuyi were sitting in the back of the car. Yang Ming, the person driving in front, is from the Buffon family. Just now in front of Old Buffon, Shuya hesitated several times. Now there were only a few people in the car, so Shuya could ask Yang Ming. Yes, he is the patriarch of the Buffon family, Old Buffon. Yang Ming nodded and said, "The person I'm talking about is him. In the future, if you have any trouble in Europe, you can find him. You don't have to be polite." "Ah, it's really him." Shuya was shocked when she heard Yang Ming's affirmation at the moment. She didn't expect that the patriarch of the Buffon family, who was high up, would actually be Yang Ming's follower, and he would personally act as Yang Ming's driver. There is nothing to be surprised about. Didn't you hear him call you master's wife, Shu? Yang Ming smiled and said, "He is my apprentice, and his wife has just become my apprentice. So, if you're polite to him in the future, he will think that I want to expel him from the sect. So, don't add any psychological burden to him." Shuya listened to Yang Ming's words and suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Yang Ming was becoming more and more mysterious. Although she knew a lot of things about Yang Ming, she didn't understand these little things. If she knew that Yang Ming knew the patriarch, Old Buffon, then she wouldn't have to attend the banquet yesterday. "What else have you not told me?" Shuya asked Yang Ming. "These little things are too many. Otherwise, you don't want to be a celebrity and stay with me. Then, you will know everything." Yang Ming thought about it and instigated. "I'm afraid this won't work. If I don't want to do it, there needs to be a process." Shuya sighed helplessly. "Give me some time. Believe me, I will quit." "And I understand." Yang Ming nodded. He also knew that a public figure like Shuya couldn't quit just because she wanted to. There had to be a gradual process. Chapter 1136. Although Old Buffon was very famous, there were not many people who had seen him. Most of these people were celebrities at the top of the pyramid. Now, Old Buffon was like an ordinary old man, walking on the street with his wife. They were like a middle-aged couple. There was nothing special about them. Yang Ming, on the other hand, was holding Wang Xiaoyan and Shuya as he walked in front of them. He looked like a playboy who came out to have fun, but it was not unusual. In fact, on the streets at night, most of the people like Yang Ming were playboys who came out to have fun. "I haven't had this kind of ordinary feeling for a long time," Old Buffon said emotionally as he held his wife's hand. When they came out before, they were either with a team or with many guards. There was no sense of freedom at all. Yet it turns out that this kind of tranquility is so good. Mrs. Buffon had not been so relaxed for decades. After marrying Old Buffon, she lived a life of not leaving the house. But it is only when I come out with Master and Master's wife that I have such a sense of security. With them, even a team of guards can't compare to it. Old Buffon was somewhat complacent. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't need much makeup, but Shuya was a public figure. At this moment, she had to wear a pair of large sunglasses to cover her face, but it couldn't hide her beauty. Walking on the street, she attracted a lot of young men's attention. "Yang Ming, look at that person." Suddenly, Wang Xiaoyan, who was next to Yang Ming, squeezed his hand and said softly. In fact, without Wang Xiaoyan's reminder, Yang Ming had already noticed that there was a man in a black trench coat not far from them. This person was actually the god of racing, Charles, whom they met in Songjiang. "What's wrong?" Shuya looked at Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan with a little doubt. She didn't know why they suddenly stopped. "I saw an acquaintance," Yang Ming whispered, "but I don't want him to see us here." Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan had always been very ordinary in front of Charles, but it was somewhat inexplicable for them to suddenly appear in Europe. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan felt that Charles's behavior was sneaky, so they wanted to see what he was doing. They saw that Charles's cap was lowered and the collar of his trench coat was raised, covering most of his face. If it weren't for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan having a deep impression of this person, they wouldn't recognize him immediately. Charles lingered there as if he was waiting for someone. "Yang, Lilia, you go with Old Buffon first. Yin Yin and I will go later." "Okay." Old Buffon nodded and took his wife to leave first. He also understood that since Yang Ming said so, there must be something big. Shuya also knew that Yang Ming must have something important to do. Since he asked Wang Xiaoyan to stay, Shuya also guessed what it was. She nodded immediately. She was not an indecisive woman. She understood that staying here would only bring trouble to Yang Ming. If something happened and Yang Ming had to protect her, it would seriously affect the efficiency of Yang Ming's plan. Wang Xiaoyan was different. She didn't need Yang Ming's protection. The reason why Yang Ming handed Shuya over to Old Buffon and his wife was because he was very relieved. In Europe, no one dared to touch the Old Buffon family. After the three people left, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan hid in the dark, quietly observing Charles's movements. After a closer look, Yang Ming found that Charles was not waiting for someone, but he was looking in the direction of a tea house in the distance, deep in thought. What is this guy looking at? When Yang Ming said this, he also looked in the direction of the tea house with his special ability. Who knows? Could it be that he wants to assassinate someone? Wang Xiaoyan guessed. There were not many people in the tea house. Looking at the situation, it seemed to be reserved. Many black-shirt people stood at the door and walked back and forth. Inside the tea house, only one person was sitting at a table. It was a somewhat dignified old man, quietly waiting for something. Next to him was a blonde girl. Although she could be said to be very beautiful, according to Yang Ming's Oriental aesthetic, he was not interested in this kind of European-style beauty. After a while, the old man looked at the watch on his wrist and frowned. It seemed that he was probably waiting for someone, and that person had not come yet. There's an old man and a young foreign girl in the tea house. They seem to be waiting for someone. Yang Ming said to Wang Xiaoyan, "Could it be that they are waiting for Charles?" Wang Xiaoyan said casually, "Waiting for Charles?" Yang Ming was stunned. He originally thought that Charles was observing the target, but now it seemed that this was not the case. How did you see it? Wang Xiaoyan was a little curious. She and Yang Ming stood together. She didn't even see the person in the tea house, but Yang Ming actually saw it so carefully. My eyesight is better. Yang Ming could only explain it this way. He still hid something from Wang Xiaoyan. Why do I feel that you are like Conan with electronic glasses? Wang Xiaoyan glanced at Yang Ming and said, "I will take a closer look. Maybe it is someone I know." After that, she walked forward without waiting for Yang Ming to speak. Although Yang Ming wanted to stop her, he thought about it later. This road was not very wide, and there was no shelter on the side of the road. If they were too close, they would inevitably be discovered by Charles. But even if Charles discovered it, he didn't care. At most, they could sit down and talk together. Yang Ming would not be afraid of him. The old man in the tea house looked at the time again and frowned suddenly. Yang Ming guessed that it was probably because the appointed time had passed, so the old man had this expression. The old man took out his phone and dialed a number. What made Yang Ming a little surprised was that Charles actually took out his phone at the same time. He glanced at it, then pressed the button to hang up. The old man frowned and put down the phone. Then he picked up the phone irritably and continued to dial the number just now. Charles fumbled for his phone again. "Hello." Charles picked up the phone. "Where are you? When are you coming?" "It is already half an hour later than the appointed time," asked the old man. "I have something to do at the last minute, so I won't go." Charles's confidence was obviously lacking. "You're nearby, right? I will ask someone to find you." The old man hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Then, he instructed a black-shirt man waiting beside him. The black-shirt man took the other black-shirt men out of the tea house and began to search in all directions near the tea house. After Charles hung up the phone and saw this scene, he suddenly turned around and ran toward Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan's attention was on the tea house over there. She didn't expect Charles, who was not far in front of her, to suddenly turn around and run toward her. Wang Xiaoyan was suddenly shocked. Wang Xiaoyan didn't know the conversation between the old man and Charles. When she saw Charles suddenly turn around, she thought that Charles found her trace. She didn't think about dodging, but put on a posture of facing the enemy. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Ming wanted to call Wang Xiaoyan, but it was too late because Charles had already seen the existence of Wang Xiaoyan. There was also a hint of surprise on Charles's face. What are you going to do?" Charles asked in a panic. He didn't understand why Wang Xiaoyan suddenly appeared here and blocked in front of him. Is she someone hired by my father? What am I going to do? Wang Xiaoyan was suddenly stunned. Didn't you discover me? What did I discover about you? Charles heard Wang Xiaoyan's words and knew that there must be a misunderstanding between the two. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Don't talk about it. Hurry up and run. We'll talk later. With that, Charles took to his heels. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan couldn't figure out the current situation, so they had to run with Charles. The three people were like a street marathon, running forward together. After running about 4 or 5 streets, Charles stopped. Fortunately, the three people were all assassins and had received strict physical training. So, after running so far, no one showed any signs of physical exhaustion or panting. They were all fine. Charles knew his own situation, so he was not surprised that he was fine. However, he had strong doubts about Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. It was reasonable to say that except for athletes, any normal person who had run such a long distance without any preparation would feel more or less uncomfortable. At the very least, they would gasp for breath. After all, exercising for such a long time would increase their lung capacity. However, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan did not have any adverse reactions. This made Charles very curious. Do you often exercise? In bed exercise. Yang Ming nodded and said seriously. Charles was stunned. Let's not talk about this. Why did you run just now? Yang Ming also saw Charles's suspicion, so he said bed exercise to divert Charles's attention. How can I not run? Didn't you see people coming out of the tea room to catch me? Charles said with lingering fear. Catch you? What do they want to catch you for? Asked Yang Ming. It's a long story. Charles was not familiar with Yang Ming, so he didn't say too much. Are you free? Sit down and have a few drinks together. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. Let's go. We have nothing to do anyway. Yang Ming nodded and said. So, the three of them entered a small bar on the side of the road, found a small private room, and sat down. Charles, now you can't deny it, right? Do you have an industry in Europe? Asked Wang Xiaoyan with a half-smile. Charles didn't have a surprised expression. After all, when he talked to Yang Ming before, he had already admitted that he had an industry in Europe. It seems that you know me very well. Charles did not deny what Wang Xiaoyan said before. Who are you? I think we seem to know each other by accident. It's really just an accident, Yang Ming said. However, there's one thing that I don't think I need to hide. If there is no accident, we should be in the same industry. Same industry, what do you mean? Charles was stunned. You also race. You should understand what I mean. Yang Ming continued. I'm not a racer, but I'm an assassin. Yang Ming had learned from Wang Xiaoyan that Charles had no conflict with her. There was no deep hatred between the two, so Yang Ming didn't intend to beat around the bush with Charles. If he wanted to expand an unknown assassin group, in addition to his own strength, he had to work hard to get to know some helpers. Charles's family was the best helper. It was the third assassin group in the world, second only to the king of assassins and the butterfly family. To be honest, Yang Ming didn't want to have anything to do with the butterfly family in his heart. Yang Ming was a more casual person. He didn't like the kind of life that others arranged for him. Although Fang Tian was his master, he didn't want to marry a so-called little princess of the butterfly family according to his master's wishes. This kind of marriage without love was destined to fail and be a tragedy. Although the king of assassins was ranked first in the world, its population was too thin. Except for Fang Tian, who was a general without an army, there were only 2 people left, Yang Ming and Dongjun. Dongjun was a master thief, not an assassin. Then, only Yang Ming could act. Although he had the title of the king of assassins, the resources that he could borrow were limited. Yang Ming could rely on the power of the butterfly family. He believed that the butterfly family was willing to provide the necessary resources, but the marriage contract had become a thorn in Yang Ming's heart. He didn't want to trouble the butterfly family. The more he owed them, the harder it would be to repay them. In the end, it would be fucked up if he had to repay the debt with his body. Therefore, Yang Ming had no choice but to find a third party for help. After Yang Ming knew Charles's identity, He locked his eyes on Charles. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to find a suitable opportunity to talk to Charles openly after returning to Songjiang. However, he didn't expect to meet Charles in Europe by accident. Although this was a bit rushed, since Charles had already seen Yang Ming's existence, Yang Ming also made up his mind and revealed his identity. What? Charles's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect that Yang Ming was actually an assassin. However, people in the assassin world rarely knew that he was the heir of the family. How did this Yang Ming know? Don't rush to deny it. The reason why I told you so much is that there is no conflict of interest or hostile relationship between us, so we can sit together and talk so much. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. Yang Ming smiled faintly. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Charles was obviously disdainful. Although he was committed to the traffic jam business, he had also undergone very strict assassin training since he was a child. Not everyone could kill him just because they wanted to. Really, Charles reached for the wine glass on the table disdainfully, but he suddenly found that the wine glass had disappeared. When he looked up, the wine glass was quietly placed in front of Yang Ming. Charles was suddenly shocked. When did Yang Ming take the wine glass? Charles didn't notice at all. If Yang Ming did something at this time, then he might be dead now. Thinking of this, Charles suddenly had a cold sweat. You who asked you to come? No one asked us to come. Yang Ming shook his head. I didn't want to see you here. My idea was to find a chance to talk to you in detail after I returned to Songjiang, but I didn't expect to meet you here. What do you want? Charles looked at Yang Ming nervously. Nothing yet. I just want to contact you in this identity. Yang Ming said, I think we can talk about the specific plan in detail after we return to Songjiang. Do you mean that the two sides cooperate? Charles was not stupid. He immediately understood Yang Ming's meaning. Almost. Yang Ming nodded and said, Since you know my identity, then you probably understand my situation. Charles suddenly smiled bitterly. I'm actually not interested in the career of those assassins. My favorite career is racing. This is my ideal and pursuit. As for the family, I feel bored just thinking about it. I have heard of this, Yang Ming said, but are you going to keep going like this? As far as I know, you're the only heir of your family. If you go racing, what will happen to your family? Yang Ming's words seemed to hurt Charles's heartstrings. Charles bowed his head in pain. He kept grabbing his hair with his hand, and his face was very painful. I understand what you said, but if I do something I don't like just for the family, I will go crazy. Really? Yang Ming looked at Charles's current appearance, and he had some sympathy in his heart. The children of these big families were doomed at birth. In the eyes of outsiders, although they had infinite glory, they had their own difficulties. They also wanted to have their own life. Charles in front of him was like this, but thinking about it, wasn't Wang Xiaoyan next to him the same? She created the world's #1 assassin organization. Wasn't it a tool for her family to compromise with her? I know, but everyone has their own responsibilities. This is decided at birth. There is no way to avoid it. Yang Ming sighed and said, The person in the tea room just now is my father. He asked me to go back in the name of matchmaking, but I know that he wants to catch me and put me under house arrest. I won't be fooled, said Charles. Charles's words made Yang Ming slightly stunned. He didn't expect the old man in the tea room to be Charles's father. This family is really dramatic. The father calculates the son, and the son calculates the father. Chapter 1137. So, I can't help you with the cooperation. I don't want to have anything to do with the family's affairs. Charles shrugged and said, I understand. Yang Ming didn't want to force Charles. He stood up and patted his shoulder. Then you take care. I hope to see you in Songjiang. Of course, I will go back. I still want to pursue Miss Zhou. Charles said seriously. Damn, are you asking for a beating? Yang Ming listened to Charles's words and was dumbfounded. He punched the kid. What are you thinking about? Isn't your girlfriend Miss Wang? Charles didn't care. He looked at Yang Ming with a provocative look. What does Miss Zhou's matter have to do with you? Yang Ming knew that this kid was using Wang Xiaoyan to divide him. In his opinion, Wang Xiaoyan was his girlfriend, so at this moment, he would not refute Zhou Judge's matter. If he refuted, Wouldn't he admit that he had a relationship with Zhou Jia? Charles's wishful thinking was very good, but what he didn't expect was that Wang Xiaoyan said indifferently after listening, "I am Yang Ming's lover. Zhou Jia is his girlfriend." Huh? Charles was stunned. Did this chick eat the wrong medicine? She said it so straightforwardly. Charles was stunned for a long time. Then he lowered his head helplessly. "Well, I admit that you're a badass, but I still have the right to pursue Miss Zhou. Do whatever you want. You're on your own." Yang Ming snorted. "I hope you still have this opportunity." "What do you mean?" Charles was dissatisfied with Yang Ming's words. "How do you know that I don't have a chance?" "Your dad is here." Yang Ming pointed outside the bar mysteriously. "Damn, are you lying?" Charles naturally didn't believe it and rolled his eyes. "Don't deceive me with such a low IQ lie. I won't be afraid. Do as you please." Yang Ming shrugged and stood up. He then left the bar with Wang Xiaoyan. At the entrance of the bar, Wang Xiaoyan suddenly froze. She looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. How did you know that someone came to his house?" "I guessed." Yang Ming smiled and looked at the large number of black-clothed people coming from all directions. They were the people he saw at the entrance of the tea house. "You guessed. Why do you think so?" Wang Xiaoyan asked curiously. "It's very simple. Do you think he can escape?" His mobile phone was probably installed with a satellite positioning system by his father or something else on his body, said Yang Ming. "That's right. That brat is unlucky. He doesn't even know it yet." Wang Xiaoyan smiled sweetly. Yang Ming took out his phone and called Old Buffon. "Where are you?" "At Wharton Street. In a casino," said Old Buffon. "How did you go to the casino?" Yang Ming suddenly frowned. He subconsciously didn't want Shuya to come into contact with that kind of place. An old friend opened a casino. Since they invited me, I was embarrassed to not go. So, I came to look around. "Where are you?" asked Old Buffon. When Yang Ming heard that it was opened by Old Buffon's friend, he was slightly relieved. He didn't want Shuya to come into contact with these things in society. "I don't know where I am." Yang Ming looked around. Just now, he was running wildly with Charles. Who knew where this place was? In this case, you stop a taxi and then come to Alice Casino. Old Buffon said, "It's very famous. All taxi drivers know about it." "Okay." Yang Ming hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Then, he said to Wang Xiaoyan, "These people actually went to the casino. Let's go and see." "Alice Casino?" Wang Xiaoyan listened thoughtfully. "I seem to have heard of it. Old Buffon also said that it's very famous. Let's go. Let's go." As Yang Ming said this, he stopped a taxi and went in the direction of Alice Casino with Wang Xiaoyan. "I remember. Alice is a very famous person. In Europe's upper class, it is not much worse than the Buffon family's power." Wang Xiaoyan suddenly said, "There's a famous cruise ship called Alice. Every year, celebrities from all over the world are invited to gather on the ship." Alice. Hearing this name, Yang Ming was shocked and remembered something. "When I first met Suya, wasn't it on the Alice? Could it be that Alice? The mysterious woman who is rumored to have royal aristocratic blood and even has the support of a country's forces? Why? Have you heard of it?" asked Wang Xiaoyan. "The first mission was on the Alice." Yang Ming whispered. Because the taxi here was not like the one in China, it was separated from the front and back. There was a partition in the middle, so if you whispered, the driver couldn't hear it at all. "Mission, Alice. Could it be?" Wang Xiaoyan was shocked and turned to look at Yang Ming. "Dorsk, did you kill him?" Yang Ming nodded. "It was a coincidence. At that time, this guy was trying to molest Shuya. As a result, Shuya saw the process of me killing him. At that time, I still wanted to kill him. I almost." Having said this, Yang Ming smiled with some self-deprecation. "It was almost a tragedy. No way. Isn't she your first love? What's wrong with your eyes? Can't you recognize her?" Wang Xiaoyan was a little surprised and didn't quite believe it. There were some changes in the middle. Shuya changed her appearance, so I didn't recognize her. When Yang Ming introduced Shuya to Wang Xiaoyan, he was in a hurry, so he didn't tell her these details. It turned out to be like this. Wang Xiaoyan was an assassin, so it was easier for her to accept disguises. The car stopped in front of a gorgeous palace. This was the Alice Casino that Old Buffon mentioned. Yang Ming paid the fare and got off with Wang Xiaoyan, but he saw that old Bufan was already standing at the door waiting for him. This made Yang Ming a little surprised. A person of old Bufan's status, especially in this kind of public occasion, was still very respectful to him and didn't care about the views of outsiders. This was really rare. Mr. Yang. Old Bufan remembered Yang Ming's instructions. His address to Yang Ming outside changed from Master to Mr. Yang. Why are you waiting for me here? You could just ask someone to pick me up, Yang Ming said helplessly. Old Bufan personally picked him up, which made him become the focus of attention. How can that be? Old Bufan smiled and then whispered, Don't worry, Master. These security guards don't recognize me. Yang Ming nodded and followed old Bufan into the casino with Wang Xiaoyan. They got on the elevator and came to the VIP room on the top floor of the casino. Pushing open the door of a room, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan walked in with old Bufan. They saw a girl about 15 years old, chatting happily with Shuya. Mrs. Bufan was sitting by the side, listening to the two girls with interest. After Yang Ming came in, the girl smiled apologetically at Shuya, then stood up and greeted Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. She said gracefully, Hello, welcome here, Uncle Bufan's guests. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. This girl is the owner of this place? She is only 15 years old, right? Could it be that she is Alice? Seeing that Yang Ming was a little stunned, old Bufan quickly said, Mr. Yang, this is Miss Alice, the owner of the casino. With old Bufan's affirmation, Yang Ming reached out his hand awkwardly and said, Hello, Yang Ming. Nice to meet you. Alice shook hands with Yang Ming with a smile. Then she pursed her lips and smiled. Why? Are you curious about my age? No, you misunderstood. Yang Ming was exposed, and he was even more embarrassed. I'm just curious. You should be a Westerner. The name Alice? My surname is AI, and my name is Alice. Can't I? Alice glared at Yang Ming. She was obviously not satisfied with his excuse. Okay. Yang Ming laughed twice, and his heart was shocked. The legendary Alice is actually a 15-year-old Eastern girl. Moreover, the language she uses is actually Chinese. If old Bufan's Chinese was the kind of strange European and American Chinese, then Alice's Chinese was pure Mandarin. This made it hard for Yang Ming to imagine the European girl would speak such a standard Chinese. Alice was a fan of Shuya. She sat back on the sofa and chatted with Shuya again. She didn't care about Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, old Bufan, and others. Yang Ming wasn't angry. Although Alice's identity might be very noble, in the end, she was still a 15-year-old child. Why would Yang Ming bother with her? Alice is like this. Don't bother with her. Old Bufan smiled. For this somewhat mysterious Alice, Yang Ming had a feeling that he couldn't figure out for the first time. How can a 15-year-old girl support such a huge business group? Even if she is a genius and has magical powers, it seems impossible. If there was no force behind her to do all this remotely, Yang Ming didn't believe it. However, these had nothing to do with Yang Ming, right? Yang Ming simply regarded Alice as a child, and he didn't go to investigate further. After a while, Alice said something to Shuya. Then she stood up and said to the people present, Sorry, there's a game today. I will leave first. Game? Yang Ming looked at old Bufan in confusion. A Korean gambling master came to challenge. It is said that he has won against several casino consultants in a row. Old Bufan said with a smile, Let's go. Let's go and have a look. Forget it. Yang Ming didn't want Shuya to come into contact with these gambling things. He didn't know why, but in his impression, Shuya was still a pure little girl. Well, then we won't go. Old Bufan said, Alice, then we won't watch the game. We will come and see you again when we have time. Okay, Uncle Bufan, but remember to bring Sister Shuya along, said Alice. Sure. Old Bufan smiled and nodded. Alice sent old Bufan and his wife, Shuya, and Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan to the elevator and left. After they entered the elevator, Alice took out her mobile phone and dialed a number. Brother, I saw Yang Ming. Alice said faintly. It wasn't clear what was said on the other side of the phone. Alice nodded and hung up the phone. Shuya's first concert tour in Europe opened as scheduled. Yang Ming Wang Xiaoyan, an old bouffon, and his wife sat together in the VIP seats, watching Shuya's performance on the stage. What surprised Yang Ming was that Alice also came, and she sat on the other side of Yang Ming. At this moment, she was holding a bag of popcorn and quietly watching Shuya on the stage. It was a picture of a quiet girl, which made Yang Ming more and more surprised. How was the huge business group behind Alice established? Here, Shuya's concert tracks were different from those in Asia. Many songs were replaced with English versions, and a few English old songs were added. However, Shuya's reserved tracks were still in Chinese. For example, Childhood Love and The Boy at the Same Table, etc. Previously, it seemed that no one knew about the small political earthquake caused by Shuya. Only a few people at the top knew about it. The fans present didn't know that such a thing had happened before. For the mayor's replacement, it was impossible for them to connect these things together. Hey, I want to tell you something. Yang Ming was immersed in Shuya's singing, but he was interrupted by Alice next to him. What? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He and Alice didn't talk much. They just knew each other. He didn't expect Alice to take the initiative to talk to him. I heard that you're very good at gambling. I want you to do me a favor, said Alice. How do you know? Yang Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with a move in his heart. I recognized you when I saw you at first sight that day. Alice said, I have seen your video record in Macau. It turned out to be like this. Yang Ming sighed. He didn't expect that his limelight in Macau had been known by most people. What's the favor? Since Alice already knew, Yang Ming had nothing to hide and asked directly. That Korean I lost. I want to ask you to help me win against him. Alice said, you can ask for any reward. Oh, are you so sure that I can win against him? Yang Ming smiled. Besides, I want your casino. Can you give it to me? Yes. Alice nodded with certainty. Alice Casino. I have 67% of the shares in my hand. I can give these shares to you as long as you can win against him. Originally, Yang Ming was just joking, but Alice's answer made Yang Ming somewhat stunned. Really give a casino to me? Are you kidding me? Yang Ming wants this casino, but he has no time to run it. Ugh, I'm just joking, Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. A real man keeps his word. What's wrong? You don't keep your word? Alice looked at Yang Ming contemptuously. Well, I promise you, but I don't want the casino, said Yang Ming. Then what do you want? Asked Alice. I want you. Yang Ming decided to tease this little girl. I'm not an adult yet. Alice was stunned, and then she understood what Yang Ming was referring to. Her face was slightly red. It doesn't matter. I like young ones, Yang Ming said with a weird uncle look, and according to your local law, 14 years old is considered an adult, right? Alice frowned. After a long while, she asked, Are you serious? Yang Ming nodded. Okay, deal. Alice bit her lip and said, But be careful not to let Shuya and Wang Xiaoyan know. Aren't you afraid that I will pester you? Yang Ming didn't expect Alice to agree to this excessive request, and he was a little surprised. He didn't want to compete with the Korean gambling master. Yang Ming came here to see Shuya in addition to performing the mission, so he wanted to be low-key and didn't want to become a public figure again. So, after Alice made this request, Yang Ming began to ask for a sky-high price. The first time he asked for this chick's casino, he didn't expect her to agree so readily. So, Yang Ming began to ask for more and more and put forward more excessive requests. But what Yang Ming didn't expect was that Alice actually agreed. This made Yang Ming very surprised. She can agree to this kind of request? Yang Ming said with some helplessness, I'm just kidding. Are you a man or not? Why are you so fussy? Alice frowned and said with some disdainful sarcasm. Yang Ming was a little annoyed. He thought, I'm not a man. I just don't want to argue with you. Seeing that you are a child, I put forward a few difficult requests to let you know the difficulties in retreat. If it were another person, I would have refused directly. I didn't expect you to agree to these few requests. This made Yang Ming a little angry, especially when he heard Alice say that he wasn't a man. He was even more upset, so he said coldly, I'm a clean freak. I don't like second-hand goods. In Yang Ming's view, if Alice could agree to his request, it proved that this chick was more open. He heard that there were many girls in Europe and the United States who had sex at the age of 12 or 13. It wasn't a rare thing at all, so Yang Ming said so. Don't worry, I'm very clean. It's the first time. Although Alice felt that Yang Ming's words were not so pleasant to hear, she still said it. Yang Ming was completely speechless this time. He didn't expect that his continuous difficulties were resolved by Alice. Well, when Yang Ming sighed with a tone of helplessness, he didn't want to do anything to Alice. Although Alice seemed to have developed in the places that should be developed, this made Yang Ming feel a sense of guilt. Yang Ming had not reached the level of perversion. These 2 days, I will contact you after I arrange it, said Alice. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Let's talk about it after you arrange it. I hope I haven't left yet. I will tell Uncle Buffon to let you stay for 2 more days, said Alice. Yang Ming thought, Alice probably doesn't know my relationship with old Buffon. She thinks that old Buffon can interfere with my actions, but let her think whatever she wants. Yang Ming was not willing to explain too much. Chapter 1138. Charles looked at the backs of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan and shrugged. He muttered unhappily, Do you think you are a god? How can you know my dad's whereabouts? Charles paid the bill and then staggered out of the bar. As soon as he went out, he was surrounded by people. Charles was obviously stunned. Young master, the leader of the black-shirt men bowed to Charles and said, Sorry, please come with us. You? How did you find this place? Charles was stunned and asked inexplicably, The master is in the car over there. The leader of the black-shirt men said faintly. AI. Charles couldn't help it. He sighed helplessly. Since things had come to this point, he could only follow the black-shirt men to see his father. Old Charles was sitting in an RV not far away. He was holding a GPS navigation device in his hand. Yang Ming guessed correctly. In Charles's mobile phone, old Charles had already hidden a GPS chip. It was just not easily turned on. When he just called, old Charles felt that something was wrong. He felt that Charles should be nearby, silently observing the movement in the tea room. So old Charles started the GPS positioning device and found Charles's location. Sure enough, Charles was nearby, and he ran from the direction of the tea room to the direction of a bar. Old Charles smiled slightly, got in the RV, and rushed in the direction of the bar. Turning off the GPS device in his hand and hiding the device, old Charles saw his son get in the RV. Dad. Charles got into the car unhappily and sat at the side. He lowered his head and looked like he was being bullied. Old Charles frowned. Charles, what do you mean by this? Are you playing hide-and-seek with me? No, Charles said without looking up. Then what do you mean? You came near the tea room, but you didn't come in and ran away? Old Charles said this and did not forget to explain. Don't think that my people didn't see you. Oomph. See me? I guess it's probably a GPS chip on my phone or something, right? Having said that, Charles took out his phone and threw it in front of old Charles. Old Charles was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect this matter to be discovered by Charles. He coughed and changed the topic. You are not young anymore. Why do you always play racing? Do you know that you still need to inherit the family business? Dad, I understand what you mean. Charles suddenly raised his head and said firmly, Dad, let's have a good talk. Talk. Old Charles was stunned and then said, Okay, then let's talk. I'll see what you want to talk to me about. Dad, I'm not joking. I'm talking to you about this very formally. Also, I hope you can complete this conversation with an equal and fair attitude. I don't want you to always use your own subjective consciousness as the topic. Charles hesitated for a moment and then said, Oh, old Charles smiled. Interesting. Well, I will listen to you. What do you want to talk about? Let's talk. Okay, Dad. I hope you will abide by your promise. After listening to my words, you can be more rational and don't yell, said Charles. Okay, I am an adult. I'm still more rational than you. Old Charles took a breath and said sternly. He also realized that this time, Charles might want to talk to him about the future of his life. Old Charles also knew that in the past few years, the relationship between the father and son had obviously become tense. Old Charles was very sad. He was old, and what he wanted most was for his son to often come to see him and talk to him. But because of the tension, Charles simply ignored him. Charles also avoided him, which made old Charles's heart very uncomfortable. Dad, in fact, you also know that my ambitions and interests are not to do the assassin's career at all. I have no interest in those things. Charles said, my hobby is car racing. Only in car racing can I find the joy of my life. Everything else is boring to me. I know this, but if you don't manage the family business, what about the family's businesses? Old Charles sighed and said, I am not young, and I can only hold on for a few years. What should I do then? Don't I care about these brothers who have gone through life and death together? Watch the big assassin group that I built be ruined and disbanded? I really don't want this. Dad, in fact, to put it bluntly, if the family business is in my hands, the ending will still be the same because I'm not good at this. Charles said, everyone has their own strengths. Everyone has their own ideals. I don't want you to bind me and let me do things I don't like to do. Not only will I not be happy, but I believe you will not be happy either. You really thought about it? You want to race as a career in the future? Old Charles said such a sentence after a long while. He looked at Charles with some old age. Are you sure? Yes, father, Charles said firmly. I have thought about it. This is my career and my pursuit. I don't want to be an assassin. I want to be a racer and gallop on the track. But what about the family business? Old Charles was a little helpless. It could be seen that Charles was determined. Otherwise, he would not be so determined. Charles was also a little embarrassed. He also understood that his father valued the family business very much. I personally created a small organization left by your grandfather into a deified assassin world and became the third assassin organization in the world. You can't imagine how much effort I have put in. For me, this assassin group is like my son. Although it is not as important as you, it is also a part of my life. Old Charles said with some helplessness and regret. However, if I had to choose between the assassin group and you, son, I would not hesitate to choose you. Charles's tears flowed down in an instant. He originally thought that the career was the first in his father's heart, but he did not expect that his father would say this today. This made the hostility and dissatisfaction in Charles's heart toward his father disappear in an instant. Dad! Charles held his father's hand, and the invisible barrier between the two of them disappeared. Son! Old Charles patted Charles on the shoulder. Well, you are right. I have figured it out. Everyone has their own dreams and pursuits. My dream is to make the assassin group that my father left for me bigger and stronger. I have done it, and I feel the joy of success. So, I shouldn't stop your dream. Since you want to race, then do it. From today onwards, I won't interfere with you anymore. Really? Charles couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Is this still my stubborn father? Of course it's true. Old Charles smiled lovingly. Your father is not as unenlightened as you think. At this moment, I have figured everything out. Whatever you want to do, you can do it boldly. I support you. Thank you for your understanding, father. Charles said very excitedly. Was there to say thank you to your own father? Old Charles smiled. But your assassin group? Charles had never considered the assassin group. Whatever he wanted to do had nothing to do with him. However, as the relationship between the father and son eased, Charles had to consider his father's feelings. For the assassin group, I can still support it for a few years. Old Charles said, at that time, I will see if I can find a suitable person to entrust it to. In short, I can't let this assassin group dissipate. It's just that there are too few people who have this ability. Charles listened to his father's words and suddenly thought of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan whom he met today. Aren't they looking for me to cooperate? Can they take over my family's industry? Wasn't Wang Xiaoyan interested in my family's industry before? Thinking of this, Charles said, Dad, I know two friends who are also assassins. They're trying to talk to me about cooperation. I refuse because I don't care about my family's affairs. Now that I think about it, can you cooperate with them? Oh. Old Charles was stunned. You also know people in the assassin world? How do they know your identity? I'm also very skeptical about this. My identity has always been very confidential. I don't know how they know. Charles shook his head. Then you have to be more cautious. Don't be a person with bad intentions. Old Charles said, what are their names? I have a business card they left me. Wait a minute. I will find it for you. As Charles said this, he took out the business card that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan had just left him from his pocket and handed it to his father. Black Butterfly Assassin Group? Old Charles was stunned. This assassin group has such a big tone. It is actually called Black Butterfly, which is only one word away from the world's second-ranked butterfly assassin group. Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan? Is this Wang Xiaoyan a woman? She is a woman? What's wrong? Charles was stunned. Dad, do you know her? Her surname is Wang. This name is so familiar. Is it her? Old Charles fell into contemplation. Dad, what are you talking about? What do you mean by her? Charles was somewhat inexplicable. How old is this girl? Asked old Charles. She should be around 18 or 19 years old. Like us. She is Oriental, said Charles. Then it should be. Old Charles nodded. I didn't expect it to be her. Hee. Then it is not surprising that she can know your identity. Moreover, she's actually called Black Butterfly. Interesting. Interesting. Dad, what are you talking to yourself for? Charles was really confused. Nothing. You don't know about the assassin world. Old Charles smiled. However, if it is really that person, I will be relieved to entrust my assassin group to her to help manage it. I really don't understand what you're talking about. Charles shook his head. But it doesn't matter. Since you think they have no problem, then you should meet them when you have the chance. And I will. Old Charles nodded and said, Well, we have finished discussing your ideals. Now, can you talk about it? When will you find me a daughter-in-law and give me a grandson? It's fine if you are not with me all day long, but give me a grandson and let me enjoy the happiness of family. Dad, Charles was suddenly embarrassed. The girl I introduced to you before is also good. She has a clean family background. She is very suitable for you. Now I also support your career. How about we find a chance to meet her together? Asked old Charles. Dad, I saw her. I don't like Westerners. I still think that Orientals are beautiful, said Charles. It turns out that you like Orientals. Old Charles nodded and no longer insisted. Well, then you like Orientals. Then you should find one as soon as possible and give me a grandson. I will no longer interfere with your career. Dad, I do like someone, but she doesn't seem to like me. Charles hesitated for a moment, but he still spoke his mind. What do you mean? She doesn't like you? When old Charles heard that his son had a sweetheart, he suddenly became interested. Which girl is it? Father will give you some advice. It is Butler Zhou's daughter. I saw her in Songjiang, Charles said with a red face. Butler Zhou? You mean our family's Butler Zhou? His daughter? Old Charles heard his son's words and suddenly said, Oh, I remember. Old Zhou has a daughter. She should be 20 years old now, right? I really didn't expect that time flies so fast. My memory is still stuck in the impression of the little girl when she was 4 or 5 years old. Dad, you see, Charles saw that his father did not object, and suddenly felt that things seemed to be hopeful. This is easy. I will talk to old Zhou and be a matchmaker. You should meet each other. You are all young people. There should be common topics. Old Charles was eager to hold his grandson and naturally agreed. Thank you. Charles was overjoyed. He did not expect his father to be a matchmaker for him. In Singapore, in a high-class ward of the National Hospital, Huang Rongtian, Huang Rongjin, and Huang Leilei surrounded an old man on the bed, their father, Huang Xiaofei. Dad, you are awake. Huang Rongtian took the lead and asked. The doctor just informed him that his father had woken up, so he quickly gathered his brother and sister and rushed to the hospital. Rongtian, Huang Xiaofei, smiled bitterly, and there were 2 thin syllables at the corner of his mouth. It could be seen that he was very weak now, and his whole person was much older. Dad, it's good that you are fine. Huang Rongjin breathed a sigh of relief and said, You don't have to blame yourself. Little sister said that she doesn't blame you. Isn't that right, Leilei? And Dad, don't think too much. Although Huang Leilei complained about her father lying to her, Huang Xiaofei was her father after all. This family relationship could not be erased. So after her father fell ill, Huang Leilei also thought it through under the persuasion of her 2 brothers. She was not going to pursue her father's responsibility anymore. Huang Xiaofei's mouth showed a bitter smile. Leilei, Dad is sorry. Dad shouldn't have lied to you. Dad, don't say this. The top priority is for you to get better as soon as possible. The family company still needs you. Huang Leilei said comfortingly. However, What she did not say was that the bank had already come to the door. Both her eldest brother and his second brother were struggling to deal with these debt collectors every day. The company was already facing the danger of bankruptcy. "Yeah, Dad, we and Rongjin are waiting for you to recover," said Huang Rongtian. "Thank you for forgiving me." Huang Xiaofei's face was better. This was his biggest worry. Now that his children had forgiven him, he was also relieved. "How is the company?" "Fortunately, Rongjin and I are supporting it." Although Huang Rongtian said it lightly, only they understood the pressure they had been under these days. "You and Rongjin, hee. I didn't expect Rongjin to be able to help in the company." Huang Xiaofei smiled happily. "You two brothers are connected. I'm very happy." Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin looked at each other and smiled bitterly at the same time. Both of them understood that even if the brothers were connected, the company might not be able to support it. Dang, dang, dang. There was a knock on the door outside the ward. Huang Lele thought it was a nurse from the hospital, so she said, "Please come in." The door of the ward was pushed open, and it was indeed Li Ziqing and Li Qianjia who came in. "Old Huang, I heard that you are awake." Li Ziqing spoke, and his voice was a bit sharp and harsh. "AI, why is your body so weak? You are hospitalized all of a sudden?" TSK. That is not a good sign, right? "What are you doing here?" Huang Rongtian glared at the father and son of the Li family and asked. "I am here. Of course, I am here to visit an old friend." Li Ziqing smiled. "We have been friends for so many years. You are sick. I naturally have to come and see you. However, I have to bring you an unfortunate news. I heard that recently, people from the bank have occupied your company. AI, they're all there to ask for money." "You?" Huang Xiaofei gasped. "If it weren't for you, will my company be like this? I will not let you go." Hee. What does it have to do with me?" Li Ziqing looked like it had nothing to do with him. He snorted. "Aya, did you become confused after the cerebral hemorrhage? Are you going to blame everyone? You get lost. You get lost." Huang Xiaofei roared loudly. He covered his heart with one hand and pointed at Li Ziqing with the other hand. "Uncle Huang, what do you mean?" Li Tianjia said, "My father came to see you with good intentions, but you treat him like this. You're really not a good person. You deserve to be fooled all the time." You. Huang Xiaofei's breathing became hurried. Chapter 1139. Li Ziqing, Li Tianjia, you are not welcome here. Huang Rongtian turned around and glared at the two. "Please leave immediately. Otherwise, I will call the hospital's security." "Hey, what's the attitude? Your whole family is not good. No wonder the company went bankrupt." Li Tianjia was still muttering. "Pa!" There was a crisp sound. Li Tianjia covered his mouth in shock and looked at Huang Lele, who slapped him. "You, what are you doing?" "Li Tianjia, you are not a man." Huang Lele saw Li Tianjia's smug look, and she was furious. Her father was already in the hospital, and they still added fuel to the fire. She slapped Li Tianjia in anger. Good. Li Tianjia covered his mouth and said good 3 times. Then, he pointed at Huang Lele with a ferocious face. "I'm not a man. Wait until your Huang family is finished. When you come to beg me, I will let you see if I am a man or not. I asked you to marry me before, but you insisted on being virtuous. Otherwise, would your Huang family fall to this point? You only have yourself to blame for this." "You?" Huang Lele was furious. She pointed at Li Tianjia and couldn't speak. Li Tianjia snorted coldly and followed Li Ziqing out of the ward. When he left, he didn't forget to say, "If your Huang family doesn't want to be finished, let Huang Lele come to beg me. Be my lover and serve me well. I will help your Huang family to mediate the relationship with the bank." Ha. "You get out of here." Huang Rongtian glared at Li Tianjia and said bitterly, "No one will beg you. You get out of here." "Hey, you really have no manners." Li Tianjia snorted. Outside the ward, Li Ziqing looked at his son proudly. "Tianjia, you are good. Today's words are of a standard. A man should be like this. Isn't it just a woman? If you want to get her, you have to be strong." "I know, father." Li Tianjia was very satisfied with his behavior today. Li Ziqing patted Li Tianjia's shoulder with satisfaction. If the Huang family wants to get through this difficulty this time, there's no other way except for coming to us. At that time, we will take over all the industries under the Huang family in one fell swoop. At that time, haha. Father, you are really brilliant, Li Tianjia said. In the ward, Huang Xiaofei was very angry. Huang Rongtian, Huang Rongjin, and Huang Leilei comforted him. Dad, don't be angry. We can start all over again. Huang Rongtian sighed. Although he felt that it was a pity, he felt that it was nothing. After all, the brothers still had hands and feet. It was not impossible for them to make a career together. AI, Huang Xiaofei sighed. Is the company over? At this point, Huang Rongtian couldn't lie anymore. He braced himself and nodded, saying, the company is now all here to collect debts. It has already affected normal business. Many companies that cooperate with us have already stopped working with us. Huang Xiaofei nodded helplessly. He had already guessed this ending. He was also a person who had been busy in the company for a lifetime. He naturally knew the company like the back of his hand. How could he not guess the current predicament? Looking at the faces of the Li father and son, Huang Xiaofei's heart was very uncomfortable. He blamed himself for believing Li Ziqing too easily and giving the last of the Huang family's life-saving money to the Li family. Huang Xiaofei was very clear that even if he wanted to sue the Li family, he could not win. The first point of collecting evidence was quite difficult. Country X did not join the United Nations. Singapore could not forcibly collect evidence, and they would not cooperate. Therefore, there was no way to know what account his funds eventually flowed into. He was so stupid that he did not leave any evidence with Li Ziqing, which made this case that was already difficult to win even more impossible. Therefore, Huang Xiaofei could only be angry at Li Ziqing, but he could not do anything to him. Leilei, where is your boyfriend? When will you bring him here? Let Dad see. Huang Xiaofei suddenly turned to Huang Leilei and said, Ah. Huang Leilei's face suddenly turned red. Dad, maybe in a few days, and seeing you happy, Dad has no regrets in this life. Rongtian, Rongjin, you listen. Take care of Leilei. Huang Xiaofei's expression returned to calmness, and he instructed his children. Dad, you can rest assured. After Huang Rongtian subconsciously agreed, he felt that something was wrong. Dad, what do you mean by this? Huang Rongjin also heard the meaning. Dad, don't think too much. Don't take it too hard. Everything is gone. You can start over again. Start over again? Huang Xiaofei smiled faintly. Then the Huang family depends on you and your elder brother. Don't worry. I won't take it too hard. Rongjin and Rongtian, I won't count on you. Both of you are busy with your careers. I won't urge you to get married. But Leilei, I have to wait until I have a grandson. Dad, a blush appeared on Huang Leilei's delicate and beautiful face, but anyone could see her joy at the moment. Even Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin had a sigh. Their little sister, Huang Leilei, had grown up. I'm just a little tired. I've been working hard for most of my life, but in the end, it's all in vain. Huang Xiaofei sighed. What I regret most is that I can't leave anything for you and your siblings. Moreover, I also lost Leilei's money. Everything is over. I believe it will be better in the future. Huang Rongtian patted his father's shoulder and looked at his father, who had aged a lot in the past few days. He spoke insincerely. Will the Huang family really get better? He didn't know. Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin did not have this assurance. Looking at the staff who changed jobs every day and looking at the people from the bank who came to collect debts, they deeply felt that the Huang group should not be too far away from filing for bankruptcy. Dad, don't be too sad. Yang Ming will definitely have a way. Huang Leilei hesitated and finally said affirmatively. She believed in Yang Ming, the man who brought her miracles. He seemed to be ordinary, but he always gave people unexpected surprises and gains at the critical moment. Just like those days in Macau, whether it was in games or gambling, Yang Ming could always surprise her. Moreover, Huang Leilei also knew that games and gambling were not Yang Ming's career. Yang Ming just regarded these two as very ordinary hobbies. Huang Lele didn't know how much power Yang Ming had, but she had an inexplicable confidence that there was no problem that could be difficult for Yang Ming. I am really looking forward to this magical boy who can make my proud little princess admire him so much. Huang Xiaofei, who had sobered up, really began to examine the Yang Ming in Huang Lele's mouth. He had been driven crazy by the gold mine before. He couldn't listen to others, and he had no energy to think about other things. Now, he finally began to think about the magical boy that his daughter said. In just one gamble, he won 40 billion, and he did not hesitate to give it to Huang Lele. Huang Xiaofei admitted that he did not have such courage. Whether it was when he pursued the first madam or the second madam, he did not have such courage. From his point of view, if Lele followed this boy, she would definitely be much better than following Li Tianjia. From Li Tianjia's words just now, Huang Xiaofei also saw his hateful face, which made Huang Xiaofei feel that he was really blind at the beginning. He actually asked Huang Lele to marry such a thing that was worse than a pig or a dog. Perhaps this magical boy could bring some unexpected turnaround to the Huang family. Thinking of this, Huang Xiaofei was slightly relieved. Africa, Country X, the president's office of General Kar's government. General Kars had been very upset recently. What he did not expect was that his killing of General Houghton did not serve as a warning to others, but it caused a backlash from several armed forces. But it was no wonder that these armed forces saw that a powerful force like General Houghton was destroyed, so they began to feel insecure. What General Kars was most worried about happened. These armed forces began to frequently contact and meet with each other. This was what General Kars did not want to see the most. Once these people formed an alliance, his position would be in jeopardy. General Kars did not want to be driven out as soon as he came to power. He still wanted to sit in this position for a long time. Although he did not taste any sweetness in this position, it was very refreshing. There was a sense of achievement overlooking the land under his feet. Report. General Kars. General Kar's secretary came in and began to report the latest military information to General Kars. According to reliable news, the armed forces of Shaetsong and Wagoner have formed an alliance and are entrenched in the northern part of our country. I heard that they're also contacting other armed forces to form the Northern Alliance of Country X. General Kar's heart was cold. It finally happened. The alliance finally happened. The alliance of other armed forces made the power of General Kars suddenly become much weaker. Although General Kars' armed forces were the most powerful among these armed forces, no matter how powerful they could not defeat the alliance of others. If all the armed forces were in an alliance, then he did not have to resist. He could just announce his resignation directly. Is the news reliable? General Kars resisted the panic in his heart and asked. Very reliable. General Kars' secretary was a confidant of General Kars. He was also very worried at the moment. General Kars, do you think we should make some necessary compromises? If this continues, I am afraid. How to compromise? General Kars had been thinking about countermeasures for the past few days without sleeping at night, but there was no good way. It was obvious that his own armed forces were certainly no match for the alliance of others. Cede the land and give them the northern part of the country. The secretary hesitated and said, will they be willing? If we show weakness in this way, the South will form another alliance, the East will follow suit, and the West will form another alliance. Then, what are we left with? Just occupy the central position and become an empty shell government? General Kars sighed and said. Then now, General Kars' secretary was also very troubled. Our current strength has not been fully recovered. If we fight them again, I am afraid we will still lose. General Kars nodded. He also understood that the secretary was right. Although his position now looked glorious, it was actually precarious. At present, there was no other way except to step down. Ceding the land was just a stopgap measure. In the end, he had nothing. General Kars, there is something that I don't know if I should say. General Kars' secretary hesitated. At this time, what else can't you say? You have followed me everywhere. Although you are my secretary, You are like my confidant, said General Kars. Look, can you contact Mr. Yang? Can you cooperate with Mr. Yang? Said General Kars' secretary. General Kars sighed. How could he not think about Yang Ming? However, he really had nothing to give Yang Ming. Especially in the current period, many mines were within the scope of other armed forces. He could not promise anything at all. In this case, can Mr. Yang help me? General Kars smiled bitterly. Mr. Yang's armed forces are an organization that values interests. Without enough benefits, how can they make a move? However, this is the only way now. There's no other way. General Kars' secretary advised, General, no matter what, you have to give it a try. Otherwise, we are really finished. It is hard to say whether we can retreat. Once these alliances are formed, they will definitely kill us. There is absolutely no possibility for us to make a comeback. General Kars nodded. What the secretary said was true. These armed forces were not charitable ambassadors. After being ousted by them, they would never let him have the possibility to turn things around. Thinking of this, General Kars nodded and said, Well, help me to meet Mr. Li Chong. Tell him that I have something to discuss. Yes, General Kars. General Kars' secretary nodded. Forget it. Prepare the car. I will visit Mr. Li Chong personally. At this time, General Kars did not dare to be arrogant. If Li Chong did not come, then there would be a crack in his relationship with him. It was better for him to visit in person now to show sincerity. Okay. The secretary quickly went to prepare the car. After Li Chong learned that General Kars was going to visit him, he did not seem to be too surprised. After all, he also established his own intelligence network in North Africa. Li Chong was also clear about the alliance of several armed forces in the north. However, these things had nothing to do with him for the time being, so Li Chong stepped up his training while keeping an eye on the movements in the north. Li Chong dialed Yang Ming's phone. At this moment, Yang Ming was watching Shuya's concert. Hello? Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Yang Ming picked up the phone. Few people knew his phone number, especially this kind of unfamiliar number. It was even rarer. Brother Yang, this is Li Chong. Li Chong said, There is something I want to report to you. And what's the matter? Say it. Yang Ming glanced at Alice beside him, lowered his voice, and said faintly, General Kars just called and said that he wanted to visit me, said Li Chong. Oh, so during this time, what happened over there? Yang Ming guessed at once that something must have happened in Country X. This is the case. Several armed forces in the north have formed an alliance, which poses a great threat to General Kars' government, said Li Chong concisely. And I know. You should do what you should do. I don't need to tell you again, right? Said Yang Ming. I understand, Brother Yang. You can rest assured. Li Chong nodded and said affirmatively. Okay, you're in charge of the things over there. Don't let me down, said Yang Ming. Do not worry, Brother Yang. I will not let you down. Look at me. Li Chong promised. Well, let's do this first. I am watching the concert here, said Yang Ming. Previously, Li Chong had already received Yang Ming's hint. Naturally, he knew Yang Ming's development strategy and policy in Country X. So this time, he took the initiative to negotiate with General Kars. Therefore, when General Kars' fleet entered the gold mine, Li Chong was very arrogant and did not come out to greet them. He just sent Wang Peng to meet them. But even so, General Kars was not angry. He shook hands with Wang Peng in a friendly manner and exchanged pleasantries. General Wang has always been good. General Kars also addressed Wang Peng as a general, but for the perspective of these people under Wang Peng deserved to be called a general. Welcome, General Kars. Wang Peng nodded to General Kars. Captain Li is waiting for you. Please. General Kars saw Li Chong in a high-level reception room. Seeing the arrival of General Kars, Li Chong stood up and shook hands with General Kars. Then, they sat back in their respective positions and began this discussion. General Li, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to see me, said General Kars politely. Just call me Captain Li. I am not used to the title of general. Li Chong smiled faintly. If Mr. Yang knows that I am a self-proclaimed general, he will be unhappy. Well said. Then I will call you Mr. Li. General Kars quickly changed his words. Mr. Li, what happened recently, I think you should know something, right? Oh, I don't know what General Kars is referring to. Asked Li Chong. This is the case. In the north of our country, several armed forces have formed the Northern Alliance. General Kars didn't know if Li Chong knew these things, so he could only repeat what he knew. Chapter 1140. In front of Li Chong, General Kars did not dare to be arrogant, so he explained the matter in detail, and Li Chong listened very seriously. General Kars was not sure whether Li Chong knew or not about this matter. I probably heard about this situation. After General Kars finished speaking, Li Chong said faintly, however, these things have nothing to do with us. If people don't offend us, we won't offend them. What we want is enough benefits. Only when they offend our interests, we will make a move on them. At other times, we don't have time to pay attention to these clowns. Clowns? General Kars took a deep breath. These armed forces that were very troublesome to him and threatened his status were actually clowns in Li Chong's mouth. However, thinking of their thunderous means when they destroyed General Houghton, it was not surprising that General Houghton had no power to fight back. Not to mention the fact that they were well trained, just the weapons and equipment they had were not something they could compare to. When General Kars came in, he also saw the rows of armored vehicles, tanks, and missile carriers parked in the field. This series of things was something that they did not dare to think about. The price of this thing was enough for most of their military expenditure, and they might not be able to buy it. So with this alone, there was no power that could compete with them in this land. General Kars couldn't help but sigh. If I can have such a powerful army, then I don't have to worry about anything. Who dares to provoke me? However, he also understood that this was just an idea. In fact, it was impossible. Captain Lee, in fact, I don't want to hide it from you. My current position has been threatened. The Northern Alliance is eyeing me covetously. As long as they unite a few more armed forces my side. AI. In front of Li Chong, General Kars simply told the truth. Otherwise, if he said those hypocritical things, it would not be good if Li Chong was disgusted. Therefore, General Kars did not feel ashamed and bluntly said the crisis he was now encountering. Indeed, with the example of the North, the South, and the East all follow the example of the Alliance, then you are indeed in danger. Li Chong nodded and said. General Kars did not expect Li Chong to see it so thoroughly, so he sighed, Captain Lee, to be honest, this time, can you help me? How can we help you? Li Chong shrugged. General Kars, you also know that Brother Yang is a very realistic person. He values benefits. If there are enough benefits, he will make a move. I know that, but in my current state, as an interim president who is about to be ousted, what can I promise you? General Kars sighed. To put it bluntly, with your current strength, you don't need my promise and permission to occupy any mine you want. Just drive an armored vehicle and occupy it. No one dares to say no. It seems that General Kars also understands this. Li Chong smiled and said, I once told Brother Yang that with our current strength, occupying the entire country X is not a problem. General Kars suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect Li Chong to have such an idea. It could be said that if Li Chong really wanted to, then whether it was the Northern Alliance, the Southern Alliance, or himself, there would not be a match for Li Chong and the others. What did Mr. Yang say? General Kars asked quickly. Mr. Yang said that this feeling is very good, but he is not interested in civil affairs. He is only interested in making money. Li Chong patted General Kars' shoulder and smiled. So, General Kars, you can rest assured that Mr. Yang will not compete with you for the position of president. I still have self-knowledge. Even if Mr. Yang does not compete with me for this position, according to the current situation, I can't be the president for a long time. General Kars said with a bitter smile. So, I asked Captain Lee to extend a helping hand. The key is what can you give us? Li Chong asked. The problem now is that we can take action, but we should get the reward we deserve. Even if it is cooperation, it is also mutually beneficial, right? General Kars really couldn't think of what he could give to Li Chong for a while. Li Chong helped him to conquer the world, and he became the president. This was somewhat unreasonable, right? Let's do this, General Kars. You go back and think about it. I will also tell Mr. Yang about today's conversation and see his attitude. If possible, can we carry out further discussions? Li Chang's meaning of this sentence also meant that he was asking the guest to leave. General Kars had to stand up and said, "Well, then I will trouble Captain Li to report this matter to Mr. Yang as soon as possible." "Okay, General Kars, you can rest assured. I will convey your meaning to Brother Yang." Li Chang had already received Yang Ming's instructions, but now he wanted to delay General Kars so that the negotiations between the two would be smoother. After General Kars left, Li Chang told Yang Ming about the negotiation process. Yang Ming let him do as he saw fit. Obviously, he was very relieved to entrust Li Chang with full authority. "Captain Li, General Kars is at the end of his rope this time. You are not afraid that he will not agree to Brother Yang's request?" The speaker was Lu Xinyang, Yang Ming's military advisor. "Yes, this time, I am afraid that General Kars is really embarrassed. Otherwise, he can't talk to us so humbly. The previous glory is long gone." Li Chang sighed and said, "However, if General Kars really cooperates with us, then he will always be in a weak and passive situation. We control the military power, and he only controls the civil affairs. In this way, whether he can continue to be the president or not is completely up to Brother Yang." Lu Xinyang smiled. "This is also a disguised control of Country X's political power. Indeed, General Kars is no different from Brother Yang's men. He is even lower than us." Li Chang also nodded. "However, it is much better than driving him out of office." After General Kars returned to his presidential palace, he was also at a loss. Indeed, Li Chang's words were very realistic but very reasonable. If he wanted Li Chang to send troops, then what could he give them? General Kars also came from a war background. He knew that once these armored vehicles, tanks, and even bombers were put into operation, what a huge military expenditure it would be. General Kars couldn't afford this money. He couldn't even use these gold mines and diamond mines to pay off the debt. Therefore, if he wanted Li Chang to send troops, then there was only one possibility, which was cooperation. How could he cooperate? After Li Chang helped him conquer the world, would he let Yang Ming be the president? Would he be the vice president? Not to mention whether Yang Ming was willing or not. The title of vice president was not very pleasant to hear. If a president became the vice president, his power would be reduced by more than half, and he would also be laughed at by others. It's really a headache. General Kars frowned and looked at the secretary on the side. "Do you have any better ideas?" "General Kars, the situation is like this now. If I have a better way, can I not say it?" The secretary also frowned. "The only way now is to see the reply from Mr. Yang. That's the only way." General Kars nodded. As soon as General Kars finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of the office. General Kars put away his sad face and said, "Please come in." Reporting to General Kars, "It's not good. According to our intelligence network monitoring, several armed forces in the south have also begun to move. There are signs of an alliance." The person who came in was an intelligence officer and one of General Kars' confidants. "What?" After General Kars heard it, he slammed his fist on the table. These armed forces had long been seen that they were restless. When he just came to power, they were still peaceful. Now that the North had formed an alliance, they had also begun to form an alliance. Now it was really urgent. General Kars took a deep breath. He couldn't wait anymore. He had to call Li Chang immediately to ask about the progress of the matter. Otherwise, when the alliance of the South and the North arrived, it would be too late. Thinking of this, General Kars quickly picked up the phone and dialed Li Chang's number. "Captain Li, it's General Kars' call." Lu Xinyang glanced at the caller ID on the phone. "Oh, hee, then pick it up." Li Chang reached out and took the phone, then pressed the answer button. "Hello, General Kars. Why did you call me again when you just left?" Li Chang pretended to be very puzzled and asked. In fact, he understood in his heart that General Kars couldn't wait. "Captain Li, the armed forces in the south have also begun to move. They intend to form an alliance. Now it is really urgent. What does Mr. Yang mean? Can you give me a definite answer?" General Kars' voice sounded very anxious, and he lost his original demeanor. I just talked to Mr. Yang, but Mr. Yang did not reply to me. He said that he would consider it. Li Chang said, General Kars, don't worry. This matter is also a big deal. You can't rush it. General Kars thought, you're not in a hurry. Whoever is in power has no effect on you. But am I in a hurry? I am about to be ousted. How can I not be in a hurry? Captain Li, do you see if you can tell this latest situation to Mr. Yang again? See what his opinion is, and then tell me about it. General Kars said anxiously. So I just made a call. If I call again now, it doesn't seem to be very good. It seems to be urging. I don't know if Brother Yang has considered it. Li Chang said with some difficulty. Captain Li, this time I am begging you. This is a military situation. It really can't be delayed. General Kars sighed and said, sorry to trouble you. Well, then I will try again. General Kars, you are really in a hurry. How should I say? AI. Li Chang sighed and said helplessly. Then thank you, Captain Li. I am waiting for good news here. General Kars saw that Li Chang agreed and said very happily. So, call me again after 20 minutes. Li Chang looked at the time and said, Okay, no problem. General Kars said quickly. Li Chang hung up the phone and looked at Lu Xinyang. He shrugged with some amusement. This General Kars, why is he so anxious? Can he not be anxious? If he is not in a hurry, he will be ousted as a general. Lu Xinyang said with a smile. It is also hard for him. If we didn't want him to accept our request at once, we would not drag him like this. Now, it seems that I am afraid that no matter what kind of request we make, as long as we can let him continue to be the president, he will agree, said Li Chang. General Kars now had a feeling that every day was like a year. Looking at the clock passing by, General Kars was anxious. What did Captain Li say? The secretary also asked anxiously. As a member of General Kars' army, the survival of General Kars' government had a lot to do with him. He said, help me urge Mr. Yang now. AI, if it wasn't urgent, I wouldn't do this. After all, this is a bit impolite. General Kars said with a red face. I hope Mr. Yang can give us a positive answer. General Kars' secretary looked forward to it. Finally, the time reached 20 minutes. When General Kars watched the minute hand of the clock stop at the last square, he immediately grabbed the phone and dialed Li Chang's number. Looking at such a punctual call, Li Chang was really dumbfounded. Even if this General Kars is anxious, he is not anxious to this extent, right? In fact, this was the case where the onlooker saw the game clearly. General Kars was in the game. Although the alliance between the South and the North was unlikely to launch an attack on General Kars, General Kars felt that things were at stake, and he would be affected soon. Li Chang was outside the game, and he did not have the sense of urgency of General Kars. In his opinion, these armed forces alliances were not worth mentioning. There was no threat to Li Chang at all, so Li Chang had this feeling of not caring at all. General Kars, you are really punctual. I just ended the call with Brother Yang, and your call came in. Li Chang laughed. How could General Kars still have the mood to tease Li Chang at the moment? He was not in the mood to respond to Li Chang's laughter. He just said, Captain Li, is there any news from Mr. Yang? Yes, Brother Yang has put forward a general plan after consideration. I will relay it to you. You see if it is feasible, said Li Chang. Okay. General Kars heard that Yang Ming had a plan, and he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The big stone that had been pressed down in his heart for the past few days had finally been removed. At least he had hope, so he quickly asked excitedly, what did Mr. Yang say? This is the case. Brother Yang said that if you want us to send troops, it is possible. However, according to the current situation, we will not get much benefit by sending troops. So Brother Yang's opinion is that in the future, only our army exists in Country X, said Li Chang. General Kars was slightly stunned and understood Li Chang's meaning. Li Chang was asking for military power from him. So General Kars quickly asked, what about me? Of course, Mr. Yang is not interested in civil affairs. Brother Yang said that if we cooperate between the two sides, you will still be the president, but we will take back all the military power. However, we will not interfere with your civil affairs. Li Chang said, but you have to give us a part of the annual fiscal revenue. How could General Kars not understand Li Chang's meaning. If it was really implemented according to Yang Ming's method, then Yang Ming would become the retired emperor of Country X, who did not understand that no matter how great the power of the president was, it was useless if there was no military power in his hands. Yang Ming controlled the military power. If he wanted to replace you, it would be a piece of cake. However, this request was not unacceptable to General Kars. After all, if all the armed forces in the country were dealt with by Yang Ming, he could be the president with peace of mind. Although there was still Yang Ming, the retired emperor, to suppress him, at least he was still very impressive. He still had the right to speak in most political matters. As long as he listened to Yang Ming's arrangement on major matters, it was fine. This was a bit like the relationship between the emperor and the prime minister in the past. Thinking of this, General Kars was calm. In this matter, although there were pros and cons, the pros outweighed the cons. On the one hand, because of the intervention of Yang Ming, he could continue to be the president. On the other hand, although he handed over the military power, Yang Ming would never allow other armed forces to exist in Country X. He would remove all these armed forces. In this way, Country X would no longer be shrouded in war. He could also have a comfortable governing environment, and he could develop the construction of Country X with great fanfare. Thinking of this, General Kars felt that this was a good thing. Otherwise, in this war-torn country, he was a temporary president, and he would not be treated as a president at all. I have no problem here, General Kars said firmly. Captain Li, when do you think we can have a detailed discussion? I'm looking forward to this cooperation very much. Well, I will ask Brother Yang here, and then I will give you an answer, said Li Chang. Okay, then I will trouble you, Captain Li. I will wait here for the good news. General Kars breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally sleep peacefully. Chapter 1141. When Li Chang and General Kars contacted again, both sides showed the sincerity of cooperation. On some details, they did not adopt a seesaw attitude. General Kars readily gave up some of his own interests, but he also got a lot of his own interests. For example, all the military power of Country X was in Li Chang's charge. General Kars no longer kept his own army, but Li Chang's army was stationed nationwide, including his presidential palace. The civil affairs of Country X were fully responsible for the Kars government. Only in the case of enacting laws and major policy changes, they needed to be submitted to Yang Ming for review. Other things were decided by General Kars. In other words, General Kars dealt with the internal affairs, and Li Chang dealt with the external affairs. In fact, this agreement was not equal, but General Kars had no way because he could not calm the civil strife. Whether it was the Northern Alliance or the Southern Alliance, General Kars would not be their opponent. Therefore, if General Kars wanted to continue to sit in the president's position, he could only cooperate with Yang Ming. The main officials of Kars were also very much in favor of the current cooperation. After all, cooperation was their only way out. If they did not cooperate, they would be pushed down by the Southern Alliance and the Northern Alliance. After cooperation, they could continue to sit in their current positions, and the security situation of Country X would be improved qualitatively. Only in this way could General Kars develop the country's construction with peace of mind. Without war, there would be taxes and benefits, so General Kars was happy to see this. After signing the contract, General Kars' heart was also very refreshed. Moreover, Yang Ming actually agreed that the new Country X could be named Kars Dukedom, which made Kars very proud as a founding hero. In fact, Yang Ming didn't care much about the name of Country X. This was an insignificant matter. Yang Ming could only live behind the scenes instead of walking in the front stage. So in the eyes of outsiders, General Kars was still fully responsible for the governance of Country X. After the contract was signed, Li Chang began a devastating attack on the Northern Alliance at lightning speed because Yang Ming also said that he did not allow the existence of other armed forces in the country. So what Li Chang had to do was to kill them all. The leader of the Northern Alliance, Johnston, was happily thinking about the future with his allies. Hey man, our current strength is very strong. It is enough to fight under the wall of General Kars. Johnston said proudly. Yeah, when the time comes, Johnston, you will be the new president of Country X. His partner was also very excited. He was originally the leader of a small armed force and had no chance to make a name for himself. But this time, if Johnston's coup was successful, he would at least be considered a hero and be able to exchange for the position of prime minister. However, just as the two of them were imagining the future, Johnston's orderly ran in, sweating profusely. "Not good, General Johnston. What's wrong? What's the big deal?" Johnston frowned and reprimanded the orderlies with a stern tone. He was about to win, so why were his subordinates still panicking? "General Carr's army has come to us. What should we do?" the orderly asked anxiously. "General Carr's?" Johnston sneered disdainfully. "Do you think I don't know his strength? Can it be compared with us now? In terms of the number of people, we are twice as many as him." However, what Johnston didn't know was that it was not the quantity but the quality of the soldiers. His temporary team might be able to compete with General Carr's former armed forces, but it was simply a world of difference with Li Chang's armed forces. Just as Johnston spoke with an arrogant attitude, a bomb fell from the sky and directly blew up the Northern Alliance's headquarters into ruins. Johnston died with his eyes wide open. He didn't understand why General Carr's still had a bomber. The Southern Alliance also suffered a devastating blow. Even some small and medium-sized armed forces were attacked to varying degrees. For a time, darkness shrouded the entire Country X. All the remaining armed forces were in a state of panic. Everyone was in danger. They didn't understand when General Carr's got such powerful foreign aid. Li Chang's military equipment was continuously transported by Old Buffon on ships. It could be said that Old Buffon was now eager to do something for Yang Ming. He and his wife had become Yang Ming's disciples, and he seized every opportunity to curry favor. Therefore, Old Buffon didn't need Yang Ming to say anything. Some of the military weapons and equipment within Old Buffon's ability were all imported to Country X. For a time, Li Chang's backup force was sufficient. General Carr's could receive detailed reports of victory every day. On his own side, it was actually Li Chang's side. It was just that the two people had already cooperated, so Carr's shamelessly turned Li Chang's victory report into his own victory report. There were no casualties on his side. It could be said that this armed forces expulsion war was completely one-sided. General Carr's felt that his whole person was now comfortable. He could finally rest easy. These damn opponents. Now you finally know how powerful my General Carr's partners are, right? In fact, Li Chang's speed had exceeded General Carr's expectations. Although General Carr's knew that Li Chang was very strong, he only discovered that Li Chang was much stronger than he imagined when he really experienced it. They could actually fight on multiple fronts. In one day, they destroyed 80% of the armed forces in Country X. This was something that General Carr's did not dare to imagine in the past, but now it had become a reality. It could be said that his cooperation with Yang Ming was wise. From then on, there would be no more wars in Country X. In the evening, at Yang Ming's diamond mine, Li Chang held a celebration banquet. It had been changed into the headquarters of the Black Butterfly Alliance forces. In addition to being responsible for assassin affairs and mercenary affairs, it was also responsible for the security of Country X. Carr's had now become the second or even the third person in Country X because in front of Li Chang and Yang Ming, Carr's could not maintain the majesty and demeanor of the outside world. At Li Chang's side, General Carr's was completely like a subordinate who listened to instructions. "Captain Li, thank you very much this time," General Carr's said from the bottom of his heart. Li Chang smiled slightly after listening. He waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say thank you. Now, Country X is also Mr. Yang's, so doing this is also for ourselves." "Yes." After General Carr's listened to Li Chang's words, he was somewhat bitter. Indeed, he should face the reality. He was no longer the highest power, but Yang Ming was. Therefore, he did not need to say any words of thanks. It was enough to listen to Yang Ming's orders in the future. Mr. Yang said that after the war is over, he will come here and personally appoint you as the first prime minister of the country, said Li Chang. Then, I will trouble Mr. Yang. General Kars also understood that in the current situation, he was no longer suitable to be called the president, because the future political road of Country X would become similar to behind-the-scenes imperial power rule. Yang Ming would live behind the scenes, and he would become the manager at the front. Li Chang's words also clearly told General Kars that his future appointment and removal power was completely in the hands of Yang Ming. If he was obedient, then he would always sit in this position. Otherwise, Yang Ming could still appoint others. General Kars also knew this, so he had become much more humble in his words and deeds. At the celebration banquet, the politicians of General Kars all expressed their loyalty to Yang Ming. Li Chang was very satisfied with this. He also gave an explanation to Yang Ming. The title of General Kars also became history, and it became Prime Minister Kars. However, General Kars thought that the Prime Minister sounded better. A general was always like a temporary title. In the past, there were 80 generals in Country X, even if there were now 100. The Prime Minister had established his position in Country X. Shuya's concert was very successful, and Yang Ming naturally attended the celebration banquet of Shuya's concert again. This celebration banquet was very low-key. There were only Locklearing, Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, Alice, and Old Buffon and his wife. It could be said that except for Alice, there were only their own people left. Shuya did not expect that after her concert, she would sit at the same table with so many big shots. Locklearing had become the mayor of the city, and Alice was a legend in Europe. Littleya, the concert was very successful. The first to speak was Yang Ming, which made Alice slightly surprised. In her opinion, at this table, the person with the highest status should be Uncle Buffon. Why did Yang Ming, the guest, speak first? Looking at Uncle Buffon again, there was no annoyance. This made Alice feel a little strange. What is the relationship between Yang Ming and Old Buffon? When did the two of them become so familiar with each other? Old Buffon's current appearance was completely like Yang Ming's vassal. This made Alice frown. This Yang Ming is really not simple. He is really like what my brother said. He is a difficult person to deal with. Thank you. Shuya smiled sweetly. She picked up the juice in front of her and clinked her glass with Yang Ming. This was a private party. Shuya did not need to drink. She just needed to drink juice. Locklearing also knew that Yang Ming's identity was noble, but he did not know the specifics. So at this moment, he did not dare to make a sound. He just sat there and watched silently. Otherwise, if it were another occasion, Locklearing would be the protagonist. But now, he had become a supporting role. If there were news reporters present, they would be very surprised. The combination of this table was really weird. Shuya had a total of 10 concerts in Europe. This was only the first stop, but the next one was easy to handle. With Old Buffon's personal care, it could be said that Shuya could go unhindered in Europe. There would no longer be people who had crooked thoughts about her. Even if someone had this idea, they would weigh their own strength. They were thousands of miles away from Old Buffon. Going up would be courting death. Moreover, the matter between Mark Vader and Malajben had become a joke in the upper-class society. These upper-class people knew the real reason for Mark Vader's downfall, so no one was willing to follow in Mark Vader's footsteps. Tonight was the last day to get together. Shuya would board a plane to another city in a while, so Yang Ming particularly cherished this time. It was said to be his celebration banquet, but it had always been Yang Ming and Shuya making eyes at each other. The others had completely become supporting roles. Alice wanted to interject, but Yang Ming said, "Do you want my help?" Alice had no choice but to close her mouth. It made Yang Ming feel very refreshed. For Shuya's departure, Yang Ming was very open-minded. After all, Shuya now had her own career to be busy with, and he also had his own things to do. The two people couldn't stick together endlessly. Parting was just the beginning of the next gathering, so after Yang Ming sent Shuya to the airport, he waved his hand freely. "Are you a little reluctant?" Wang Xiaoyan asked with a smile. "The days ahead are still long, aren't they?" Yang Ming smiled. Wang Xiaoyan was very clear about what Yang Ming had done in Country X. Yang Ming did not hide this from her, so Wang Xiaoyan's mood was also very good. This was a good start. The establishment of the Black Butterfly Organization's base in Country X meant that the black butterfly had taken an important step toward internationalization, especially in Country X, a country under the behind-the-scenes control of Yang Ming. All the policies and laws could be said to be decided by Yang Ming. In this way, the development of the Black Butterfly Organization was very effective. The development of the Black Butterfly would not be subject to any restrictions because the highest person in charge was Yang Ming. Yang Ming would not be stupid enough to restrict the development and growth of his organization. Also in Europe, inside an old castle. This was the birthplace of a Charles family. Old Charles called his butler, Zhou Tianxiang. Although old Charles was very puzzled about how his son had an intersection with Zhou Tianxiang's daughter, as a father, he still had to fulfill his son's wish. "Master, are you looking for me?" Zhou Tianxiang had been a butler in this family for decades. "Well, Tianxiang, you have a daughter. She is in China, right?" Old Charles smiled, motioned Zhou Tianxiang to sit down, and then said, "Yes, my family is in Songjiang." Why did Master suddenly mention this? Zhou Tianxiang was a little puzzled. Hee, then don't you miss them? You only have 1 month of vacation time every year, right? Old Charles sighed and asked, "It's true that I miss them, but this is also my career." Zhou Tianxiang didn't know why Old Charles suddenly asked this. If you miss them, how about bringing them to Europe? Anyway, the castle is very big, and there is no shortage of 2 people. Old Charles said with a smile, Thank you for your kindness, Master. My wife and my daughter have their own careers and studies, as well as their social circles. They will not be used to coming here, said Zhou Tianxiang. Old Charles nodded. Originally, he wanted to use a roundabout strategy to bring Zhou Tianxiang's daughter and wife over. Then, wouldn't his son be in a favorable position? But now, listening to Zhou Tianxiang, indeed, it was not the right thing to bring the mother and daughter over. So, after thinking about it, it seemed that he could only be frank. This is the case. Tianxiang, this kid, Charles, saw your daughter in Songjiang. She's called Zhou Jiejie, right? She's a very beautiful girl, said Old Charles. Oh. Zhou Tianxiang was stunned. He faintly understood the intention of Old Charles. It turned out that he had taken such a big circle because of his daughter. However, since Old Charles asked, Zhou Tianxiang could not answer. So he said, "Yes, she's called Zhou Jiejie. She's just like a willow tree." Tianxiang, you are too humble. How can Charles, this kid, be infatuated with your beauty? Old Charles waved his hand and smiled. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. This. Zhou Tianxiang naturally guessed what Old Charles was going to say, but his daughter already had a boyfriend, and Zhou Tianxiang didn't want to interfere with his daughter's affairs, so he was naturally in a dilemma at this time. Why? You don't want me to say it? Old Charles also faintly felt that this Zhou Tianxiang seemed to be unwilling. What do you mean? My son is interested in your daughter. It is your blessing. You're just a butler. You still want to put on airs with me. Isn't it a bit too much? Master, please say it. Zhou Tianxiang had no choice but to bite the bullet and say it. Old Charles nodded and said, This time I'm looking for you to propose marriage. This kid, Charles, is interested in your daughter. I don't know what you think. Old Charles saw Zhou Tianxiang like this, and he was too lazy to beat around the bush. He said it straightforwardly. Master, this matter, forgive me for being unable to do it. Now we're talking about free love. It is not the era of arranged marriages. I don't want to interfere with the marriage of my children. Zhou Tianxiang said helplessly. So you don't agree? Old Charles frowned. He didn't expect Zhou Tianxiang to refuse him. It's not that I don't agree. If my daughter agrees, then I have nothing to say, but if she doesn't agree, I can't force it. Right? Said Zhou Tianxiang. Then what do you mean? Your daughter doesn't like my son, right? Old Charles said with a cold snort. That's not it, but my daughter already has a boyfriend. She will no longer be tempted by Master Charles. Zhou Tianxiang explained. Old Charles slammed the table and said, Zhou Tianxiang, I will give you a few days to solve this matter, and then give me an answer. Agree to this marriage. We will become in-laws, and then you and I will be on equal footing in this castle. Otherwise, you can pack up and leave. Chapter 1142. Zhou Tianxiang was stunned. He didn't expect old Charles to be so ruthless this time. However, Zhou Tianxiang was really in a dilemma. He didn't want to interfere with his daughter's affairs. Who his daughter liked was her own business. Zhou Tianxiang would only support and not oppose. Originally, he felt that he owed his daughter a lot. He was not at home these years, and he didn't fulfill his responsibility as a father, so he was even less qualified to ask his daughter for anything. However, now there was a quite serious problem. That was if what old Charles said to him was true, and he really wanted him to pack up and leave, then the matter was a bit big. It wasn't that Zhou Tianxiang was reluctant to part with this job. On the contrary, he was very willing to return to Songjiang and reunite with his family. After all, Mother Zhou's business was also very profitable, and his daughter had grown up. He didn't need to worry too much. How happy would it be for the family of three to live together in peace? However, could Zhou Tianxiang let him go like this? Zhou Tianxiang, the butler, knew better than anyone what the Charles family did. He knew too much about the inside story of the Charles family. Would old Charles let him go? What Zhou Tianxiang was afraid of was that once he left, the assassin sent by old Charles would find him and kill him directly. This was what Zhou Tianxiang was worried about. So after Zhou Tianxiang was called by old Charles to talk, he sat alone in the room and smoked. He didn't know how to solve this matter. The internal phone in the room suddenly rang. Zhou Tianxiang was shocked and hurriedly picked up the phone. It was still old Charles who called. "Butler Zhou, have you considered it?" Old Charles's voice came from the phone, making Zhou Tianxiang very depressed. "Master, this is a big matter after all. You have to let me think about it." Zhou Tianxiang knew that he was delaying time no matter what he said now. He had no good countermeasures at all. What is there to think about? Just tell me if you can or not. I don't have so much patience. Old Charles said, "Let's do this. Tonight, you give me an answer. Otherwise, you can leave directly." "This okay?" Zhou Tianxiang sighed. "What will come will come. It seems that I really can avoid this disaster this time." Old Charles hung up the phone coldly. Zhou Tianxiang had to make a decision as soon as possible. There was only less than half a day left. From the first day Zhou Tianxiang followed the Charles family, he knew that he might not have a good ending. So he rarely mentioned the things here to Mother Zhou and Zhou Jiejia. He just said that he was working for a big family outside. Although Mother Zhou was reluctant, Zhou Tianxiang could bring back a large sum of money every year. Moreover, Zhou Tianxiang said that he would stop after a few years, so Mother Zhou reluctantly agreed. But she didn't know the inside story, so now, Zhou Tianxiang had to confess everything to her. Thinking of this, Zhou Tianxiang sighed, picked up the phone, and dialed Mother Zhou, who was far away on the other side of the world. "Hey, it's me." Zhou Tianxiang's voice was a little low. "Old Zhou, what's wrong? Why are you calling me out of the blue?" Mother Zhou was a little surprised. Generally, Zhou Tianxiang would call her at a fixed time, but today was obviously not. "Something happened to me." Although Zhou Tianxiang didn't want to say it, there was no other way. Some things had to be explained in advance. "Something happened? What do you mean?" Mother Zhou's expression tightened and asked quickly. "Actually, I haven't told you and Jiejia the truth. The work I do here," Zhou Tianxiang sighed helplessly. "It's actually being a butler for an assassin organization." "Ah." Mother Zhou was shocked, and her tone was somewhat unnatural. "Old Zhou, today is not April Fool's Day. Are you kidding me?" "No." Zhou Tianxiang said affirmatively. "Dear, listen to me. All this is true. If I can work until I retire, maybe they can let me go, but now, I'm afraid it won't work." "Old Zhou, then you can work until you retire. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry. Jiejia and I are waiting for you to come back." Mother Zhou was shocked and said quickly, "I'm afraid it won't work." Zhou Tianxiang said, "The manager of the family just made some very excessive requests to me. I can't promise him." "What request?" Mother Zhou was a little excited. "Old Zhou, what request does he want? Just promise him. As long as he is there, everything is fine. Does he want money? I can give him all the money on my side. We don't want anything. It's not a matter of money. Zhou Tianxiang smiled bitterly. They're not short of money. It's not easy to say. It's the master's son. I don't know why, but he ran to Songjiang. As a result, he saw Jiejia. This is also a coincidence. I don't know how he recognized Jiejia as my daughter, and he fell in love with Jiejia at first sight, so the master just proposed to me. Mother Zhou only felt that this matter was a bit too dramatic after listening, right? How can this be related? Your master won't use this as an excuse to deal with you, right? It was no wonder that Mother Zhou would be suspicious. After all, this was a place that was far apart. The master's son ran to Songjiang. No matter how he looked at it, this sounded a little strange. No, I'm sure. Zhou Tianxiang sighed. This time, I basically can't avoid it. I will now tell you my account in the Swiss bank. There are 60 million US dollars in it. I have accumulated this money over the years. Because the number is so huge, I didn't dare to tell you. Now, I will leave this money to you and just wait. Mother Zhou now really realized the seriousness of the matter. Zhou Tianxiang's tone was already giving his last words. Old Zhou, have you asked Jiejia about this matter? Is there some kind of hidden story or misunderstanding? Not yet. I will call Jiejia in a while. Zhou Tianxiang smiled bitterly. However, there should be no misunderstanding. Then can you promise him first, then delay it? Let's think about it in the long run. Or after you promise him, say that you have to go home to prepare and then never return to Europe again? Anyway, in China, he can't do anything to you. Mother Zhou said quickly. AI. Zhou Tianxiang shook his head. Don't forget what the Charles family does. They are an assassin group. I am all over the world. It can be said that if I am on this earth, I will be in danger of being assassinated, and you will be implicated. Mother Zhou had no concept of assassins, but after listening to Zhou Tianxiang's words, she was very shocked. She didn't know what to do. If that's the case, then what should I do? Mother Zhou had no way, and her voice sounded a little helpless. There is no way. Zhou Tianxiang sighed. Tonight is the last time limit. Now I will call Jiejia and then contact you. Okay. Mother Zhou was also in a mess now. She didn't know what to do. Zhou Tianxiang dialed Zhou Jiejia's phone number. At this moment, Zhou Jiejia was in the villa, chatting with Yang Ming through a video call. Shen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were also on the side. The phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Zhou Jiejia was stunned for a moment. She hesitated to answer the phone. After all, Yang Ming finally chatted with them. Zhou Jiejia was somewhat reluctant to give up this opportunity. Yang Ming also saw Zhou Jiejia's dilemma over there, so he smiled and said, Jiejia, go and answer the phone first. Maybe it is your family. I have nothing to do tonight. I will just chat with you all the time. Then, I'm going. Zhou Jiejia nodded obediently, went out of the room, and picked up the phone. Jiejia, are you okay? Zhou Tianxiang said with some emotion. His daughter was so old, and the days he spent with her were less than 2 years. Dad? Zhou Jiejia was stunned. She didn't expect her father to call at this time, but she was a little surprised. Dad, why did you suddenly call me? Nothing. Dad just misses you. I want to hear your voice. Zhou Tianxiang didn't know how to speak. For Mother Zhou, he could say his current situation without any scruples. But for Zhou Jiejia, Zhou Tianxiang was afraid that he would say too much and make his daughter worry. Dad, is there anything wrong with you? Zhou Jiejia was also very sensitive. She was already 19 years old. She was not a little girl who didn't know anything. Especially after experiencing the Wang Jitao incident, Zhou Jiejia was more mature. Zhou Tianxiang didn't expect Zhou Jiejia to be so sensitive. She noticed something after just a few words. He sighed helplessly. Jiejia, do you know a person named Charles? Charles? Zhou Jiejia was stunned and fell into contemplation. This name was very strange. She had never heard of it, but since her father asked, there must be a very important thing. So Zhou Jiejia thought about it carefully. You don't know him? Zhou Tianxiang didn't expect his daughter to seem like she didn't know anything. I seem to remember. I have a bit of an impression. Once, when I was eating with Yang Ming, there was a guy who claimed to be the god of racing, Karsi. He talked to me. He seemed to have a good impression of me. Zhou Jia finally remembered who Charles was. What's wrong, Dad? Why did you suddenly ask about this person? Sure enough, he really knows you. Zhou Tianxiang finally confirmed it. Jia, your mother will rely on you to take care of her in the future. Dad, what are you talking about? Why are you so weird? Zhou Jia listened in confusion. What do you mean that my mother will rely on me to take care of her in the future? What about me? Nothing. Zhou Tianxiang was most reluctant to part with his baby daughter. He didn't love her much since she was a child. Zhou Tianxiang still wanted to do his duty as a father after a few years of retirement, but now he was afraid that he couldn't. Dad, you must have something. Tell me what's going on. Zhou Jia said anxiously. Nothing. It's really nothing. Okay, Dad just wants to hear your voice. Zhou Tianxiang was afraid that he couldn't help but cry, so he quickly said, Okay, that's it. Dad, does Mom know? I will call Mom now. How could Zhou Jia just let it go? She wasn't stupid. She realized that something must have happened. Okay. Zhou Tianxiang finally nodded. He felt that it was necessary to let his daughter have the right to know. After all, his daughter would ask for the truth when she called her mother. It was better for him to talk to his daughter. You say it quickly. Seeing that her father had relented, Zhou Jia also breathed a sigh of relief and held the phone tightly. In fact, Dad is abroad, not doing business. Zhou Tianxiang said, Instead, I am working as a butler for an assassin group. They are engaged in some assassination business. I am the butler of this family, responsible for some complicated affairs. If it goes well, in a few years, the family's master will see that I have worked hard for half of my life. Maybe he will allow me to retire safely. But now, I'm afraid it won't work. Why? Dad, did you do something wrong? Zhou Jia was shocked. Although she was very shocked that her father was actually working for an assassin group, Zhou Jia's current psychological endurance was much greater. She didn't ask too many questions. After all, she didn't think that her father would lie to her at this time. I have to talk about it bit by bit. Zhou Tianxiang said that Charles is actually the young master of the family that I work for, the Charles family. I don't know how he went to Songjiang to meet you, but according to the master, he fell in love with you at first sight. So the master came to me today to propose marriage. He wants you to marry him and gave me two choices. He asked me to give him an answer before tonight. Either you marry his son, Charles. Do you want it? Then I will pack up and leave the Charles family. Then just quit. Isn't it great that you come back and be with your mother? Zhou Jia didn't understand why her father was worried. Isn't this a good thing? Moreover, that Charles is actually the young master of the family that my father works for. Isn't this too amazing? Zhou Jia was a little confused, but it seems that Charles seems to be afraid of Yangming, right? Then, what is the identity of Yangming? Zhou Jia had some doubts about Yangming's other identities, but she had never asked because she felt that it was unnecessary. She liked Yangming. No matter what Yangming did or what identity he had, he was still Yangming after all. He was the person she loved, so Zhou Jia didn't ask much. But now things were getting more and more complicated. Zhou Jia inevitably thought of Yangming unnaturally. How can it be so simple? Zhou Tianxiang sighed and said somewhat helplessly, I know too many secrets of the Charles family, and this time, I'm going against them. I'm not retiring peacefully. I can feel the anger in the master's eyes. I'm afraid that once I leave this time, the assassin will be dispatched to kill me. Zhou Jia frowned. If it is really like what my father said, then it is a big deal. Is there no room for maneuver? Zhou Jia didn't like that Charles at all. It was impossible for her to marry Charles, but she was also worried about her father's safety. For a time, Zhou Jia was in a dilemma. Don't worry, Jia. Dad won't force you to do anything. It's just that Dad may not be able to wait until the day of your wedding. I can't watch you put on the wedding dress. Speaking of this, Zhou Tianxiang's voice was a little choked. He was afraid that he couldn't control his emotions, so he quickly said, Okay, Jia, Dad wishes you happiness. After that, Zhou Tianxiang hung up the phone. He was not afraid that Zhou Jia would do something stupid for him because the headquarters of the Charles family was very secretive. If one wasn't in the industry, one couldn't know where they were. So, Zhou Jie couldn't find him. Even if Zhou Jie gave up love to save him, she couldn't find the place. That was why Zhou Tianxiang told Zhou Jie the whole story. He wasn't afraid of the consequences. Dad, Zhou Jie still wanted to say something, but she looked at the phone that already showed that the call was over. She shook her head helplessly. Although she could use technical means to invade the mobile phone carrier's network, then find the transfer server layer by layer. Finally, she determined the number of the call, but it would take a long time. Her father said that she had to give an answer tonight. In such a short time, even if Zhou Jie was a master hacker, she couldn't achieve it. Zhou Jie sighed and walked back to the room with a heavy heart. She wanted to call her mother, but she also knew that her father would definitely continue to talk to her mother at this time. Jie, you're back? Just now, Yang Ming asked why you were gone for so long. He missed you. Chen Mingyan saw Zhou Jie come back and couldn't help but tease. Oh, he? Zhou Jie smiled very reluctantly. Jie, what's wrong with you? Chen Mingyan saw that Zhou Jie's smile was very unnatural and asked with some doubts. Nothing. Zhou Jie didn't want everyone to chat because of her emotions during this happy time. Jie, who called you just now? What happened? Yang Ming was the best at observing people's expressions. Although it was far away, he still saw Zhou Jie's emotional loss from the camera. No, nothing. Zhou Jie smiled awkwardly. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Jie, you look a little absent-minded now. This lie is really not true. Yang Ming frowned. Now that everyone is a family, is there anything you can't tell me? Under Yang Ming's questioning, Zhou Jie could no longer control her emotions. Her tears fell involuntarily. Yang Ming, can you save my father? Your father? What happened to your father? Yang Ming was stunned and asked immediately. Chapter 1143. My dad, he may be harmed by someone. Zhou Jie finally cried out. She didn't care about her image in front of others, but fortunately, these people were her family members. No one would laugh at her. Instead, they all showed a horrified expression. Harmed by someone? What happened? Yang Ming couldn't help but be stunned after listening to Zhou Jie's words. He didn't have much contact with Zhou Jie's father. He just met him once. He didn't even know what Zhou Jie's father did. Yang Ming, Zhou Jie paused as she spoke until here. However, it might be because she took into account Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun, but after thinking about it, the two of them were also the closest people to her. They would definitely live together in the future, so there was nothing to hide. Just as she wanted to continue, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun spoke first. Jie, Sister Lin, and I will go to another room to play. We will leave some private space for you and Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan patted Zhou Jie's hand and smiled. No need. Zhou Jie was a little embarrassed as she held the hands of Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun, who were leaving. I don't have to hide my matters from you. You can cheer me up on my side. My heart will feel better. And that's good. Chen Mingyan was also afraid that Zhou Jie had some things that were inconvenient for her and Lin Jiyun to hear, so she made the move just now. Since Zhou Jie said that there was nothing, then she didn't have to leave. In fact, Chen Mingyan didn't want Zhou Jie to tell Yang Ming something and hide it from her and Lin Jiyun. In her opinion, the three people were now in such a close relationship. What else was there to hide? Jie, tell me, what is going on? But you can rest assured. Tell me if there is any trouble. I will help you solve it. Yang Ming said with certainty. Somehow, when she heard Yang Ming's affirmation, Zhou Jie's heart was suddenly at ease. Thinking of the past, no matter how big the matter was, it didn't trouble Yang Ming. She believed that this time must be the same. Yang Ming could help her solve it. Therefore, Zhou Jie told the ins and outs of the matter to Yang Ming. This is actually the case. My father is not doing business in Europe, but he is a butler for an assassin family. Assassin family? Butler? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect that Zhou Zhejia's family could still be related to the assassin group. This world is really too small and wonderful. Are you scared? Zhou Zhejia saw Yang Ming's expression and couldn't help but ask. After all, most people would have a creepy feeling when they heard the relatively new and unfamiliar word assassin. Hee, it's just an assassin family. You continue. In fact, Yang Ming didn't say this to comfort Zhou Zhejia. An assassin family was just an assassin family in Yang Ming's eyes. Yang Ming didn't think that it would pose any threat to him. After all, Yang Ming's own profession was also an assassin. He was also the disciple of the world's #1 assassin, the king of assassins. Who would he be afraid of? And, seeing that Yang Ming's expression was very relaxed, Zhou Zhejia also breathed a sigh of relief and continued. That Charles. Do you remember? It's the god of racing, Charles. Of course, I remember him. I just didn't expect you to remember him. Yang Ming was slightly surprised. Is this related to the god of racing, Charles? However, an assassin family, Charles? Yang Ming immediately thought of something. Zhejia, the assassin family you were talking about. Don't you mean Charles's family? You know, this time, it was Zhou Zhejia's turn to be surprised. She didn't expect Yang Ming to know that Charles's family was an assassin family. This made Zhou Zhejia feel very strange. And I know. You continue. Yang Ming nodded and motioned for Zhou Zhejia to continue. Yes, my father is the butler of the Charles family. Zhou Zhejia said, the person in charge of the Charles family, Charles's father, old Charles, proposed to my father today. He said that Charles likes me and wants me to marry him. Is this kid Charles asking for a beating? If I had known earlier, I would have beaten him up when I saw him last time. Yang Ming frowned after listening. This kid really doesn't give up. What did your father say? Of course my father refused. Old Charles asked my father to consider it. Either promise him or leave. Give him an answer before tonight, which is tonight in Europe. Zhou Zhejia explained. Then leave. The wealth on you and your mother's side is enough for you to spend. Moreover, don't you still have me? Yang Ming asked, baffled. At first, I said so, but my father said that he knew too many secrets of the Charles family. He was afraid that after this incident, the Charles family would not let him go. As soon as he left, the assassins would come one after another. Zhou Zhejia told Yang Ming about her father's worries. My father is afraid that they will kill him. This is possible. Yang Ming nodded. After all, assassins were still very mysterious. They couldn't simply let ordinary people know. So, I'm telling you now. Can you help my father? Speaking of this, Zhou Zhejia also felt that she was too blind to believe and worship Yang Ming. How can Yang Ming have a connection with the assassin group? Am I not looking for trouble for him? Of course. It's just an assassin family. Hee. Yang Ming smiled and said, You are my wife. Isn't your business my business? Don't worry. Leave it to me. There is still some time before the evening. You find a way to tell your father to stabilize first. Wait for me to go. Zhou Zhejia looked at Yang Ming incredulously. She didn't believe what Yang Ming said before. He is going to solve it. Can he find the place where my father is? Besides, they're an assassin group. Is it so easy to enter? Moreover, Yang Ming actually said that it was just an assassin family. What does this mean? Yang Ming didn't seem to put them in his eyes at all. Don't be confused. In fact, your man is much stronger than you think. He is no longer the Yang Ming in junior high school. Yang Ming smiled and said to Zhou Zhejia. Indeed, Zhou Zhejia also felt it. Although Yang Ming was still the same person, he seemed to have changed. Now, Yang Ming seemed to be in control of everything. Nothing could be difficult for him. Chen Mingyan also had this feeling. In senior high school, Yang Ming suddenly seemed to change into another person. Not only did his academic performance improve by leaps and bounds, but he also began to become bold and dishonest with her. Especially later, he quickly established a company and accumulated wealth. Chen Mingyan couldn't believe it. However, Lin Jian didn't have this feeling because when she knew Yang Ming was already very strong. Moreover, in her opinion, It seemed that every time she encountered difficulties, Yang Ming could help her solve it very well. Therefore, Lin Jian didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what Yang Ming said to Zhou Jie this time. Well, there isn't much time. When I solve the matter of Jie's father, I will come back and chat with you. We could try voice XX. Listening to this kid Zhang Bin, it's very interesting. Ha! Yang Ming's expression changed from a serious to a lascivious one. The three girls originally listened to Yang Ming's previous righteous words, and they were somewhat in awe. However, when Yang Ming changed the topic, it became such a dirty thing. They suddenly snorted. Chen Mingyan said with a red face, "Who wants to have voice XX with you?" But if you help Jie solve this matter, she should repay you. Let Jie satisfy your wish. Zhou Jie didn't expect Chen Mingyan to involve her as she talked. She suddenly blushed. She and Yang Ming hadn't really had that kind of relationship yet. If she had voice XX with Yang Ming, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Lin Jian couldn't help but laugh. Chen Mingyan wasn't so cold. With these days of contact, the three sisters got along more and more harmoniously. Well, the three of you rehearse first. It's best if the three of you do it together, hee. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he didn't wait for Chen Mingyan and the others to say anything and turn off the video. Only Chen Mingyan, Lin Jian, and Zhou Jie were left staring at the computer screen. Jie, you quickly use hacking to connect to Yang Ming's computer. I want to scold him. Chen Mingyan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Forget it, Sister Yonyan. Yang Ming is going to do something serious. Lin Jian smiled and persuaded Chen Mingyan. I'm just saying it casually. Chen Mingyan was also a little embarrassed. Zhou Jie's mood was much better. She quickly took out the phone and dialed her mother's number. She couldn't contact her father, but her mother could definitely contact him. So, she had to relay what Yang Ming had just said to her mother. She wanted her to tell her father to calm down first. Anything else could be delayed until the evening. After the phone rang twice, it was connected. Obviously, Mother Zhou had been holding the phone. Jie, it's you. Mother Zhou's voice sounded a little choked. Mom, it's me. Zhou Jie said quickly. Mom, don't be sad. It's okay. You know about it? Mother Zhou sighed and asked. And I know. Dad just called me and told me the reason. Zhou Jie said. Then what do you think? After Mother Zhou finished speaking, she added, Mom won't force you. You can rest assured. Mom, I told Yang Ming about it. He said that he can help us solve it. Just leave everything to him. Zhou Jie comforted her mother. Leave it to Yang Ming? He can solve it? Mother Zhou was obviously stunned. Jie, this isn't a joke. Are you sure he can solve it? The other party is an assassin group. Mom, Yang Ming just said that he can solve it. Zhou Jie said with certainty. And he told me to tell Dad to delay the matter until the evening and wait for him to solve it. Are you sure that Yang Ming can solve this matter? Mother Zhou was really a little surprised. Although she admitted that Yang Ming could summon the wind and summon the rain locally, in Europe, especially in the face of an assassin group, could he still control others? Mom, I believe in Yang Ming. He is a man who can bring me miracles. Zhou Jie firmly expressed her opinion. She believed in Yang Ming and believed in everything about Yang Ming. Well, I will call your dad and ask him to cooperate with us. Mother Zhou was moved by Zhou Jie's determination. In any case, this was an opportunity. Maybe Yang Ming can really solve it? Be sure to tell Dad. Don't be impulsive. Let him wait until the evening. Yang Ming will definitely solve it. Zhou Jie instructed. Don't worry. I'm the same as you. I don't want anything to happen to your dad. Mother Zhou said. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Jie breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know why, but she suddenly wasn't worried at all, because Yang Ming was not the kind of person who liked to brag and talk big. In general, Yang Ming would do what he said, especially in such a major event, so Zhou Jie was full of confidence in Yang Ming. Mother Zhou didn't dare to delay. She hung up Zhou Jie's phone call and called Zhou Tianxiang, who was far away in Europe. Zhou Tianxiang was sitting in his room in pain at the moment. He knew that this matter had to be confessed in the end but he really couldn't bear to part with his daughter and his wife. After all, for most of his life, he didn't spend much time with his mother and daughter. Zhou Tianxiang felt that his life was really regretful. He lacked a lot of things, so he was unwilling to die like this. However, although he was unwilling, he had no better way at the moment. After all, his own personal strength was too small. He couldn't compete with the huge assassin group of the Charles family. The phone rang, and Zhou Tianxiang was shocked. He was relieved when he saw that it was his cell phone ringing. If it was an internal call, then it must be old Charles calling. Hello. Zhou Tianxiang picked up the phone and tried to make his emotions normal. Tianxiang, it's me. Mother Zhou said anxiously. You haven't given him an answer yet, right? Not yet. What's wrong? Zhou Tianxiang didn't understand why Mother Zhou asked this. Since you haven't, then you don't have to give them an answer as soon as possible. You could delay it for a while. You must try your best to delay it, said Mother Zhou. Why? Isn't the result the same whether I say it earlier or later? Zhou Tianxiang just thought that if he really couldn't do it, he would just tell old Charles directly. As for what would happen to him, he would just leave it to fate. It's not the same. Listen to me, Mother Zhou said quickly. Jia told her boyfriend, Yang Ming, about your matter. Yang Ming said that he can help you. He wants you to delay it as much as possible and wait for him to come over. Jia's boyfriend? Zhou Tianxiang frowned with some surprise. You mean the boy you saw in the hospital last time? He can help me? Is there a mistake? I was very skeptical at first, but Jia's tone was very sure. She said that he can help you. Mother Zhou said, Anyway, there's no harm in trying. Well, I will try my best to delay it. Zhou Tianxiang nodded. But that boy, AI, this is not the time for them to be heroes. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. In short, as you said, there's no harm in trying. It's good that you can think so. I'm also looking forward to a miracle. Mother Zhou nodded and said, Maybe Jia will really bring us a miracle. I hope so. Zhou Tianxiang didn't know why, but his tight heart suddenly relaxed. As long as he tried his best, it would be fine, right? Yang Ming turned off the computer and walked out of the room. Because he was chatting with Chun Mingyan, Zhou Jia, and Lin Jiyun, Wang Xiaoyan did not join the fun. Instead, she went to the yard to guide old Buffon and Mrs. Buffon in their martial arts practice. Seeing Yang Ming coming out, Wang Xiaoyan asked with a smile, Finished chatting so soon? I thought you were going to spend the night with her. It's a little important. Yang Ming didn't have time to tease Wang Xiaoyan, but asked directly, Do you know where the Charles family is? Charles family? Are you talking about the Charles we met a few days ago? Wang Xiaoyan was stunned. She didn't understand why Yang Ming suddenly asked this, but because of the presence of old Buffon and his wife, Wang Xiaoyan did not say the word assassin. Yes, it's them. I'm looking for them for something. Yang Ming said, Do you know where their family's headquarters are? I really don't know. Wang Xiaoyan frowned and shook her head. Although she knew some things about the Charles family, she didn't know the details. If she were at home, she could ask her father. She might know where the Charles family's headquarters was, but now, Wang Xiaoyan didn't know how to inquire about these things. Yang Ming listened to Wang Xiaoyan's words and suddenly frowned. Originally, he thought that Wang Xiaoyan would know where the Charles family was, so he didn't ask Zhou Jia to inquire. But now it seemed that he had to call Zhou Jia again and ask her to ask again. Although it was a little troublesome, and his confidence in front of her would be greatly reduced, this was the only way. Master, are you talking about the Charles family that does the assassin business? Old Buffon opened his mouth at this time. Yang Ming wanted to go back to his room. After listening to old Buffon's words, he quickly turned around and looked at old Buffon with some surprise. You know where their headquarters are? When I was young, before I became the successor of the Buffon family, I visited them once, so I know where their family is, but Master, how do you find them? Old Buffon nodded and said, Is there anything I can help with? Although they didn't like me very much when I was young, now that I am the patriarch of the Buffon family, my words are still very authoritative. Chapter 1144. No need. I know that it will be very difficult for you to handle this kind of thing. Although you have a lot of prestige in Europe, the assassin family is still very troublesome, said Yang Ming. He didn't want to embarrass old Buffon. After all, the assassin family was different from the general family, and they wouldn't care too much about a family like old Buffon. Therefore, such families generally minded their own business, just like the butterfly family that Yang Ming came into contact with. They were a transcendent existence. They would not bow to anyone, nor would they listen to anyone's orders. After old Buffon listened to Yang Ming's words, he was a little embarrassed. Indeed, when he said that sentence just now, he was still a little unconfident and had the intention of stepping forward. It was only because it was Yang Ming's matter that old Buffon braced himself and stepped forward. Now, when he heard Yang Ming say that he didn't need him, he was relieved. Master, this is the assassin family. Why are you looking for him? And there's something. They're looking for trouble with one of my family members, so I have to find trouble with him first. Yang Ming said very easily, you just have to tell me the address. Old Buffon was stunned. Yang Ming actually wants to find trouble with the assassin family? And he said it so easily? However, it was not surprising that the association noticed Yang Ming's performance. Master is a martial arts master. We're those families. Master, I will send someone to make a map for you. As old Buffon said this, he called the butler and then instructed him to go to the study to make a map. Yang Ming, what the hell is going on? Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. She didn't know why Yang Ming suddenly went to find trouble with the Charles family. It's a long story, but while old Buffon is drawing the map, I will tell you briefly. Yang Ming didn't hide it. Zhou Zhejia's father is the butler of the Charles family. You didn't expect it, right? Zhou Zhejia's father is the butler of the Charles family? Wang Xiaoyan was stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. She didn't expect these two people to be connected. Is Zhou Zhejia's father in trouble? Smart. Yang Ming nodded and said approvingly, this is the case. That Charles, I don't know why, but he actually took a fancy to Zhou Zhejia of Zhou Tianxiang. This is true. If he retires peacefully, maybe the Charles family won't do anything. But now that the two sides have fallen out, it is unknown whether old Charles will do something unfavorable to Zhou Tianxiang. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said, that's why I have to make a trip there and settle this matter, Yang Ming said. Are you sure that old Charles will let Zhou Tianxiang go? Wang Xiaoyan wondered. Why does old Charles listen to Yang Ming? He is also an assassin. He naturally knows how terrible an assassin is. If he wants to touch Zhou Tianxiang, then he will be shrouded in the shadow of my assassination for the rest of his life. Unless he locks himself in the room and doesn't come out, but then he has to consider whether the house will collapse. Yang Ming nodded and said gloomily. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly felt a chill after hearing it. Yang Ming is too ruthless. He is giving old Charles a taste of his own medicine. However, with Yang Ming's skill, he was not arrogant when he said this. At least, in Wang Xiaoyan's view, those assassins and her family were not stronger than Yang Ming. Therefore, if old Charles knew Yang Ming's strength, he probably would not touch Zhou Tianxiang. Moreover, Yang Ming was also a person in the assassin world. In this way, old Charles could rest assured that Zhou Tianxiang would not leak anything. After all, it was easier to negotiate with people on the same level. Do you want me to go with you? Asked Wang Xiaoyan. No need. If I go alone, even if I can't reach an agreement, I can guarantee that I can retreat safely. But if you go, I have to take care of you. After all, old Charles's family is different from the general place. I believe there must be a few masters there. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, well, pay attention to your safety. I wish you success. Wang Xiaoyan was not such a pretentious person. She also knew that this matter was important. She would not easily add trouble to Yang Ming, so when she heard Yang Ming say so, she nodded and agreed. Don't worry, Yang Ming smiled indifferently and touched Wang Xiaoyan's hair. Wang Xiaoyan's face reddened as she rebuked. There are others. Don't always touch me. Old Buffon quickly made the map of the Charles family. What made Yang Ming admire was that the map situation was actually drawn in the GPS navigator. This made Yang Ming admire the efficiency of Old Buffon's elite men. Logically, this kind of place should be a large blank area that was not displayed and marked in the navigator's map. But Old Buffon's men actually made the map and routed that area in such a short time. This was a very remarkable thing. After Yang Ming took over the navigator, he no longer delayed. He drove an off-road vehicle that Old Buffon had prepared for him and set off for the Charles family castle according to the route marked by the navigator. Although Yang Ming had not been here before, and he was not familiar with the route in Europe, there was the navigation mark, so it was not very difficult to walk. It was just that he occasionally violated the traffic rules in unfamiliar places, but he thought that the tickets for the cameras would be sent to the company under Old Buffon, and Old Buffon would not care about these things at all. Yang Ming was now in Europe, and the Charles family castle was only a 3-hour drive away from the manor of the Old Buffon family, where Yang Ming was located. This made Yang Ming feel that it was a bit of a coincidence. If the Charles family was too far away, Yang Ming could not drive. He should take Old Buffon's private helicopter. But this was also inevitable. If the Charles family was not nearby, Old Charles would not meet Charles at the tea house in this city. Therefore, Yang Ming was so sure that he would solve this matter before nightfall. Soon, they left the city, and the car drove on the winding mountain road. According to the navigation, it was not far from the Charles family castle. Who is it? Please get off immediately for inspection. When they were a certain distance away from the Charles family, Yang Ming was stopped by a few black-shirt men. Obviously, these must be the men of the Charles family. They were here to prevent strangers from going up. Yang Ming parked the car and got off with a smile on his face. He asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is there a toll booth here?" Yang Ming spoke standard English. He looked like a tourist who came here to play. "This is not a tourist spot. This is private property. Please leave here immediately." A black-shirt man saw Yang Ming dressed like a tourist and spoke to him with a sigh of relief. "But the scenery here is very beautiful. Can you make an exception and let me take a photo?" Yang Ming said with some hesitation. "That won't do. We have rules here that don't allow you to enter casually." The black-shirt man waved his hand. For tourists like Yang Ming, they had met before. On the contrary, they could meet a few within a month, so they were accustomed to it. In particular, Yang Ming's oriental face made them more relaxed, because the more it was like this, the more Yang Ming looked like a tourist who came here to play. "Yeah, that's really a pity," Yang Ming said with some helplessness. As he spoke, he shook his head and turned to return to the car. However, just as Yang Ming turned around, he suddenly turned back and quickly cut the neck of each of the 4 black-shirt men. The 4 men fell to the ground silently. These 4 people were also considered masters in the strict sense. Otherwise, Old Charles wouldn't let them be responsible for guarding the first checkpoint. It was just that they didn't set up defenses against Yang Ming, and Yang Ming's speed was really too fast, so they fell into Yang Ming's trap in an instant. Although Yang Ming was not afraid to confront them head-on, it was more time-consuming to confront them head-on. Secondly, if the movement was too big, Yang Ming was afraid of attracting the attention of the next sentry. Therefore, Yang Ming chose this silent method to solve the problem. After the 4 men fell, Yang Ming tapped the sleeping acupoints on each of them to prevent them from waking up in a short time. After doing all this, Yang Ming dragged 3 of them to the side of the grass to cover them. Then, he took off another person's coat and put it on himself. He found a windbreaker from the trunk and put it on the black-shirt man. He threw the black-shirt man's head on the back seat of his car. Yang Ming got in the car and instantly used his special ability to transform into the black-shirt man's appearance. Yang Ming started the car and set off for the Charles family's castle. Sure enough, Yang Ming guessed correctly. There was a sentry not far away. Yang Ming stopped the car under their signal and then poked his head out of the window. "Zaikisi, why are you here?" The black-shirt man obviously knew the appearance of Yang Ming. He used Italian. "It's me. I caught a sneaky guy. I'm going to report to the family master." Yang Ming also replied to him in Italian and then pointed to the unlucky guy in the back seat. Oh, so that's the case. Then you go quickly. The black shirt man waved his hand and let Yang Ming drive over. For the next few sentry posts, Yang Ming used the same method to walk past them without any effort. He was not stopped at all. This made Yang Ming feel very refreshed. I really have to thank the little girl, Suya, for the development of this special ability. Otherwise, I wouldn't know. The car was parked not far from the castle and hidden behind a pile of boulders. Yang Ming got out of the car, but his appearance at the moment had transformed into Zhou Tianxiang's appearance. Yang Ming had seen Zhou Tianxiang in Songjiang, so he knew what he looked like. After the transformation was completed, Yang Ming took off the black shirt man's clothes and restored his original clothes. He swaggered to the castle. When he came to the gate of the castle, the guard here was just about to stop him. When he took a closer look, the person who came was the family's butler, Zhou Tianxiang. Although it was a little strange, when did Butler Zhou leave the castle? But he still greeted respectfully and politely. Butler Zhou? Hello. Yang Ming nodded and didn't say much. He went directly into the castle. What happened to Zhou Tianxiang was only known by the castle's owner, Old Charles, and the person involved, Zhou Tianxiang, so other people in the castle didn't know about it. The real Zhou Tianxiang was in the room at the moment, so the appearance of Yang Ming, the fake Zhou Tianxiang, did not attract too much attention. It was because it was impossible to collide with the real Zhou Tianxiang. Yang Ming swaggered into the castle and called a servant casually. Zhou Tianxiang was the direct leader of these servants, so the servant who was called quickly came over in fear and trepidation. He asked carefully, Butler Zhou, what's the matter? Have you seen the master? Asked Yang Ming. Master? Isn't the master always in his room? The servant was stunned and quickly replied. Which room is he in? Yang Ming pretended not to care and asked. Generally, people like Old Charles had many rooms, such as the study, bedroom, and so on. Isn't the master in the study during the day? He is in the innermost room upstairs. Although the servant found it strange, he didn't dare to ask more. He just answered truthfully. In. Zhou Tianxiang nodded and said, Okay, then you go and do your work. Yes, Butler Zhou. After the servant responded, he continued to do his own things. How could he dare to care about Butler Zhou's business? Yang Ming easily found out the location of Old Charles. He couldn't help but shake his head. Isn't the management in this castle too lax? Isn't there any vigilance? As a matter of fact, the appearance of Yang Ming was simply a special case. Besides Yang Ming, who else could pretend to be Zhou Tianxiang? Yang Ming appeared in the castle with Zhou Tianxiang's appearance. Naturally, no one would doubt anything. Yang Ming went upstairs according to what the servant said. He came to the door of the room where Old Charles was and knocked on the door. Please come in. An old man's voice came from inside. What made Yang Ming a little surprised was that he actually spoke Chinese, the same Chinese as little Charles. However, the association knew that Old Charles was also Asian, so it was not surprising that he spoke Chinese. Yang Ming pushed open the door of the room and walked in. Of course, the moment he entered, he restored his original appearance. Old Charles had no defense at all. After all, it was impossible for ordinary people to enter his castle. He was staring at a set of data on the computer at the moment. The Black Butterfly Assassin organization that his son, Little Charles, had mentioned to him before. Old Charles paid attention to it after he came back. His family, the Charles family, was the third largest assassin organization in the world, so they also had a higher inquiry authority on the assassin platform. He directly found the recent mission of the Black Butterfly Assassin organization. They only had one mission, but this single mission was enough to cause a sensation in the assassin world. Going to a war-torn country in North Africa to assassinate the leader of an armed force? They dared to accept this kind of mission, and they actually completed it? This made Old Charles's jaw drop. This kind of mission, even he didn't dare to accept it casually. Not only would he not earn the commission, but he would also suffer a double loss. His own people would also die there. Looking at the initial stage of this mission, it was actually designated to complete the King of Assassins. This made Old Charles somewhat amused. The King of Assassins had retired for several years. How could he come out and accept this mission? But how did this mission fall into the hands of the Black Butterfly Assassin Organization, and the other party was relieved to let a newly established assassin organization with no reputation take on this mission? This made Old Charles very curious. Old Charles was also a person who knew the inside story of the King of Assassins. He knew how powerful the King of Assassins was, so he felt a bit weird when the bounty hunter first appointed the King of Assassins to complete the mission and then commissioned the Black Butterfly Assassin Organization to complete it. The previous designation had already announced the difficulty of this mission. Only the King of Assassins could be competent, but the subsequent appointment was a bit interesting. This was not a game. If they failed, they could still find another assassin group. Once the assassination failed, the other party would be alerted, and the second assassination would not be so easy. Therefore, Old Charles was really interested in the Black Butterfly Assassin Organization at this moment. Could it be that Wang Xiaoyan is really the descendant of that family? Only in this way could it be reasonable to explain why the Black Butterfly Assassin Organization could receive such a difficult mission. According to the sequencing theory, if the King of Assassins did not accept this mission for a certain period of time, then the bounty hunter might find the Butterfly family, which was one level lower than the King of Assassins, to accept this mission. Then it was understandable that this mission fell into the hands of Wang Xiaoyan. However, would Old Man Wang let his only daughter do such a dangerous mission? No matter how Old Charles thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. Moreover, Old Charles knew that there was no suitable person under his command who could complete this mission. Although the Butterfly family was stronger than his overall strength, it would be difficult for them to complete this mission. Why would they transfer this mission to his daughter? Could it be that this mission was actually completed by the Butterfly family, but it was announced to the public that the Black Butterfly Assassin Organization completed it so that the Black Butterfly Assassin Organization's reputation could be increased? Then, what was the purpose of this? What was the use of the reputation of the Black Butterfly Assassin Organization? Old Charles was more and more confused, but he had to continue to think about it. After all, this kind of big change in the assassin world would have an impact on the Charles family. Chapter 1145. If it was an ordinary small assassin group, Old Charles might not pay so much attention to it. After all, in this world, there were too many small assassin groups. If Old Charles paid attention to each of them, he would be exhausted. However, he couldn't take the Black Butterfly Assassin group lightly. In the beginning, he also looked at the information of the Black Butterfly Assassin group with a playful attitude. After all, after listening to his son, little Charles, Old Charles felt that this Black Butterfly Assassin group seemed to be established by the daughter of the Butterfly family. Naturally, he paid more attention to it. He didn't expect to be surprised after reading it. The Black Butterfly Assassin group actually completed such an impossible mission. This made Old Charles very surprised. After all, with the strength of his family, they might not be able to complete such a mission. Therefore, when Yang Ming knocked on the door, Old Charles was very absent-minded and casually said, "Please come in." He didn't even raise his head. It was enough to see how engrossed he was at the moment, because with the current growth rate and ranking of the Black Butterfly Assassin group, it wouldn't take long for them to rush to the top. After all, the reputation of the assassin group was not determined by the number of missions performed, but the difficulty of the missions performed. For example, the mission that the Black Butterfly Assassin group accepted this time was defined as an A+++ level, which was one of the most difficult missions. After this kind of mission was completed, the overall score evaluation obtained by the corresponding assassin group would also increase a lot. Unlike the general B-level and C-level missions, which only added a few points or even a few tenths of a point upon completion, this A-level mission would add dozens of points upon completion. An A+ level mission would add more points, not to mention the extremely difficult level mission with 3+ signs behind the A level. Completing this kind of mission would randomly add thousands or even tens of thousands of points. Therefore, the Black Butterfly Assassin group jumped from the initial unknown to the top 50 of the world's assassin groups. This was impossible in the past because many big assassin groups couldn't accept this kind of mission, let alone those small assassin groups. However, this time, the Black Butterfly Assassin Group broke this myth. From the initial unknown, they suddenly climbed to the top 50. If they continued to develop at this speed, the Black Butterfly Assassin Group would only accept some extremely difficult missions. Then, it wouldn't take long for the Black Butterfly Assassin Group to rise to the top 10 or even the top 5 at an unimaginable speed. This was possible because in the past, this kind of high-level assassination was generally not accepted by the assassin group. Although the reward was high, and the reputation of the assassin group was also greatly improved, this kind of mission was too dangerous. Not only would the mission not be completed, but the assassin would also die there. That was really a double loss. Therefore, the release of this kind of mission was likely to be unsettled in the end. When the King of Assassins was around, it often took on some such missions. Other assassin organizations sighed at their inferiority. No one would compete with the King of Assassins for these missions. However, with the King of Assassins' retirement, no one was willing to accept these difficult missions. No one wanted to lift a rock only to drop it on their own feet. But with the emergence of the Black Butterfly Assassin Group, would this situation change? But he had to face this reality. Old Charles sighed. I am really old, and the Charles family has no successor. After having a serious talk with little Charles that day, Old Charles also gave up the idea of letting him inherit the family business. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. Little Charles's interest was not in the assassin group at all. Wasn't it difficult for him to manage the assassin's business? Old Charles shook his head helplessly. It was imperative to find a partner as soon as possible, a partner who could carry forward the Charles family. Otherwise, even if the Charles family was finished, the group of assassins under him would have no food to eat. Old Charles knew his own business. He was still clear about the weight of these people. They could kill people, but they couldn't carry the burden. They lacked leadership and pioneering spirit. This was what Old Charles was most worried about. Old Charles, hello. Yang Ming pushed the door and walked in. He closed the door of the study and quickly locked it. Then, he sat in the chair opposite Old Charles. Yang Ming's voice was flat, but it was like thunder in Old Charles's ears. Because Old Charles had never heard Yang Ming's voice, and it was even spoken in Chinese. In this house, except for the butler, Zhou Tianxiang, his son, and his wife who used this language, the others used Italian and English, so Old Charles was so surprised. He hurriedly looked up, but he saw a strange Oriental man standing in front of him. Old Charles was even more shocked. Who are you? How did you come in? Let me introduce myself. My name is Yang Ming. Yang Ming said calmly. As for how I came in, you don't need to know. What are you doing here? After all, Old Charles was an old man. After a short shock, his face returned to calmness. Do you know what I do? You dare to break in? Aren't you afraid of death? This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. If you just want to threaten me, then I will give you this opportunity. You can continue to threaten. When you are done with your threats, let's talk about business. Yang Ming shrugged indifferently and smiled. Old Charles also understood that since Yang Ming could come in, he was not an ordinary person. Saying these meaningless threats would not have any effect at all. Instead, it would make him laugh. So Old Charles snorted and changed the topic. Let's talk about your purpose of coming. My purpose is very simple. Zhou Jiejia is my girlfriend. Zhou Tianxiang is my girlfriend's father, which is my father-in-law. I don't want anything to happen to either of them. Yang Ming's tone was very plain, but there was an unquestionable certainty in his words. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Old Charles was stunned at first. Then he suddenly laughed. Interesting. Are you threatening me? You can laugh now, but if anything happens to either of them, then I will make you regret being born in this world. Yang Ming said faintly. This is also the funniest joke I have ever heard. Young man, don't overestimate yourself. Did Zhou Tianxiang bring you in? Old Charles sneered. This Zhou Tianxiang is really getting more and more unruly. You can think whatever you want, but you can call your sentry outside and see if they answer your call. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. After listening to Yang Ming's words, old Charles's face suddenly changed. Could it be that Yang Ming broke in? Yang Ming threw a waist tag in front of old Charles. This was found in the pocket of the black shirt man. It should be some kind of token of the Charles family. Yang Ming put it in his pocket. He didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Old Charles's face had become very ugly. This was the token of the Charles family on the first guard. Old Charles naturally recognized it. I forgot to tell you, my current identity is the person in charge of the Black Butterfly Assassin Group. Yang Ming looked at old Charles's face that changed color and said slowly, "Oh, I was wondering who you are. It turns out that you are the person in charge of the Black Butterfly Assassin Group. No wonder you dare to talk to me in this tone." Old Charles was secretly surprised. Why is Zhou Tianxiang's son-in-law such a figure? He was wondering whether to go against him. He didn't know about Yang Ming's background, but he could guess about Wang Xiaoyan's background. If he didn't give Yang Ming face, would Wang Xiaoyan have any reaction? However, old Charles thought about it again. Even if Wang Xiaoyan is the heir of the Butterfly family, so what? I'm not bad. I'm the family master of the Charles family. Although my assassin group is inferior to the Butterfly family, it is not so easy to bully. So, he decided in his heart and no longer cared about anything. You also know about the Black Butterfly Assassin Group? Yang Ming narrowed his eyes. He thought that old Charles didn't know about this group. He didn't expect the Black Butterfly Assassin Group to be so famous now. You just completed an A+++ mission. Old Charles snorted. However, you're just an assassin group that has just been established. Do you think you are so great? You dare to behave atrociously in front of me? Our Charles family is ranked 3rd on the assassin list. You are really showing off in front of Master Guan. You are overestimating yourself. It's useless to say this. In short, you mean that you're not going to let Zhou Tianxiang go? Yang Ming waved his hand and interrupted old Charles. His tone became a little cold. So what if I am? Old Charles snorted. He was not afraid of this kid in front of him. No wonder when he first said that his name was Yang Ming. He felt that this name was familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Now, he remembered that this name appeared on the business card that little Charles showed him. However, at that time, he only paid attention to Wang Xiaoyan and ignored this name. Now that he heard Yang Ming say this, he remembered the previous matter. Yang Ming smiled slightly. Since I can come in once, then I can come in a second time and a third time. I don't know what your life will be like in the future, but you will definitely be in the shadow of fear. Old Charles took a deep breath, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. He didn't expect Yang Ming to use this as a threat. Indeed, being able to come in here and sit in front of him was enough to prove that this young man in front of him was not simple. Moreover, it could be proved from the fact that he could complete the difficult mission. However, old Charles was a senior. He was threatened by a rising star in the assassin world. His heart was very uncomfortable. There was a breath in his throat that was about to come out. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Old Charles's face twitched twice. You can come in the first time, but it doesn't mean that you can come the second time. Even if you can come in, do you think that you can still leave after saying this to me today? Old Charles was completely furious. He couldn't care less about falling out with Yang Ming. He couldn't help but threaten. Ha! What you said makes me feel very skeptical. Why do you seem like you are strong on the outside, but weak on the inside? Yang Ming smiled. First, you may not be able to keep me. It's not that I look down on you, but the people in your castle are not in my eyes. Second, even if you keep me, someone will avenge me. At that time, you won't be the only one living in fear. The entire Charles family may suffer unprecedented crazy revenge. Avenge you? Your partner? You're overestimating her strength. Old Charles was slightly stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. Could it be that there is another relationship between this kid and Wang Xiaoyan? At that time, will the Butterfly family be involved? However, after thinking about it, the Butterfly family should not be involved. Wang Xiaoyan had an engagement. This was something that many top people in the assassin world knew. They all knew the agreements and grievances between the Butterfly family and the King of Assassins. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan and the man in front of him only had an affair at most. It was impossible for the butterfly family to stand up and support Wang Xiaoyan openly. Thinking of this, old Charles's heart also calmed down. He was also clear that Wang Xiaoyan ran away from home, just like his son, Charles, who didn't have a difficult time in their own family. Of course, it's not her. She's not as good as me. Yang Ming was very honest and confessed. Then who can avenge you? Old Charles was a little curious. Does this Yang Ming have other honor? My master, Yang Ming said. He has been looking for a long time to find such a suitable apprentice like me. If I am harmed by you, he will definitely go crazy. Once he goes crazy, the consequences will be quite serious. This was also a trump card that Yang Ming had. After all, although Yang Ming was skilled and proficient in acupuncture points and concealed weapons, he couldn't fight against many people and modern firearms. If old Charles really wanted to keep him, it was not impossible. Therefore, Yang Ming had to leave a way out. He couldn't let himself be too passive. With the growth of Yang Ming also knew that he couldn't do things completely based on impulse. He had to think about the people around him and the girls who loved him. During the adventure in Africa, Wang Xiaoyan's move made Yang Ming deeply aware of this. He would never take risks without preparation in the future. Your master? Who is your master? Old Charles was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to answer like this. Fong Tian. Yang Ming said these two words calmly. The face of old Charles on the opposite side changed instantly, as if he had heard a very horrible word. He was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. He sat there in a daze and couldn't speak. Fortunately, Yang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that old Charles still knows the name of Old Man Fong. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort to explain. This saves me the trouble. You are the apprentice of the king of assassins. Old Charles looked at Yang Ming in surprise. He accepted an apprentice. Some of the previous doubts were instantly confirmed in old Charles's mind. No wonder this kid is with Wang Xiaoyan. It turns out that he is the apprentice of the king of assassins, the one who has a marriage contract with the little princess of the butterfly family. Then, Wang Xiaoyan's identity was confirmed at this moment. She was the heir of the butterfly family. Old Charles also understood why the task assigned to the king of assassins was transferred to an unknown small assassin group. Indeed, the name of the small assassin group was very unfamiliar, but the person in charge of this small assassin group was controlled by the apprentice of the king of assassins, Fong Tian. He was the new king of assassins. How could this not shock old Charles? The king of assassins, who had been depressed for nearly 10 years, finally confirmed the legend. After he retired, he would find a successor. After a certain period of time, the new king of assassins would reappear. Old Charles and Fong Tian were people of the same period, so he did not come into contact with the previous king of assassins. He did not know whether the legend was true or not. After Fong Tian retired, old Charles gradually forgot this person, but he did not expect that after a few years, his apprentice would sit in front of him. What Yang Ming said was really not wrong. If he touched Yang Ming, then Fong Tian, the old madman, could do anything. If he hurt his apprentice, who was not easy to train, Fong Tian would not even care about the friendship in the past. It was not impossible for him to directly destroy the Charles family. For Fong Tian, this was not difficult. I have been with Old Man Fong for more than half a year. I am currently in the experience stage. Yang Ming saw that the effect of deterrence had been achieved. It was time to talk to old Charles calmly. Previously, Yang Ming's identity would definitely not be valued by old Charles. Old Charles was still hostile to him, so Yang Ming could not talk to old Charles calmly. But now his identity had been revealed. Old Charles would not act rashly, and the two people were qualified to negotiate face to face. So, Yang Ming said the previous sentence. Half a year, and you are so powerful. The king of assassins is indeed a legend in the assassin world. Old Charles nodded and said with deep emotion, Well, Uncle Charles, I think we can talk calmly now. Yang Ming changed his smiling expression, but this time it was not the kind of sneer and ridicule, but a sincere smile. Old Charles nodded. Yes, you are indeed qualified to talk to me. After Fong Tian retired, our identities are on equal footing. We are the new king of assassins, Mr. Chapter 1146. Old Charles quickly accepted the current reality. It couldn't be helped. In a sense, Yang Ming's identity was condescending because he was the world's #1 king of assassins. Therefore, Old Charles's mentality became calm in an instant. Yes, he couldn't continue to act dumb in front of Yang Ming because Yang Ming had the capital to be on equal footing with him. Now it seemed that Yang Ming could break into his room silently, and he had not received any report from his underlings. This was not a coincidence. It was just that Old Charles was secretly shocked. Isn't Yang Ming's ability a bit too great? It seems that this kind of quiet infiltration, and no one has discovered it so far. Fong Tian doesn't seem to be able to do it, right? Could it be that the student has surpassed the master? Or has Fong Tian improved again? Or is it that he has never really shown his full strength in front of us? I don't dare to be the new king of assassins. I'm just an intern. Yang Ming smiled and said faintly, "Anyway, since the king of assassins has spoken, I naturally have to give this face. Zhou Tianxiang will be handed over to you." Old Charles shrugged. In fact, he knows too many things, but I can't bear to kill this person who has been with me for so many years. I plan to inject him with some drugs to make him lose all his memories. Amnesia? Yang Ming frowned. Isn't that the same as a newborn baby? But now it's definitely not necessary because your identity is also there. Since he is your father-in-law, then I can rest assured that he won't do anything bad to me. Old Charles said with a smile. Thank you very much, Uncle Charles. Yang Ming hoped to solve it in this peaceful way. After all, he still wanted to cooperate with the Charles family. He didn't want to have a conflict directly. Hee, you can call me Uncle Charles. That has given me a lot of face. I didn't expect that Old Charles, would become the elder of the king of assassins one day. Old Charles smiled happily. It could be seen that his smile was sincere. Then, Uncle Zhou's matter is settled. As for Charles, I will talk to him. If he has any opinions, let him come to me directly. Yang Ming smiled. That is natural. Old Charles hesitated and said, However, I hope you cannot implicate Charles. It is his freedom to like Zhou Jiajia. Whether Miss Zhou agrees or not is another matter. Don't worry, Uncle Charles. How should I say it? My relationship with Charles is pretty good. I'm not as irritable as you think. The previous threat was really out of helplessness. If I didn't say that, you wouldn't be able to calm down and talk to me. Yang Ming smiled and said apologetically, since you said so, then I am relieved. Mr. Yang Ming, after you see Charles, help me persuade him. Even if he doesn't like the family business, he should spend more time with me. After all, I'm old now. I want to spend more time with him, said Charles. Okay, don't worry, Uncle Charles. I will talk to him. Yang Ming nodded and said to Old Charles, then you can take Zhou Tianxiang away. I will call him and ask him to leave with you, asked Old Charles. This is not urgent. I came here this time because there is one more thing. Yang Ming hesitated and spoke. After all, Yang Ming originally wanted to find an opportunity to see Old Charles. This time, there was this opportunity, so it was best to finish the matter together. Oh, what else? Old Charles asked with some doubts. In his opinion, Yang Ming came to him only because of Zhou Tianxiang. Now that the matter was resolved, why did Yang Ming look for him? This is the case, Uncle Charles. I think, can we cooperate? Yang Ming said with a smile. Cooperation? After Old Charles heard Yang Ming's words, his heart suddenly moved. Didn't I always want to find a person to cooperate with before? Isn't Yang Ming in front of me the best person to cooperate with? What Old Charles couldn't let go of was the assassin career that he had worked hard to build. He didn't want this career to wither because of his old age and little Charles's dislike. Now, there was Yang Ming, the heir of the king of assassins, and the heir of the butterfly family, to cooperate with him. At the very least, his own assassin career would not die, and those assassins would continue to have a meal. Thinking of this, Old Charles couldn't help but be excited. Yes, He didn't expect Yang Ming to be a person who woke up from his dream. With such a strong partner, old Charles could rest assured in his old age. Yes, let's cooperate. Yang Ming nodded affirmatively. How do we cooperate? Old Charles asked with some excitement. I want to borrow some people from Uncle Charles as instructors to train my people. Yang Ming said his thoughts. Train? Old Charles was stunned. Isn't it more effective for you to train personally? Why do you need my people to train? It was no wonder that old Charles was puzzled. Yang Ming was the direct disciple of the king of assassins. Wouldn't it be more effective for him to train? Yang Ming suddenly smiled bitterly after listening. Uncle Charles, I can't train personally because of my own reasons. First, my master also said that my physical characteristics are strange. It seems that it is very easy to imitate something. That is, I can learn a lot of old man Fong skills in half a year. However, these things are obviously not suitable for ordinary people. If they practice it, it is counterproductive and easy for them to go crazy. Moreover, some kung fu can only be passed down from generation to generation. It can only be passed on to the inner disciples. It can't be passed on to outsiders, so I can't pass on some special things to the people in the organization. Also, I really don't have so much time. Yin Yin and I are both college students. We still have to go to school. Yang Ming said it frankly, so after old Charles heard it, he nodded. Indeed, when you said so, I understand. You're talking about the general training method. Yes, that's why I want to find Uncle Charles to cooperate. Yang Ming nodded and said. However, old Charles was even more surprised. Not to mention that Wang Xiaoyan was the heir of the butterfly family. It was easy to find some training instructors from the butterfly family. Yang Ming, as the heir of the king of assassins, also had a deep relationship with the butterfly family. Why didn't he go to the butterfly family to ask for people? Could it be that he and Wang Xiaoyan still have some hidden relationship? Yes, Wang Xiaoyan ran away from home. It was normal for her not to rely on her own family. Maybe it was because of this. However, it was precisely because of this that old Charles keenly felt that this was a good opportunity for him. A good opportunity to establish a deep cooperative relationship with Yang Ming. Since it is a cooperation, then the two sides should be mutually beneficial, right? Asked the old fox, old Charles. Yes, Yang Ming nodded. So, what benefits can I get from this cooperation? Old Charles said a trap step by step. I can pay for the training. Yang Ming said, in contrast, although your people are instructors, they can also learn some training methods that they don't know. These are some of my original training methods. Is that so? Old Charles listened to Yang Ming's words and was suddenly a little tempted. He didn't care about the training fees. Those in this line of work were not short of money. However, he was very interested in Yang Ming's original training methods. However, old Charles knew that he couldn't compromise like this. He wanted a deeper cooperation. Why? Uncle Charles is not satisfied? Yang Ming didn't expect that old Charles was still hesitating with such generous conditions. No, this kind of cooperation is not enough. Old Charles shook his head. I think we can go further and have a deeper cooperation. What do you mean? Asked Yang Ming in a daze. It's very simple. I think we should cooperate again. This kind of cooperation is meaningless. I'm not interested, said old Charles. Then, what kind of cooperation are you interested in, Uncle Charles? Yang Ming was a bit baffled. It turned out that old Charles didn't want to cooperate, but he had some doubts about his cooperation plan. Moreover, he still wanted a deeper cooperation. I believe you are also clear about my current situation. Old Charles sighed. My son, little Charles, doesn't like the assassin business in the family at all. He wants to do racing. I persuaded him, but he didn't listen. In the end, he persuaded me. Speaking of this, old Charles smiled with some self-deprecation. Everyone's ideals and pursuits are different. I admire Charles very much. He can have a conflict with you for his own ideals and pursuits. Yang Ming shook his head and said, moreover, Charles has also made some achievements. He is now very famous in the racing industry. This is true. If he didn't make any achievements, I couldn't continue to let him play anymore. Old Charles nodded and said, however, I am getting older and older. It is impossible for me to have another son, But what about my family business? Who will inherit it? This. Yang Ming couldn't say anything. After all, this was the Charles family's family business. What could Yang Ming say? Yang Ming originally wanted to say, "Isn't this simple? Can't you just find a relative and hand it over to him?" However, this sentence was really a bit annoying, so Yang Ming directly kept silent. I may be a bit hasty when I say this, but this is indeed my top priority. Old Charles saw that Yang Ming didn't speak, so he sighed and said, "The current situation is that the assassin group under the Charles family has no leader, and there is no future development. If this continues, it will inevitably die out." Then what do you mean? Yang Ming faintly guessed old Charles's intentions, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "I don't know if Mr. Yang is interested in managing the assassin group," said old Charles. "Managing the assassin group? You mean, let me manage the assassin group of the Charles family for you?" asked Yang Ming. "Yes." Old Charles nodded. "I think so. I don't know what you think." "Uncle Charles, are you kidding?" Yang Ming was stunned. He was just guessing before. Now that it was confirmed, it was very inexplicable. "Do I look like I'm kidding?" Old Charles shrugged and smiled. "In fact, before you came, I was thinking about this issue, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to propose to cooperate with us. In this case, I am naturally happy to take advantage of the situation." Yang Ming understood that old Charles wasn't just joking, but he was talking to him about this matter formally. With a frown, Yang Ming said, "Uncle Charles, how do you want us to cooperate? You won't let me work for you for free just because I asked you to help me train a few people, right? Managing an assassin group is much more difficult than training a few people." "That's true. I naturally understand this." Old Charles smiled. "Cooperation is mutually beneficial. If I ask for this, you can't agree." Yang Ming smiled. Indeed, if old Charles really asked this, then he definitely couldn't agree. "I can use my assassin group to invest. You just have to give me a part of the equity. I don't want anything else. I just want a guaranteed annual income that is not less than the average number of shares in these years," said old Charles. "That's it? You won't participate in anything in the future?" Yang Ming was a little surprised when he heard old Charles's words. What was the difference between this and giving his assassin group to him? He just went behind the scenes to get equity dividends. "I'm also tired. I have worked hard for a lifetime. It's time to let go," said old Charles. "Uncle Charles, since you have decided, then I think there is no problem on my side. It's just that the details need to be finalized. I have to communicate with Yin Yin in this regard." Yang Ming nodded and initially agreed to old Charles's suggestion. "And, okay, of course, you have to communicate. I understand this." Old Charles nodded and said, "So, after you communicate, contact me and let me know what to do, okay?" "Of course, there is no problem." Yang Ming nodded. "I have already said that I have no problem on my side. I am just discussing the details with Yin Yin." "That's good." Old Charles smiled and said, "Right. When will you bring your partner to visit me?" "As soon as possible. I still have some things to do." Yang Ming said, "Right, there is something I need your help with." "What is it?" "Just say it," said old Charles. "This is the case. Can you see if you can keep my identity a secret? I didn't tell Yin Yin about this." Yang Ming said, "Moreover, old man Fong doesn't allow me to say it casually." "Oh, your partner doesn't know?" Old Charles was stunned. Then how did the two of them get together? He couldn't help but wonder. "Do you know what Wang Xiaoyan's family does?" "I haven't inquired about this. She doesn't want to say it, and I don't want to ask more." Yang Ming shook his head and said, Okay, I will keep it a secret for you." Old Charles almost laughed out loud, and this was really the funniest joke he had ever heard. Wang Xiaoyan ran away from home to escape the marriage. As a result, she met the apprentice of the king of assassins by chance. The two of them even walked together, and then they didn't know each other's identity. This was simply amazing. However, since Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't know, old Charles didn't want to expose it. Let them continue to be entangled. When the truth is revealed, it's interesting to think about it. Thank you, Uncle Charles. Right, Uncle Charles, what is your expression? Yang Ming looked at old Charles's smile, baffled. Why is his smile so weird? Nothing. Today, I finally solved a big problem of mine. I am very happy in my heart. said old Charles. Yang Ming shook his head and didn't ask anymore. Okay, then can I take Uncle Zhou away? Yes, I will call him now. Old Charles nodded and said. This time, he was completely willing because Yang Ming agreed to his cooperation plan, which made him very happy. As for Zhou Tianxiang's matter, it was a trivial matter. Right, Uncle Charles, in front of Uncle Zhou, please keep it a secret for me. Can you not tell my true identity? Yang Ming asked. Of course, this is your business. Old Charles smiled, picked up the phone, and dialed the internal line of Zhou Tianxiang's room. At this moment, Zhou Tianxiang was in a painful dilemma. Although Mother Zhou sent a message to let him delay, he didn't think that his daughter's boyfriend could help him. After all, one was in China and the other was in Europe. They were thousands of miles apart. How could he manage things here? Even if he had power in Europe, he might not be able to interfere with the Charles family's affairs. Therefore, Zhou Tianxiang's mood at the moment was still very complicated. The internal phone on the table suddenly rang, making Zhou Tianxiang shocked. Hello. Zhou Tianxiang picked up the phone. Tianxiang, I'm old Charles. Are you free now? Can you come to my room? Old Charles's tone was very polite. Oh, okay. I will come over. Although Zhou Tianxiang found it strange that old Charles's tone became so polite, he didn't think much about it. After all, his mind was now completely focused on Zhou Jiejie and his own destiny. How could he have the time to think about whether old Charles's tone had changed? That's good. I will wait for you in the study. Old Charles nodded and said. After that, he hung up the phone and said to Yang Ming, he will come right away. We are now partners. How can I do something bad to him? Hee. Chapter 1147. At this point, Yang Ming no longer doubted that old Charles would do anything that was not beneficial to Zhou Tianxiang. After all, Yang Ming's identity was there. Old Charles must consider before doing anything. Could Yang Ming agree and let him go? More importantly, now that old Charles decided to cooperate with Yang Ming, it was impossible to do anything that was not conducive to the development of their relationship. Of course, I believe in your sincerity. Yang Ming listened to old Charles's words and said with a smile, After all, if the two of us cooperate, we still have a long time in the future. How can Uncle Charles do anything to destroy the friendship between us? This is true, Old Charles nodded and said with a smile. As the two were talking, there was a knock on the door outside the room. At this moment, Zhou Tianxiang's mood was complicated. He was like a person waiting for the judgment of fate, helpless and confused. He didn't understand why old Charles suddenly called him over at this time. It was not evening yet. There was still some time before evening, so Zhou Tianxiang didn't know why old Charles called him in advance. But in any case, since he was called, then there must be something. So what if it was delayed until evening? Zhou Tianxiang didn't think there would be anything special if it was delayed until evening. After all, Yang Ming's promise was too vague. Zhou Tianxiang really didn't believe that his daughter's boyfriend could come and save him. Zhou Tianxiang sighed and knocked on the door of old Charles's study. He heard the deep voice of old Charles inside. Please come in. Zhou Tianxiang pushed open the door of the study and walked in. He said habitually, Master, what's the matter? I'm not a master. I can't afford to be called master, said old Charles quickly. After living for so long, how could old Charles not understand the principle of a wise man submits to circumstances? Now that his relationship with Yang Ming was on equal footing and Zhou Tianxiang was Yang Ming's father-in-law, old Charles didn't dare to be arrogant this time. Moreover, he now had a request from Yang Ming. He wanted to seek cooperation from Yang Ming, so his attitude toward Zhou Tianxiang naturally took a 180-degree turn. Oh, Zhou Tianxiang was stunned when he heard old Charles's words. He didn't think so much. He thought that old Charles was angry and had already planned to break with him, so he said this kind of sarcastic words. He was shocked and said, Master, don't say that. Tianxiang, why are you still standing? Please sit down quickly. In order to show his sincerity in front of Yang Ming, old Charles stood up and gestured to Zhou Tianxiang. Zhou Tianxiang was really dumbfounded this time. He didn't understand what happened to old Charles, who had a red face and a thick neck before. When Yang Ming saw that Zhou Tianxiang finally noticed him, he stood up and said respectfully, "Uncle Zhou, please sit down." This. Zhou Tianxiang felt that he was really in a dream. My daughter's boyfriend really came here? How did he get here so quickly? And it seems that there is no conflict between him and old Charles, but they seem to be quite harmonious. Of course, Zhou Tianxiang naturally couldn't guess the situation when Yang Ming and old Charles were at each other's throats. "Tianxiang, please forgive my rudeness before," old Charles said politely. "You didn't remember it in your heart, right?" "Of course not." Zhou Tianxiang was a little overwhelmed. Old Charles's attitude now was very good. He was like a different person from before. This made Zhou Tianxiang somewhat at a loss for a while. "Hee, I think you know this person. I don't need to introduce him again." Old Charles pointed at Yang Ming and said, "This matter is a bit inappropriate. I didn't know that you were Mr. Yang's father-in-law. If I knew, I wouldn't have said those words before." "You are." Zhou Tianxiang saw that old Charles and Yang Ming seemed to be familiar with each other, and he was a little surprised. In his opinion, these two people were absolutely impossible to have any intersection, but now they were sitting together. This made Zhou Tianxiang feel that this world was simply too strange. It was so strange that he was somewhat at a loss for what to do. Mr. Yang is my close partner. The two of us will carry out many in-depth cooperation in the future. We have just reached a consensus. Isn't that right, Mr. Yang?" Old Charles asked with a smile. Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. Old Charles was still a little worried about him. He was afraid that Yang Ming would regret when he went back. Now he was forcing Yang Ming to make a statement. Yang Ming said with a smile, "That is natural. Uncle Zhou, since Mr. Charles has recognized his mistake, then don't take it to heart, okay? If you don't forgive him, then I can only terminate my cooperation with him." After Yang Ming finished speaking, his heart felt great. He thought, "Who asked you to trip me up? I will let you have a taste of this." Sure enough, when Yang Ming's voice just fell, old Charles's face changed greatly. He couldn't help but regret that he was a little meddlesome. Obviously, Yang Ming had already promised him. What else was there to be worried about? After he finished speaking, he forced himself into a dead end, which made him shoot himself in the foot. In fact, old Charles was not afraid of not being able to give away such a big business. Who wouldn't want free money? But it was not so easy to entrust it to a reliable person. Since old Charles found a suitable candidate like Yang Ming, he was naturally unwilling to give up. Yang Ming was the direct disciple of the King of Assassins, so he was destined to be an assassin in this life. He would always be committed to the assassin career. However, Yang Ming was the King of Assassins, and Wang Xiaoyan was the only heir of the Butterfly family. That was to say, the Butterfly family's business would eventually fall into the hands of Yang Ming. The Butterfly family's business was bigger than his Charles family's business, so Yang Ming might not be interested in his family's business. He would be more worried. Therefore, because of this, old Charles was particularly afraid that Yang Ming would regret. After listening to Yang Ming's words, he stood up suddenly and walked to Zhou Tianxiang. He said earnestly, "Old Zhou, you tell me, how have I treated you over the years? Except for this matter, have I done anything wrong to you?" "Master, why do you say that?" "No, you have always been very good to me," Zhou Tianxiang said in fear and trepidation. He was secretly surprised. Yang Ming's words of terminating the cooperation actually made old Charles have such a reaction. It seems that Yang Ming is still in a dominant position in the cooperation between them. "If this is the case, does it mean that you forgive me?" asked old Charles quickly. "Yes, I have forgiven you." Zhou Tianxiang nodded and said, "I can understand your mood at that time. It's good that you can understand." Old Charles nodded and said helplessly, "Who doesn't do it for their children?" Yang Ming looked at old Charles with a smile. "This old fox knows how to play the emotional card, but I am just scaring him. There is no need to really terminate the cooperation." "Well, Mr. Charles, you don't have to be so corny. I was just joking. I will carefully consider the cooperation after I go back." Now my wife is worried about her father's safety, so I won't stay and talk nonsense with you. I will go first." Yang Ming stood up and said to old Charles with a smile, It's my duty, it's my duty. Then I won't ask you to stay." "All right, old Joe, I'll get someone to calculate your salary in a while. You've been with me for so many years, so you should retire with dignity." Old Charles laughed. "Thank you, master." Zhou Tianxiang didn't expect the ending to be so perfect. He also didn't expect that Yang Ming would talk to old Charles in such an indifferent manner. Bullshit? Zhou Tianxiang felt a chill. Only Yang Ming could say that the conversation with old Charles was bullshit. At this moment, Zhou Tianxiang increasingly couldn't understand Yang Ming. He thought that his daughter's boyfriend was just a student, but now it seemed that this was not the case. It seemed that Yang Ming's power had exceeded Zhou Tianxiang's imagination. He couldn't believe that Yang Ming was actually stronger than old Charles, but this was the case. He had to believe it. "What are you thanking me for? You're Mr. Yang's father-in-law." "According to this seniority, you are still my elder, so don't call me master. Just call me Old Charles," Old Charles said with a smile. "How about I call you Old Joe in the future?" "Okay, old Mr. Charles." Zhou Tianxiang was a little flattered. He never thought that he would have such a day where he could be on equal footing with old Charles. Old Charles ordered someone to settle Zhou Tianxiang's salary and gave Zhou Tianxiang a large pension so that he could leave the Charles castle with dignity. Yang Ming and Zhou Tianxiang left the castle under the personal escort of old Charles. What made old Charles very depressed was that he found that only the 4 people at the first sentry post were knocked out by Yang Ming, and everything behind was normal. He couldn't figure out how Yang Ming found him through these layers of guards. It was possible to say that he successfully avoided a guard, but how did he get past so many checkpoints? Didn't anyone find him? Obviously, there was really no one. Old Charles wanted to ask several times, but he closed his mouth because of Zhou Tianxiang next to him. However, old Charles was obviously depressed for a while. After sending Yang Ming and Zhou Tianxiang to the car, old Charles waved his hand. "Mr. Yang, Mr. Zhou, we will meet again. I look forward to you coming here again. I will welcome you very much." "Okay, I will come here to play again." Yang Ming nodded and said. It wasn't until Yang Ming started the car and drove down the mountain road that Zhou Tianxiang recovered from the shock. Looking at Yang Ming, a 19-year-old boy who was the same age as his daughter, Zhou Tianxiang really couldn't use words to describe his mood. His daughter was right. He really came, and it seemed to be very easy to solve the problem for him. From old Charles's attitude to him, it could be seen that Yang Ming didn't ask for anything from old Charles at all. The 2 people stood at the same height and talked equally. "Yang Ming, you and Mr. Old Charles." Zhou Tianxiang finally couldn't help but ask. Yang Ming had long known that Zhou Tianxiang would ask this question, so he smiled and said, "I have some business cooperation with Mr. Old Charles. We are relatively familiar." This time, when he heard that Zhou Jia was my girlfriend, he immediately said that this matter was over, so you don't have to worry too much. I really didn't expect that a hero would come from a young man. Zhou Tianxiang sighed. "Giving Jia to you makes me feel relieved." Uncle Zhou, let's not talk about this. We are a family. I am embarrassed by your compliment." Yang Ming smiled. "However, this time, it is really thanks to you. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. If you didn't intervene, old Charles would never let me go so easily, and it would be impossible for him to talk to me so pleasantly." Zhou Tianxiang was still very self-aware. "Things are over. Don't mention it again." Yang Ming smiled. "Right, Uncle Zhou. You should call Jia quickly. I am afraid that she will be worried." "Yeah, I almost forgot about the business." Zhou Tianxiang nodded quickly. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Zhou Jiajia's mobile phone number. Although Zhou Jiajia was very confident in Yang Ming, Zhou Jiajia's mood was still very uneasy before she got the news that her father was safe. The phone suddenly rang, and Zhou Jiajia recovered from her daze and picked up the phone. "Hello." Zhou Jia saw this special number that was transferred in and subconsciously guessed that it might be her father, but she was not sure. "Jia, it's me. Zhou Tianxiang was very happy when he heard his daughter's voice. Don't worry. I am safe. We could get together soon. Dad, are you okay? That's great. Zhou Jiejia's voice was filled with joy from the bottom of her heart. Dad, have you seen Yangming? And he's by my side. This time, it is all thanks to him. Otherwise, old Charles's attitude toward me wouldn't have changed so much. Zhou Tianxiang said with emotion, Jiejia, you really found a good man. This time, Dad is borrowing your glory. Dad, don't say that. Zhou Jiejia suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Isn't that what he should do? Although Zhou Jiejia was very grateful to Yangming, she still had to be strong in front of her father so that her father would feel that Yangming loved her very much. In fact, this was the case. After all, when Yangming came to find old Charles, there was no 100% certainty that it could be resolved peacefully. If it really couldn't be resolved, it could only be resolved by force. But now, it seemed that the ending was still very satisfactory. Anyway, it was not easy to get through the difficulties safely this time. This time, I have also retired. I will not leave after I go back, said Zhou Tianxiang. That's great. Right, Dad, have you called Mom? She's also very anxious. Zhou Jiedia suddenly remembered that she had not told her mother yet. No, I will call her after I call you, said Zhou Tianxiang. And that's good. You should tell her the good news. Although Zhou Jiedia still wanted to say a few more words, after all, her mother was still thinking about it, so she had to say it reluctantly. You don't want to say a few words to Yangming? Although Zhou Tianxiang was also anxious, after all, the matter was solved by Yangming, so naturally, he had to listen to Yangming first. Uncle Zhou, Jiejia, and I have a lot of time to talk at home. You should call Auntie Hua first. Yangming smiled. Well, Jiejia, since Yangming said so, then I will call your mother first, said Zhou Tianxiang. And then you should call Mom and tell her that you are safe. Zhou Jiejia said happily. Finally, Zhou Jiejia's heart was relieved, and so was Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun. Both of them were also thinking about Yangming's comfort. After all, after hearing that the Charles family was an assassin family, Chun Mingyin had been in a state of worry. She was afraid that Yangming would be in danger, but now it seemed that the matter had been resolved. Congratulations, Jiejia. Chun Mingyin also said very happily. Isn't it because Yangming is willing to help? Zhou Jiejia smiled. I can meet Yangming, and you all. I am really happy. What's the point of saying this? Your matter is what Yangming should do. Didn't you just say that? Chun Mingyin laughed. Zhou Jiejia's face suddenly turned red. Indeed, she just said something similar, but that was only for her father. She didn't expect that Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun would also hear it. Well, I won't make fun of you. You must have a lot to say to Mom and Dad tonight. Sister Lin and I will go to the kitchen to cook first. I will give you some private time. After that, Chun Mingyin took Lin Jiyun's hand and went to the kitchen. In the days when Yangming wasn't around, Chun Mingyin, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia had been watching a food channel on TV. They had nothing to do, so they made a lot of delicious dishes according to the cooking methods on TV. They were very successful. They planned to wait for Yangming to come back and let Yangming try one by one. With the growth of age and maturity of mentality, Chun Mingyin didn't want to be too calculated with Yangming in terms of feelings. Especially with Yangming's status and identity constantly improving, Chun Mingyin also thought it through. Why be so narrow-minded? At least now, when Yangming wasn't around, she still had two sisters who could accompany her. Wasn't this also a kind of happiness? Chapter 1148. Zhou Tianxiang listened to his daughters and Yangming's words and called his wife. Mother Zhou was actually not as strong as she looked on the surface. After this kind of thing happened, she would be at a loss, just like when Zhou Jiejia was shot. This allowed Yangming to see another Mother Zhou from another angle. She was not the President Hua who spoke to him in a high and mighty manner, but a wife, a mother. At the beginning, Yangming didn't really resent Mother Zhou's attitude. He also understood the feelings of a parent. Just like old Charles now, he also cared about his children. At that time, he was not so outstanding. It was understandable that Mother Zhou didn't want Zhou Jiejie to follow him. After all, Zhou Jiejie was a proud daughter. In the eyes of many people, she was perfect and proud. In the eyes of outsiders at that time, Yang Ming was just an ordinary person. Of course, the strength that he showed later made Mother Zhou sincerely give her daughter to him. Yang Ming was still a little proud. "Wife, it's me." Zhou Tianxiang's phone was dialed to Mother Zhou. Zhou Tianxiang's voice was a little emotional, as if he had experienced life and death. But it was true. If it weren't for the appearance of Yang Ming, no one knew what would happen in the end. Would he die in a foreign land? "Tianxiang, are you okay?" Mother Zhou had been sitting there since just now. She was not even in the mood to deal with the company's affairs. Now that she heard Zhou Tianxiang's voice, she asked quickly, "It's okay. Everything is over." Zhou Tianxiang smiled and said, "I didn't expect Yang Ming to be old Charles's partner." Partner? Mother Zhou was also stunned after listening. Although the strength that Yang Ming showed in Songjiang shocked her, she did not expect that Yang Ming and old Charles had business dealings. They were an assassin group, right? "Yeah, I didn't expect it," Zhou Tianxiang said. As a result, Yang Ming just said that he wanted to terminate the cooperation. Old Charles's attitude toward me immediately changed. To be honest, this is the first time I have seen him talk to a person so humbly. Is this true? Mother Zhou was a little surprised. Xiao Yang is so powerful. When Mother Zhou said this, she also remembered the time when she went to school to find Yang Ming and asked him to leave Zhou Jiejie. She suddenly blushed. "I'm in his car now. I might be able to go back in a few days," Zhou Tianxiang said. "That's great. Tell little Yang that I will personally cook for him when he comes back." Mother Zhou said happily. All right, I'll tell him." Zhou Tianxiang was also very happy. After all, his family could finally be reunited. There was nothing better than this. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Tianxiang was still immersed in the joy and excitement of reuniting with his family. Yang Ming smiled. In fact, sometimes life was so simple. Wasn't the ultimate goal of everything he was doing now to live with his family and lover? Where are we going now? Zhou Tianxiang finally returned to reality from his joy. After all, this was Europe. He couldn't just go back to China. It also took some time to go through some procedures. "Go to a friend of mine and stay for a few days. Then I will ask him to arrange a series of procedures for you to go back," Yang Ming said. "But this time, I can't go back with you. I have to do some personal things." "No problem." Zhou Tianxiang nodded. In his opinion, a person like Yang Ming must be very busy every day. It was impossible for him to be idle at home all day. Since he had a cooperation with old Charles, he would definitely have a cooperative relationship with more people. Therefore, it was normal for him to run around the world. "I'm not bothering your friend, right? How should I say?" Yang Ming hesitated, but he thought that Zhou Tianxiang would definitely stay at old Buffon's house for a while. If he didn't tell him the truth, old Buffon and his wife would inevitably spill the beans. So, he simply said, "Actually, he is not my friend. He is one of my disciples." "Disciple?" Zhou Tianxiang suddenly froze. "I know some ancestral martial arts." Yang Ming attributed his own kung fu to his ancestors. "Oh, so that's the case." Zhou Tianxiang was a person who had been an assassin family's butler. He was not unfamiliar with some kung fu and martial arts, so there was no doubt at all. He believed what Yang Ming said. "So, Uncle Zhou, you don't have to worry about anything. It's just like your own home." Yang Ming smiled and said, "There is a saying that a master is like a father. This is the reason. His attitude toward me is very respectful." Zhou Tianxiang nodded. He knew this. The true master-apprentice relationship was that the apprentice was very respectful to the master. The 3-hour drive passed quickly. Yang Ming finally returned to old Buffon's manor on the outskirts. Here, some soldiers could already be seen, but these people obviously knew old Buffon's car, and they also knew Yang Ming, who was driving the car, so they did not make any obstruction. Yang Ming was unimpeded all the way. "What is this place? Why is it so heavily guarded?" Zhou Tianxiang was a little curious about the identity of Yang Ming's disciple, because the security here was no less than old Charles's castle. This is the private manor of my disciple. Usually, outsiders are not allowed to enter, but they all know me and this car. Yang Ming smiled and explained. So that's the case. Zhou Tianxiang nodded after listening. He was more certain that the identity of the owner of this manor was not ordinary. Soon, Yang Ming's car drove into Old Buffon's villa in the center of the manor. Old Buffon apparently received the notice from a guard at the door. He greeted them at the door early. When he saw Yang Ming's car arrive, he greeted him excitedly. Master, welcome back safely. Zhou Tianxiang was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming's disciple to be a foreigner. Moreover, he spoke Chinese so fluently without the slightest pause. Old Buffon also saw Zhou Tianxiang next to Yang Ming at this time. He was slightly stunned, and his expression changed. He was still afraid that Yang Ming would scold him for speaking too fast. After all, Yang Ming instructed him not to call him master in front of outsiders. Yang Ming also saw Old Buffon's embarrassment at the moment. He smiled slightly and said, Old Buffon, this is one of us. He is my girlfriend's father, Zhou Tianxiang. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Nice to meet you. Although Old Buffon didn't know which of Yang Ming's girlfriends was Zhou Tianxiang's father, since he was the father of one of the master's wives, he should be extra respectful. Hello, you are. Yang Ming just said Old Buffon's name, but Zhou Tianxiang didn't hear it clearly. I am Mr. Yang's eldest disciple, Buffon XXXX. After Old Buffon said a lot of names, he said, but everyone is used to calling me Old Buffon. Old Buffon, you are the Buffon families. Zhou Tianxiang was shocked when he heard Old Buffon's words. He had been in Europe for so many years, so he naturally heard of Old Buffon's name. Although the Buffon family and the Charles family belonged to two different families, they were both top families. The Buffon family was much stronger than the Charles family. They had extraordinary connections in many countries in Europe. Even the presidents of some countries had to get the support of the Buffon family before they could take office. The patriarch of such a powerful family is actually Yang Ming's disciple. Isn't this too amazing? If this is the case, then old Charles's attitude toward Yang Ming is not surprising. The patriarch of the Buffon family is respectful to Yang Ming. What qualifications do you, old Charles, have to act like a big shot in front of Yang Ming? Of course, what Zhou Tianxiang didn't know was that Yang Ming used two different methods and policies for old Buffon and old Charles. Old Buffon sincerely respected Yang Ming, and old Charles had some interest in it. I am the patriarch of the Buffon family. Old Buffon's answer made Zhou Tianxiang confirm the thoughts in his heart. This Yang Ming is really unfathomable. In the evening, under the warm hospitality of Old Buffon's banquet, Zhou Tianxiang was arranged to live in an independent small villa. Zhou Tianxiang did not expect that one day he would actually receive such a high standard of reception from Old Buffon. This made him feel somewhat flattered, and he also felt a little proud of himself. At this moment, his mentality finally changed. He was no longer the humble manager. His current identity was Yang Ming's father-in-law, a person whom even Old Charles and Old Buffon had to respect. Back at the residence, Zhou Tianxiang quickly dialed Mother Zhou's phone again. Just now, because Yang Ming was present, the two people couldn't say much. Now that there were no outsiders, the two people still had a lot of private words to say. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. After going through this disaster, the relationship between the two people was closer. This kind of feeling was spiritual, regardless of distance, time, and place at this moment. Yang Ming also sat in front of the computer again and sent an invitation to Chen Mingyan and the others for a video chat. Of course, when he said that he wanted to have sex with Zhou Jiejie in a video chat, it was just a casual remark. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't do such a dirty thing. Although they already knew that Yang Ming was safe, at this time, when they saw Yang Ming himself through the internet video, Chen Mingyan and the others' hearts were really at ease. Yang Ming, thank you. Zhou Jijia said very sincerely. Thank me for what? What is there to thank for a family? Yang Ming smiled. And I also said that it was just a small effort. Yang Ming, how many things are you hiding from us? Chen Mingyan was happy, but there was a little loss in her heart. She felt that it seemed that Yang Ming was getting farther and farther away from her. Now, Yang Ming was no longer the bad student who always wanted to skip class behind her back and bicker with her in high school, but a strong man who couldn't be more strong. Miracles kept flashing through his body. He went from being poor at the beginning to holding hundreds of millions of dollars in his hands now. From the initial small punk at the bottom of society to the current situation where he was on equal footing with the world's celebrities, and even above them. And all of this only took a year's time. Or it could be said that it only took half a year's time. For Yang Ming's family background, no one was more familiar than Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan also saw Yang Ming's file. At that time, Yang Ming's father was an ordinary worker in the bus factory, and his mother was a laid-off worker. This kind of family could be described as ordinary and poor. But what about a year later? Yang Ming's father, Yang Dehai, became the chairman of the board of directors of the Ming-Yang Heavy Industry Group. Yang Ming's mother also became the manager of the community property company. Although Chen Mingyan didn't pay much attention to business news, she could occasionally know how popular the Ming-Yang Heavy Industry Group was now from the tone of her parents' chat. Not only did they provide OEM auto parts to many automobile companies, but they also independently developed civil helicopters. She heard that many regions in Asia had placed orders to Ming-Yang Heavy Industry. Even some rich people in some rich countries, such as the Middle East, had also chosen the helicopters produced by Ming-Yang Heavy Industry. This was enough to show the super strength of Ming-Yang Heavy Industry. If there was no Yang Ming's contribution in this, Chen Mingyan wouldn't believe it. She had also seen Yang Ming's parents before. After Yang Ming's parents became leaders, they gradually changed their previous dull and honest character. Therefore, all these changes were not achieved by the efforts of Yang Ming's parents, but by Yang Ming's efforts. In the past, when Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming were together, although she didn't mean to look down on Yang Ming, she also had some little princess superiority. After all, she studied well, was beautiful, and had a good family background. At least, she was much better than Yang Ming when he was in high school. But now, Chen Mingyan didn't have this feeling at all. The speed of Yang Ming's development was too terrifying. Chen Mingyan didn't see what Yang Ming was busy with, but Yang Ming's huge network of forces was formed one by one. Just like this time, in the confrontation with the Charles family, according to Zhou Jijia, Yang Ming just went to threaten old Charles to stop the cooperation with them. Old Charles put down his attitude and spoke humbly to a butler who used to be under him. This was enough to show that Yang Ming wasn't the same as before. Therefore, when Chen Mingyan said this sentence, "How many things are you hiding from us?" At that time, her heart was still very aggrieved, just like a child who lost her favorite toy. Although this toy had not been lost, it was getting farther and farther away from her. This kind of mood, only Chen Mingyan could deeply understand it. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jijia wouldn't have such a feeling. Chen Mingyan didn't ask for anything. She only hoped that many years later, in Yang Ming's heart, she would still be a very important girl. At the very least, he would remember those good memories that once belonged to only two people in the past, when she was in her senior year of high school. That spring, that movie theater that once was charming, that Yang Ming who only belonged to her, that memory of a blushing face and heartbeat. Although at the beginning, Chen Mingyan was somewhat annoyed that Yang Ming lied to her. But now in retrospect, this had become a beautiful memory. For a while, Chen Mingyan was a little distracted. "Mingyan, what's wrong with you?" Yang Ming felt that Chen Mingyan seemed to be a little sad. Chen Mingyan's expression change naturally couldn't escape Yang Ming's eyes, but something that surprised Yang Ming happened. I can actually see what Chen Mingyan is thinking. Through the internet, through the optical cable in the sea, I can see Chen Mingyan's thoughts. Is my ability to see other people's thoughts not restricted by space and distance? Even if the person in front of me is only expressed in the form of a number, I can still see her thoughts. After Yang Ming learned about Chen Mingyin's thoughts, he was slightly amused. This girl is really too sensitive. She is destined to occupy a large part of my heart in this life. Yang Ming called Chen Mingyin a few more times before she recovered. Chen Mingyin recovered and smiled apologetically. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Zhezhe were still by her side. She wanted to be a good example, so she smiled and said, "Nothing. I was just thinking about how to punish you when I come back." "Hee, is that so? I thought that after I go back, you plan to ask me to go to the movies alone." Yang Ming smiled. Chen Mingyin seemed to be exposed. Her face turned red. What are you talking about?" All of a sudden, Chen Mingyin, who was trying to be calm, became incoherent. How did Yang Ming know that I was thinking about going to the cinema? How did he know? Did he see something? Impossible. I won't write my thoughts on my face. Could it be that he just said it casually? It is very possible. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyin calmed down a little. Why are we going to the cinema? Are we going to watch a 3D movie? It doesn't matter what you are watching. The key is who you are watching it with. Oh yeah, bring your little windbreaker. You can cover yourself with it when you are cold. Yang Ming said naturally. Zhou Zhezhe and Lin Jun naturally didn't understand the deeper meaning of Yang Ming's words. They thought that was just a normal conversation with Chen Mingyin, so they didn't care. However, Chen Mingyin's face was even redder, as if she had a fever. She didn't know where she exposed a flaw. How did Yang Ming see through her thoughts? Now, she could be completely sure that Yang Ming was referring to something. Otherwise, just go to the movies. Why did he bring a little windbreaker? He must have thought of that matter too. Could it be that there is really the legendary telepathy between husband and wife? Thinking of this, Chen Mingyin was a little happy again. She didn't care about being shy and nodded very happily. Okay, this is what you said. After you come back, accompany me to the movies. That's for sure. Yang Ming smiled strangely, making Chen Mingyin more and more sure that Yang Ming must have thought of the same thing as her. Then you talk to Zhezhe first. I am going to watch TV. My favorite TV program is starting. Chen Mingyin was a little embarrassed and hurriedly left the computer. However, it was true that the food program that she watched every day was about to start. Chapter 1149. Yang Ming smiled helplessly. Both of them had done what they should do. He didn't expect that Chen Mingyin was still so shy when it came to the past. However, who could forget the throbbing and uneasiness in the heart of their first love? The passionate moment that didn't seem to be very passionate now was so unforgettable in the memory. On this side, it was already late at night. Chen Mingyin also asked Lin Jiyun to help cook. Zhou Zhezhe was left here alone, and she was a little embarrassed. She chatted with Yang Ming for a while, and got up to help. The reason was a bit ridiculous. She was afraid that Chen Mingyin and Lin Jiyun really misunderstood that she was having sex with Yang Ming through a video call. This made Yang Ming sigh a little. Chen Mingyin's appeal had been established invisibly, and it was even better than his own. However, this was also a scene that Yang Ming was more happy to see. At least, it was more harmonious and less worrisome. Only in this way could he have more time to create a better future for them. Yang Ming had watched a TV series called The Woman in the Big House. The situation in it made Yang Ming tremble with fear. If he were to encounter the same thing as the male lead, he would really be better off dead. Turning off the computer, Yang Ming went out of the room and returned to the bedroom. Wang Xiaoyan was already asleep. Yang Ming didn't want to disturb her, so he carefully lay down beside her. However, this slight movement still aroused Wang Xiaoyan's vigilance. She opened her eyes slightly and glanced at the person beside her. It was Yang Ming. Then she closed her eyes again and continued to sleep. But this time, it was obvious that Wang Xiaoyan slept more soundly than before. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. One of the disadvantages of being an assassin was that they slept too lightly. Even the slightest movement in the surroundings could alert them. However, when Wang Xiaoyan slept beside him, she slept very peacefully. She also understood that if there was anything unusual, he would be able to detect it immediately. Yang Ming was really inexplicable about agreeing to Alice's bet. Why did I agree to her? Perhaps Yang Ming was a little curious about her. This was a woman that Yang Ming could not figure out. In front of her, Yang Ming always had an uncomfortable feeling, which made Yang Ming very uncomfortable. Yang Ming agreed to her request because he wanted to know more about her. Early the next morning, Old Buffon's men sent the full set of procedures for Zhou Tianxiang's return. Zhou Tianxiang was very surprised that Old Buffon's efficiency was so fast. One had to know that even if the Charles family had stepped in, the procedures could not have been completed so quickly. Of course, this was the difference between the Buffon family and the Charles family. The Buffon family's political connections in Europe were much stronger than that of the Charles family. Even many politicians were originally from the Buffon family, so the things that old Buffon wanted to do would always be done properly in the first place. Zhou Tianxiang was eager to return home, so he didn't have much small talk with Yang Ming. He just agreed that after Yang Ming returned to China, he must come to visit his home. Yang Ming agreed with a smile. Old Buffon's special car sent Zhou Tianxiang to the special VIP passage at the airport, and he directly boarded the plane. This also let Zhou Tianxiang once again see how powerful the old Buffon family was. This land where he had worked for nearly 20 years could be considered as a complete farewell today. Recalling the ups and downs of his life, Zhou Tianxiang was a little disappointed. However, he didn't have the slightest nostalgia. The memories of this land left only sadness. I have contributed so much to the old Charles family, but what did I get in return? If it weren't for the appearance of Yang Ming, I am afraid I would have died in a foreign land, right? What made Zhou Tianxiang understand was that in dealing with such a family, only interest would affect their nerves. They were indifferent and ruthless. Only when Yang Ming showed an attitude of canceling the cooperation did old Charles smile at him. Zhou Tianxiang was not stupid. He could naturally see it, but he didn't feel that anything was wrong. Instead, he was very happy. Old Charles could also bow in front of him. The plane slowly took off. I'm going to be reunited with my family. Zhou Tianxiang's eyes began to be a little wet. Are you really going to help that Alice gamble? Wang Xiaoyan was a little surprised by Yang Ming's decision. Do you know how to gamble? Wang Xiaoyan only knew that Yang Ming's skills were extraordinary, but she didn't know that Yang Ming was also very good at gambling. A little. Yang Ming nodded. Do you like her? Wang Xiaoyan could only guess so. She didn't understand why Yang Ming wanted to help Alice. The two people had no intersection at all. I like her. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. Do you think I'm a pedophile? She is not young. At least she looks that way. Wang Xiaoyan shrugged. At least, I think her figure seems to be hotter than mine. Yang Ming was a little helpless. Well, I admit that what you said is true, but I helped her not because I like her, but because I want to get to know this person more. If you don't like her, why do you want to get to know her? Wang Xiaoyan asked. I always feel that this person is not simple. I don't know why, but she gives me a very bad feeling. It makes me feel very uneasy. I always feel that there is something hidden behind this person. Yang Ming sighed and told the truth. Wang Xiaoyan also recovered her original calmness at this time. She put away her previous coquettish look and nodded to Yang Ming. I also have this feeling. How do I say it? This person makes me very uncomfortable when she speaks. She is not like a 15-year-old girl, but sometimes I feel that she is very naive. In short, this feeling is very bad. Probably we think too much. Children who grow up in Europe are very precocious. Yang Ming said with a smile. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head and said nothing. Maybe I'm thinking too much. What happens to her doesn't have much to do with us. After all, we're only staying here temporarily and we'll leave in the end. However, there's another very important matter that I want to discuss with you. Yang Ming smiled and changed the topic. I wanted to tell you yesterday, but you fell asleep, so I didn't say it. What is it? Wang Xiaoyan asked after listening. It's about the cooperation with the Charles family. This time I went to the Charles family. In addition to helping Uncle Zhou get out of trouble, I also talked to old Charles about the cooperation, said Yang Ming. Oh, Wang Xiaoyan suddenly became interested. How is it? Did they agree? They agreed, but their conditions for cooperation surprised me. Yang Ming smiled and said, right, there's also good news. Our Black Butterfly Assassin Group has entered the top 50 of the world assassin groups. Ah, so fast. Wang Xiaoyan did not expect an unknown assassin group to suddenly become one of the world's top 50 assassin groups. We seem to have just received a mission. This kind of mission belongs to the highest level of difficulty, so the points after completion are relatively high. Don't you know? Yang Ming was a bit baffled. Logically, Wang Xiaoyan should know. I haven't completed a similar mission before. How would I know? Wang Xiaoyan smiled bitterly. But I have heard that this kind of mission points are high. But I didn't expect it to be so high. I didn't expect it. I only knew about it from old Charles. Yang Ming spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know. At this rate of development, we can rush to the top 10 in less than a year. Really? Wang Xiaoyan was shocked, and her face suddenly showed a joyful smile. The ranking of the assassin group had always been Wang Xiaoyan's sore point. Although after being with Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan was full of confidence in the future of the Black Butterfly Assassin Group. It was uncertain whether she could make the assassin group stronger in the time required by her father. After all, the assassin groups in front were not to be trifled with. Moreover, the world's first king of assassins firmly occupied the first place. It was indeed not an easy thing to become the world's first. But at this moment, what Yang Ming said gave her hope. Completing this kind of super difficult mission would give a lot of points. If a few more were completed, then it would not be a big problem to enter the world's top 10. However, we don't need to wait for a year now. Yang Ming said with a smile. What do you mean? Asked Wang Xiaoyan, stunned. Old Charles means that he wants to hand over the assassin group under Charles to us to manage, and then only get dividends every year. Yang Ming said, in this way, if we carry out business integration, we can even go further in a short time and surpass the world's first-ranked butterfly family. Wang Xiaoyan was completely shocked this time. She looked at Yang Ming with some puzzlement. Old Charles? He wants to hand over the assassin group to us. Are you serious? Indeed, this news was really too shocking. How could the world's third-ranked assassin group be handed over to a newly established assassin group? Isn't this a joke? It was no wonder that Wang Xiaoyan did not believe it, because things were really too unbelievable. I didn't believe it before, but this is the case. Yang Ming said with a smile, you know what little Charles is like. He is busy with racing all day long and doesn't care about his family business. So old Charles is anxious. After all, he is already very old. He can't hold on for a few years. He also has the intention to retire. He just happened to meet me, so he talked to me about this. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't tell Wang Xiaoyan his identity as the king of assassins, so he could only explain it this way. No way such a coincidence. Wang Xiaoyan lamented that his luck was so good. It just happened to be when old Charles needed help. Of course, she didn't know that the reason why old Charles handed over the assassin group to Yang Ming was that he fully considered Yang Ming's identity. Moreover, he would verify with Feng Tian afterward before he could carry out the final cooperation. Sometimes things are so coincidental. Yang Ming said with a smile, this is an opportunity. If you really want to make the Black Butterfly Assassin Group the world's first, then we have to seize this opportunity. After we go back, we have to plan well. Wang Xiaoyan nodded excitedly. I know. We must not miss this opportunity. Although he said this to Wang Xiaoyan, in fact, Yang Ming was very clear in his heart that this cooperation was close because old Charles was more enthusiastic than him. Even if the cooperation didn't work out, it could only be because he didn't agree. Old Charles had no problem with it. As the two were talking, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Yang Ming looked out through the door panel. It was old Buffon. What's the matter? Asked Yang Ming. Master, Miss Alice is here. She said she wants to see you. Old Buffon said respectfully. Oh, she came so fast? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect that she had already arranged things over there after just 2 days of agreeing with her. "What we do now?" I said, "You're not here," or Old Buffon saw that Yang Ming didn't say whether he wanted to see her or not, but he said that she came so fast, so he asked, "I will go over." After Yang Ming finished speaking, he walked to the door of the room. When he opened the door, he saw Old Buffon at the door of the room. "If there is anything in the future, just call the servant. You don't have to come in person." "How can that be? You are my master," Old Buffon said stubbornly. "Well, do whatever you want." Yang Ming saw Old Buffon like this and didn't insist. After all, Yang Ming couldn't stay for more than a few days. What Old Buffon wanted to do was up to him. Yang Ming went out of the villa with Old Buffon and walked to Old Buffon's main villa. Taking advantage of this walk, Yang Ming asked, "Right, what is the background of this Alice?" "Miss Alice, I'm not very clear about her specific background, but the leader of Country L introduced us to each other. She has always called me Uncle Buffon. She's a very cute child," Old Buffon said. Because of the relationship with the leader of Country L, many people in the upper class give her face, but now she has established her own forces. Is she really only 15 years old? Yang Ming was a little surprised. It seems that the rumors outside are not wrong. Alice really has the support of a country behind her. But what is her relationship with Country L? Yang Ming didn't know about this. Is the leader of Country L very popular here? Country L was a country in Africa. It was not too far from Country X, and its land area was not large. It used to be like Country X, a country that was at war for a long time. However, 5 years ago, the war suddenly ended, and a small country with a relatively stable political situation was established. However, how can the leader of such a small African country have so much face in the upper class of Europe? Even if Africa and Europe were relatively close, the identity was there. General Kars probably didn't know anyone in Europe, right? Alice is 15 years old, but she should be 16 years old this year. Old Buffon said, "For Country L, I don't know much about this. However, it is said that 5 years ago, the war-torn Country L suddenly got the support of a mysterious force and quickly calmed the civil strife. The behind-the-scenes leader of this mysterious force supported the current leader to come to power. This leader's power is not very good, but the behind-the-scenes leader is a very powerful person. But I don't know who the specific person is because I am not very concerned about the things in Africa. It turns out to be like this." Yang Ming was relieved after listening to Old Buffon's explanation. How similar are Country L and the current Country X? Country X developed with its own support. Probably, Country L was the same in the beginning. However, if Master is interested in Country L, I will try to ask people to collect some information in this regard, said Old Buffon. "Well, then I'll have to trouble you." Yang Ming nodded. He did have some interest in the history of Country L. "It's no trouble." Old Buffon shook his head and said with a smile. Old Buffon was very happy to do something for Yang Ming. He was afraid that Yang Ming would not trouble him with anything. Then, he would be a little restless. The two walked to the door of the main villa. Yang Ming also stopped the previous topic. "Don't let Alice know what we said before." "Don't worry, Master." Old Buffon nodded and said. When he entered the main villa, he saw Alice sitting on the sofa in the living room, talking to Mrs. Old Buffon. When she saw Yang Ming coming over, Alice raised her head. "I thought you regretted it and wanted to hide from me." At this moment, Alice was like a coquettish little girl. Her shrewdness in the business world could not be seen at all. However, one could not judge a book by its cover. Yang Ming knew this very well, so he was not interested in Alice's charming smile. "Before I take action, I can regret it at any time. Isn't that right? You?" Alice did not expect Yang Ming to be such a rascal and suddenly say such a sentence. She was a little unaccustomed to it. Usually, she dealt with people from the upper class. These people paid the most attention to their image, so they often kept their word. Even if their face was swollen, they still had to pretend to be rich. Yang Ming's sentence of regretting it at any time made Alice feel a little unaccustomed. "What about me? I haven't received the reward yet. Naturally, I have the right to regret it." Yang Ming smiled. However, for this reward, I will reluctantly take action. Humph. You can say whatever you want now. If you can't win the game, humph. Alice was so angry that her teeth were itching, but she could only threaten him resentfully. Can't win? So what? At most, I don't want the reward. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. You won't give me the reward regardless of whether I win or lose, right? Alice gritted her teeth and spat out 3 words, go to hell. When is the game? Yang Ming sat down and resumed the topic. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.